Hello again, everybody. We are back a whole 24 hours later because there is so much shit that happened over the last week that we couldn't cover it last night. And guess what, friends? More stuff happened today and or yesterday that I didn't get a chance to put into the show. So we'll try again. We're going to try again to get through some of the ludicrous things that have been happening. They were doubling down yesterday. We covered Whoopi Goldberg in reference to the January 6th stuff. Her ludicrous take. Of course, we covered the videos from Jan 6 themselves, and I've noticed that it seems to be a fairly cohesive narrative amongst the left, because as it takes some time, they have to figure out what their narrative's going to be. And as I said yesterday, the main one is, well, you need to show context. You need to show context that also there was violence, but they've dropped that. I think the majority of them have dropped that, and now it's just, no, it's all fake. Yeah, cool. It's all fake. It's all fake. Okay, well, if that's the way you want to play it, cute. I think really the reality is they have no idea how to spin this, because there's no good way of spinning it. And things have escalated in terms of the legal side. So we're gonna look at some of the legal stuff. Yeah, it's
Sorry, I'm quiet.
It's interesting stuff.
I had a thing on my. I used to have this thing that stopped the blue light, and it.
I was gonna say, did you see a doctor and get a cream for it or something?
What the fuck are you talking about?
You had a thing, maybe.
I hate you.
Don't worry about it.
Where the fuck is this thing? It used to be on here. Now it's just like.
Alex Karras says Aiden sounds post-sick. I think I'm mostly getting over it, or am over it. But man, it has sucked for so long. And I don't want to, I have to knock on wood after saying that, because watch, I'll feel horrible again tomorrow. Of course. But I wanted to instead start by making all of you sick. So we're going to begin by watching The Young Turks.
Which means we're all going to laugh at Anna being... Is Anna in this?
Yes.
Oh, of course. Oh, God.
It's classic. It's Anna and Chunk, I believe. I watched a little bit of it. I think it's Anna and Chunk.
Anna, I just have to say something to you. I think it's clear you do not want to age.
Uh-huh.
So if I were you, I would get the fuck off The Young Turks, because clearly you're not going to age gracefully being on that show.
Well, yeah, she's got her hair pulled back so tight. She's trying to do that thing. Like when they do that, some of the plastic surgery, they literally just pull your skin back. Yeah, she's trying to do that with her hair bun. I don't think that's how it works, Anna.
Yeah, probably not.
But good on you for trying, girl. Get it, I guess. I don't know. Tell me when you're ready, by the way, and let's go ahead and delve into this, into deep copium damage control. Because, huh?
No, I'm just talking to myself, don't worry.
You got the thing up on screen?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. All right. You sure?
What do you mean I'm sure? Yes.
I don't see it on my side.
Tucker Carlson responds to CPAC attacks.
Okay. Is it on screen for the viewers, though?
I swear to God.
Okay. I just making sure. It takes a minute. Just making sure. You're a little bit discombobulated. I was discombobulated yesterday. Okay. All right. Here we go. We already watched the Tucker video yesterday. If you guys haven't seen it, I'm just not. It's only 18 seconds that they played, because of course they are not going to play you any of the full clips.
Of course
we're going to see some of the insane cope that has come out of this.
Do you not just like how this is? I just like the idea that these people for fucking months or weeks or however long were playing this January 6th committee. No one fucking watched this.
Oh, you mean the committee itself? Yeah,
right?
3 weeks or however
no
long
one watched it, right?
Yeah.
But one fucking day, one evening of Tucker, and this shit happens. Oh my God, it's funny as fuck. It is hilarious that for so many weeks you get nothing. One evening, and this is the result. It's like, you do realize if you just downplayed it, you probably would have made it go away. But the fact that you have to oh no, don't watch it, like makes everyone watch it.
Yeah,
it's great.
Oh, hey Flamenco. Hey, yes. Nice to see you guys. So yeah, they're having a bit of what they call a melty. A little bit of a melty.
Call that a
Several weeks ago, there was this big controversy over Republican House Speaker Kevin McCarthy handing over hours and hours and hours of January 6th footage to Tucker Carlson.
Oh, the other thing that they're really pivoting to, and we covered it yesterday, is those leaked text messages of Tucker saying that he passionately hates Trump. And as I said yesterday, I don't care. I could not care.
To do with this, so.
By the way, doesn't that also kind of paint Tucker in a positive light if he actively hates Trump but is putting this out?
Yeah, that doesn't. Or maybe they think that Tucker is lying behind the scenes. That'll be the way they would spin it, I imagine.
Well, that's the way they're going to try to spin it, but I really don't think that's the own that you think it is.
Hate Trump. It's like it's not the first time he said this, so that's.
I know he's been pretty open. He doesn't like him. He thinks he's a braggadocious bore. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now we didn't cover it. I didn't panic about it because, quite honestly, I didn't care.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, you did.
You did panic about it. You absolutely panicked about it. You absolutely did. Like they always. Just, okay, the fact that you would use that exact terminology. I didn't panic about it. Nice soft tell there.
But now we see the culmination of that effort. Tucker Carlson attempting to instill this notion of questioning whether the January 6th riots really happened.
By showing footage of the guy walking the fucking hallway, being opened the door for by police. I don't know why I fucking Yoda there for a second. But like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Well, but you're lying out the gate, Anna. We watched the video yesterday. Tucker did not say that January 6th, there wasn't anything weird or bad that happened on January 6th. He's saying what happened inside the Capitol building which has put people in jail, Anna, has been completely misconstrued. As of many things about the J6 narrative have been misconstrued. Like, for example, the fact that a whole bunch of people died. Or a bunch of police officers died. People did die. It turns out the 4 people who did die have been confirmed were all Trump voters. They were either Ashley Babbitt, who was shot in the neck, or they were trampled to death or hurt in some other way and injured and died that way. The people who died on January 6th were Trump supporters. But that doesn't suit your narrative either, Anna. He's not trying to say it didn't happen. Clearly, violence and rioting happened. People died.
Ow.
But they were... What? Are you all right? You hurt yourself?
Eyes.
Oh, Anna?
No.
Oh. I was like, oh, she's not that bad. Come on,
no,
dude.
the freaking blue light filter. For some reason, it was only on the one screen and not the other. And then as soon as I clicked on it, it just like instantly went bright fucking blue. I'm like, ow, eyes. Jesus Christ, bright shit. Fuck. It's like, you know when you get woken up at 2 o'clock in the morning and someone just shined the torch in your fucking eyes? It was like that.
No, I've never had someone do that to me.
Oh, okay. Maybe I've said too much.
Weird. Okay, now I have questions.
I don't have answers for you, at least not on here.
Skirks for 20 says, here is my tithe, also from yesterday. The Scandinavian letter you were looking for is torn. The one that looks like, like that. Like, line of, torn. Yeah, exactly. That's I used to know. I haven't, there's a friend of mine who used to, like, occasionally try to help me learn Icelandic, but I was always busy, and so I never, like, I think we did, like, 2 sessions. I mostly just tried to learn it on my own back when I was, like, say, like, 20. So 10 years ago, because I really wanted to go to Iceland. And now I've been to Iceland in the Reykjavik airport. In the Reykjavik airport for all of about, like, in total, between to and from, all about 3 hours. But I love the Brennivin, and I definitely want to go back and get some more. Well, I'd not go back. I want to go back in general, but I need to actually order some more Brennivin because I'm quite a fan. It's flavored with anise, so it tastes like licorice. Have you tried it? Or anything like that? I mean, it's quite similar to Jägermeister in that way, but I like it way more than Jägermeister. Anywho, that's an aside. Let's not get into food / booze talk this early. Anna.
Sure? If the narratives
she will make you want to drink.
That we heard from the press are real, and let's just cut to the chase. He tried to lie, but he did so while showing footage that debunked his lies as he was telling it.
The fuck are you talking about? I hear this.
I know. That's why I'm...
Let me give you an example. Let's go to the first.
All right,
video.
let's see your example.
The protesters were angry. They believed that the election they had just voted in had been unfairly conducted. They were right. In retrospect, it is clear the 2020 election was a grave betrayal of American democracy. Given the facts that have since emerged about that election, no honest person can deny it.
No honest person can deny it, Cenk. So he's...
Wait, where is it? What? You said you were going to show him saying something and then show that he was talking while showing footage that debunked what he was saying. You didn't just do that. do they even like listen to themselves? That's why I love these idiots.
Maybe.
They're so stupid.
I feel like if you're gonna
stupid.
make that example, Anna, you should probably say that after and not cut off yourself in the middle of it, because now you look kind of.
Yeah, where's the? You just said you were going to prove it, and then now you're just going to go on a tirade. But listen to your little spiel.
Starts off by perpetuating Donald Trump's big lie that the election was stolen, that there was some unfair behavior taking place, that there was fraud taking place.
Well, we have seen some evidence of that.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that for sure, Susan too, okay? I'm not saying that for sure. Tucker's allowed to say it, which is weird, but we're not allowed to. However, as we've gone over the last year, yeah, it looks like there's some, as the kids say, sussy baka stuff, okay? At the very least. I can't say a whole lot more than that because it is something that YouTube is still extremely censorious about.
Also,
They're censorious about this topic in general.
Also, Anna, if you could explain to us how your fucking network ran with the Russian thing for 4 fucking years. There was no evidence of that, but this one you somehow think is sketch. Why? Interesting.
Michael, you bring up a good point. I interrupt videos too when people say something and pause, have outrage about it. That's true. However, if I had said, I'm going to show you evidence of something, and then I didn't show it, I would. I mean, maybe I've done that, probably. Well, then criticize me. Glass houses. He is without who is without.
What you need to say in this situation and go, yes, I do, but when I do it, it's funny.
Sometimes.
He doesn't get specific. He doesn't actually provide a shred of evidence, of course,
Yeah,
just
he
like
does. He shows
Donald
video.
Trump in his campaign when they were before 60 different judges, and again, failed to provide a shred of evidence of widespread voter fraud.
We're gonna get in.
There was no evidence for Russia, and all of you fuckers for 4 years screamed Russia, Russia, Russia. And when it came out that you were
the
lying,
stuff in Georgia
none
and
of you went
Arizona
like,
hadn't come out.
oh shit, we wouldn't get taken for a ride. You just went like, oops, and then you just continued on anyway. Like, so fuck off.
Also, to be fair, some of this about Arizona didn't come out until after Trump took that to trial. So, just look, I think that actually probably Tucker did make too assertive of a claim there, and I would because that is something that's still being contended. It'll be contended forever because it's never going to find evidence of it now. Well, I don't know after today. I don't know, or the last couple of days. I don't know. Can
you imagine if Trump wins and he looks and he somehow gets access to information and finds that the 2020 was kind of sketch?
Well, that's why I don't think.
Oh my god, the man's fucking ego would be even bigger than it is now.
It's one of the reasons why I don't think they'll allow him to win, no matter what. I don't think they'll allow him to win because if he gets access. Oh, alternative hypothesis. Hey, awesome to see you here, man. But dang, now what I was saying. Oh, I think that they won't allow Trump to win no matter what, precisely because, and even if he does gain power, he'd have to completely clean house in all of the intelligence agencies. And
he fucking would. He's got a vendetta against him.
He would have to, at this point, he would need to be able to, because he cannot rely on asking these corrupt agencies, and we're going to see how corrupt they are, because we have evidence now that has come out yesterday that the people working for the FBI directly lied in a court of law and were told to destroy evidence, and did. We have it in the legal record.
What's up, Stassi?
Dang.
But it is interesting Tucker is spouting this when we all know that privately, he knew that the big lie was just that, a big lie. I'm gonna give a few examples, Cenk, then I'll go to you. For instance, on November 8th, 2020, Carlson privately texted his producer that the allegations about Dominion were absurd according to the Dominion filing. Also that day.
Why is
it exclusively Dominion and not all the other shit?
But how about this? Who cares that in 2020 he wasn't sure and he's maybe changed his opinion in the light of new evidence? That's how, new evidence works, Anna.
Yeah,
I know that you're gonna.
Many people thought that January 6th was this horrible insurrection shit, and then we see footage, and now we go, oh, it actually wasn't nearly as fucking bad. Huh.
Well, I mean, I know that for Anna, who's, I'm sure, still shilling the absolute nonsense about COVID. I mean, I don't watch the Young Turks unless I think that there's something particularly funny to react to. I know, right? I'm sure she still believes in all, or still at least shills all of that nonsense. But the thing is that normal people, Anna, as I said yesterday, there's 3 ways to react to cognitive dissonance, right? You can accept the new information. That very, very rarely happens because it causes psychological pain.
She's a woman.
You
That's
can.
not gonna happen.
Well, this is all people. Cognitive dissonance actually, it activates the same areas of the brain as physical pain. So it hurts to admit that you're wrong. or it activates the same areas, generally speaking, as pain sensation. It hurts to admit that you were wrong. It's why people don't do it. It's why mea culpas are so difficult. One, right now, I would never recommend under the current gestalt that anybody apologize for anything ever, except for in interpersonal situations. Don't apologize for political stuff, because it is only used as a weapon. But the other two ways that people deal with cognitive dissonance is to deny the new information as fake, or to pretend you didn't hear it. And that's the way we see them dealing with it every time. Either they're ignoring it or they're denying it. It is pure and simple cognitive dissonance.
You know, being wrong sounds like psychologically hell. I wonder what it's like. Never had that experience.
I don't know. I wouldn't know.
Yeah.
I've been wrong about a couple things. There's a third Ohio train derailment, El de Gusto.
Is there?
Dang, no, I didn't hear about that. Oh, geez.
I wonder why.
Yeah.
Day, Carlson's producer texted him about his own doubts. I don't think there's evidence of voter fraud that swung the election. His producer, Alex Pfeiffer, texted to Carlson.
From 2.5 years ago, who cares?
Per the lawsuit. The software stuff is absurd, Carlson allegedly responded. Now, on November 13th, Carlson wrote privately that Trump needed to concede and agreed that there wasn't enough fraud to change the outcome of.
Did he say there was no fraud?
The fact that he said there wasn't enough tells me that there was just not enough to swing.
Even at the time, he thought there was fraud. Otherwise, he wouldn't have phrased it like that. If we're going to read a whole bunch into these messages, which I don't think you necessarily should, but it seems that even at the time, he was suspicious that there was fraudulent behavior. And then, in addition, this is from 2.5 years ago. Like, happening on the day, the couple days right thereafter. I think he can change his opinion over time, Anna. Just because you don't on anything is not, stop being solipsistic.
Of the election, according to the filing. On November 21st, Carlson privately texted that claims about Dominion were shockingly reckless, according to the filing. On November 22nd, Tucker Carlson and Laura Ingraham privately discussed Sidney Powell, according to the filing, with Tucker calling her, quote, a nut, end quote.
Well, she is.
I mean, there's more. There's more. You want more? I'll give you more.
Sidney Powell's kind of a nut, though, to be fair.
Also, I have to give Anna credit for at least one thing.
Mm-hmm.
She is at least consistent, and she should be commended for being so brave to be so consistently wrong and stupid and stubborn about it.
That's true. I think I think we should give Anna a round of applause for being consistently wrong and stupid on everything.
Yeah.
Cheers to you, Anna. Toast, skull.
I remember when she said it's not about the money, while she has like an over 2 million net worth. Yeah.
And while the Young Turks heavily worked with, had their own PAC and is heavily funded by Democrat donors. Cute.
Yeah, and Qatar.
And Qatar, yep.
Here's a conclusion we reach from this. Tucker Carlson has himself concluded that truth is dead. That there.
How the fuck did you get to that, Jane?
I'm sorry, how did you get to that conclusion? Now, you have concluded that truth is dead. You have concluded that truth is dead, Chunk, because you're not interested in the truth. You're interested in post-truth, in narrative.
How can the truth be dead?
Now, again, remember,
that doesn't even make
what have
any
they
sense
shown?
as a sentence.
What have they shown in their coverage?
To be incompetent.
But I'm saying in this coverage, they showed Tucker Carlson's opinion. Did they show any of the footage? So far, they're just launching into opinion, aren't showing any of the footage. You have to show the footage. What are you talking about? That he's post-truth or whatever. Well, until you respond to what he said, then...
I'm also hearing Undoom's voice saying, citation needed, asshole.
Exactly. Whoop.
There's no such thing as the truth. And that...
Yes, there is.
This is actually really funny coming from a relativist.
Okay.
Because a lot of leftists are relativists. They do not believe in objective reality. This is why they come up with ridiculous things like woman plus and the.
I have two things that are objectively true.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Anna is insane and Cenk is a fat bastard.
Yeah, and they're relativists / subjectivists. They don't believe in a objective reality. They think that everything is related to power, which it is in some degree. That part is true, but more that it is not that truth only matters as long as it gains them power. So that's very ironic coming from Chunk.
Watches nothing, knows nothing else. So he can brazenly lie to them, full well knowing that everyone has the quotes from the lawsuit where we're positive that Tucker Carlson thinks the election was not stolen.
Okay, first of all, Cenk, I have to ask, we're talking about January 6th. What the fuck does the election have to do with that?
Who cares? This is not.
Like,
I know.
You're
Isn't
talking
this
about
amazing?
the details of a lawsuit, and the whole thing he showed was fucking footage of January 6th, which has nothing to do with the lawsuit. Like, this is not remotely related. What the fuck?
I know. I watched. I skimmed through this video a little bit. This is another way that they're dealing with this. Is to just pivot, just to not talk about it. Talk about other stuff. Talk about how he hates Trump, allegedly. Or I mean, who cares? I talked about it yesterday. I don't care if he hates Trump. And I talked to you about this before the stream started, and I think this is something to consider. If Tucker Carlson is really the disingenuous piece of garbage that they're all claiming that he is, wouldn't he have held on to this stuff and put it out closer to an election? Because we are like right smack dab in the middle of the election seasons. We just got out of midterms in the fall, and now we've got a year and a half before we have the general elections. If he was a truly disingenuous hack, he wouldn't have released these in March of 2023. He would have put them out in, I don't know, August of 2024. I think that kind of speaks a little bit to Tucker's character. Now, I don't know him at all, but it seems that if this was all purely political, he would have sat on it. He didn't.
He clearly states that over and over again.
Okay.
And he goes on air and insinuates that the election was stolen, thereby proving himself beyond any shadow of a doubt to be a monstrous liar. Now, he's not a dumb guy. You make that active decision when you think truth is dead. No one agrees to truth anymore.
Chunk, other people can change their opinions, ding dong.
So I'm just going to spin this in a way that is most advantageous to me, my politics, my finances, etc. And I think the audience does not have enough information.
The audience doesn't care about any of that shit because this is nothing to do with the footage, like at all. Like,
no,
what the fuck are you talking about? You absolute moron.
Talk about the footage.
Yes.
Not gonna do it, are you?
Where they can ever.
At least you're gonna waffle about for a bit.
Can you please freeze that and make a GIF, make a PNG?
Oh, I don't know. The one that I'm looking at doesn't look that hilarious, but I don't know.
Oh, the one
Take
I'm
a screenshot. just control. Just screenshot it real quick.
Okay, hold on.
I'll get back.
Never get to the truth. Fox News audience, they will never know what's true. That's his conclusion.
It is fascinating that he comes out with this embarrassing monologue that has absolutely no evidence to back it up.
Okay, we'll get to the freaking things that he does have evidence for then.
Right after.
Your whole monologue so far hasn't proven jack fucking shit either.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
I know, it's palpable, isn't it? The irony.
Steve Bannon attacked Fox News. Right after Steve Bannon argued at CPAC that Fox News wasn't sufficiently loyal to Daddy Trump. But let me continue. I do want to give you more. I love giving you guys more. So here's more. Tucker Carlson also said of Sidney Powell.
You need to get more. You may be talking
slower. Isn't this cute? They're just smearing Tucker Carlson. Attempting to.
That's also a good freeze frame, actually.
Screenshot it too, because I think I always see a little bit slightly different image than you do. Because sometimes I see it when I look at the live stream thing, it looks way different from what's on my screen on the watch together.
Okay, hold on a second. You don't think? Hold on, I have it here. You don't think this is funny as fuck?
Hang on.
1 second.
Young Turks are constant gold mines of freeze frames.
You don't think this is funny as fuck?
Oh my god. Okay. Yeah, I did not. I did not see that. Hang on. Oh right, I can't share my screen. I'll show it later.
Oh, yeah, all right. Oh, do Anna one.
Take the Anna one and just post that. All right.
Oh, Donald Trump's camp, who was furthering nonsense about widespread voter fraud. Quote.
I don't know if she looks really high, stupid, or just about to sneeze.
How about yes?
It totally wrecked my weekend. Wow. I had to try to make the White House disavow her, which they obviously should have done long ago, Carlson told Laura Ingraham, per the filing. No serious lawyer could believe what they were saying, she allegedly replied. But they said nothing in public, replied Carlson. Pretty disgusting. Okay, and then my favorite part, my favorite statement from Tucker Carlson. Carlson then called then-President Donald Trump a demonic force and a destroyer in a text to his producer after thousands of Trump supporters stormed the US Capitol on January 6th of 2021. Now keep that in mind as you watch the next video.
How about, as I've said, this will be the third time. Okay, he can change his opinion. We're talking about reactions directly after an event that was being reported on as 9/11/2 electric boog, okay? And even as a journalist, probably bought into some of the propaganda. But you know why he bought into that propaganda, Anna? Because no one saw this part of the footage.
Okay, so let me get this straight, Anna. You are going to take a clip from what, like 2 years ago, after this footage was seen, and you're going to use that now to discredit Tucker for showing something he himself only seen recently.
Right. Exactly.
That doesn't even make any fucking sense. What the hell are you doing, you absolute moron?
Well, because again, if someone is being intellectually rigorous, if they were wrong in the past, rather than letting cognitive dissonance rule them, they would go, "Oh, I was wrong." And this stuff has mostly come out like just yesterday, so I don't know if Tucker's responded to it yet. But I imagine if he does choose to respond to it, he'll say, "Well, I was wrong.
Okay, but
I did not have the information then that I now have. I did not have this footage."
I don't understand this. So, Anna, your point right now is you're saying the text from 2 years ago that Tucker originally thought was wrong, and now you're. What are you trying to say here? Is like I don't quite know
that
what you're
because
trying to do here.
Tucker was not clairvoyant. He's a hypocrite.
What? That isn't.
These people are solipsists and sophists, so they think you should be able. They believe in clairvoyancy essentially. Again, when you don't believe that there's an objective reality, you end up in a very weird hole in terms of logic, and that's where Anna finds herself. I think the real thing that's happening here is that they don't know how to spin this. They really don't. They really. This is not 2 times speed, by the way. Sorry. It's. I think it's at normal.
Yeah, it is.
I think it might be at 1. Is it at 1? It's either at 1 or 1.25. I would never put Anna at 2 times speed. Oh my god, that'd be unlistenable. But yep.
Taken as a whole, the video record does not support the claim that January 6th was an insurrection. In fact, it demolishes that claim. And that's exactly why the Democratic Party and its allies in the media prevented you from seeing it. The first thing you notice from viewing the full video record of January 6th is just how many people entered the Capitol building that day. Hundreds and hundreds of people, possibly thousands, over the course of about 2 hours. The crowd was enormous. A small percentage of them were hooligans. They committed vandalism. You've seen their pictures again and again.
So the whole claim, and we watched this yesterday, the claim that Tucker, because this is part of the claim that Tucker didn't show the violent part. He clearly did. He showed them breaking windows. He showed them behaving violently. Now, were those people real protesters or were they feds? Because we know about that one guy. What's his name again? Ray Epps. Thank you. Who was in the crowd? Who is a confirmed fed? He was out there during the peaceful part before they entered the Capitol, saying, "We got to go to the Capitol. We got to knock the doors down." And people were shouting at him, "Fed boy, fed boy, fed, fed." You know?
Yeah. I remember that. People were saying, like, "We got to go into the Capitol." Everyone's like, "No, that's a dumb fucking idea, you idiot."
Exactly.
Also, something I want to point out here. Fuck, I forgot what I was going to say now. Sorry.
But the overwhelming majority weren't. They were peaceful. They were orderly and meek.
Oh, no, here's what I was going to say. So let me get this straight, Anna. Couple of botched windows. There's your idea of violence.
Yeah.
But summer of mostly peaceful protests where you literally caused, like, what, almost $1.5 billion worth of private damage. You fucking asshole didn't say shit.
But we're talking about this has happened. This is being revealed on the same week.
And that's private property.
That 23 people were charged with domestic terrorism for trying to firebomb a police training station. Antifa people, the left, one of whom is an SPLC lawyer.
You know what's fucked up?
That's terrorism.
Can I say something fucked up?
Of course.
Is some of these people assaulted and let's say mortally wounded some politicians? Do you know what will happen from the people? People would go, "Oh my god, should we feel bad? What exactly has been lost? Oh, Mitch McConnell suffered horrible injuries.
Wait, he actually did.
So sad, horrible. I'm totally, really sad about that."
Well, actually, Mitch McConnell did suffer horrible injuries, just like not then. Mitch McConnell got a concussion like yesterday. So, but you know what? I would not put it past them to say that it was like post facto, post hoc.
I'll be honest,
injuries suffered from the January 6th trauma.
I don't really give
don't put anything past these lunatics.
The only person I don't wish any harm to befall is AOC, because she would milk the fuck out of it for all it's worth.
Oh, of course. Well, I don't wish any harm on anybody. Well, that's not true. There's a couple people, pedophiles and stuff.
Yeah, I was thinking that certain family beginning with a P, ending with an I.
Oh no, I don't wish harm on people. But
hammer time.
Even them. Yeah.
Oh. Turns out you could touch this.
These were not insurrectionists. They were sightseers. Footage from inside the Capitol overturns the story you've heard about January 6th.
The fact that they're walking in between the velvet ropes is like the key thing to me. Like, this is not an insurrection. Like, dude,
it's
fuck. It's just funny.
I mean, we've seen some of this footage before, but the thing that's important about the new footage is that it actually exonerates certain people.
Yeah.
The stuff with the shaman, where he is literally being led through the building by a group of 11 police officers.
Yeah, something like 9 to 11 of them. Yeah. And none of them stopped him at all.
No, they are leading him through. And we're going to get into some of the stuff that's more about the legal stuff.
Clearly, you, sir, with the horns in your head, you are the leader of this group.
As we said yesterday, it's because he made for good photo ops. That's why he was chosen. And they're like, oh, no, we'll take you into here.
Yeah.
We'll take you into this place so that you can get lots of photos. And had photographers on the scene immediately to take photos of him. This is, in my opinion, and this is an opinion, new Susan, an op. This was, they knew beforehand, of course, because this was all organized publicly, largely on Facebook groups, that people were going to come out and protest, and they installed government agents into the crowd. They prepared for all of this to make themselves into victims. It is called perpetual in-group victimhood orientation, or PIVO. It is a relatively newly discovered phenomenon. However, I think we all know and have known for thousands of years that there are people who want to be victims, and that victim status carries an extremely valuable form of social currency. They did this on purpose. They set it up. They took photos. They made sure that they could put they found that dude wearing the Viking helmet with all his Volknut and Thor's hammer tattoos, and they said you are going right on the front of every newspaper, every media page. You are the image. You look violent, in their opinion, even though he didn't do anything violent, really. I mean, I think there's still some claims that he broke a window or something, but I think that's it.
Oh my god, this is actually true. AOC is getting sued.
Is she? By who?
Alex Stein.
Oh, good.
Because she blocked him.
Oh yeah, because of
she's an official and she can't technically do that.
That's not. What? Hang on, because the judge did determine that Trump couldn't block people.
Yes, that's why she can't do either. So she might get sued for that because she's an elected official.
That would be hilarious. A big booty Latina. I would love for Alex Stein to sue the big booty Latina and win. He probably won't, but good on him for trying.
Protesters queue up in neat little lines. They give each other tours outside the speaker's office.
I would love to see that, just because it'll be white supremacist male beats the crap out of a minority female.
That's how they'll report on it, of course.
That's how I would report it, because that's fucking funny.
I don't think Alex Stein is a white supremacist.
No, of course not, but,
Okay. Okay, making sure.
They take cheerful selfies and they smile. They're not destroying the Capitol. They obviously revere the Capitol. They're there because they believe the election.
There is obviously framing in Tucker's coverage. I don't know if these people revere it. I think most of them appear that they do.
Well, they're not smearing shit all over the walls.
Revere is a strong term, though. I would say that. Just saying.
Was stolen from them. They believe in the system.
Yeah, like the one who defecated on someone's desk.
Orderly sites.
Dude,
hang on.
Of all those fucking people, one person. Of all the fucking crowd, you pick one person and go, yeah, this represents everyone. Like, you fucking disingenuous hacky bitch.
Taking a shit on someone's desk
is kind of basic.
I don't think it's violence. How? It is.
It's pretty funny.
particularly after the summer of love, taking a dump on whose desk was it again?
Was
it Pelosi's?
Idea.
No, they stole Pelosi's lectern. Whose desk? They took a shit on. Who did they take a poopy? I'll probably have to tell you in like excrement.
Defecating.
Left feces and urine in hallways, but whose desk did they poopy on? Oh, fog.
Oh god, this is fucking dumb.
Capitol writer insists he didn't plan. Oh, Nancy Pelosi. It was Nancy Pelosi's desk. So they stole her lectern and pooped on her desk. Excellent.
I mean, that's fair enough. She is full of shit, so.
You receive what you put out into the world, right?
Here.
Super meek. Now, Jake, here are the facts, okay? Because he thinks the majority of them were totally fine.
Oh,
there was no issue whatsoever, except
tell us the facts.
Over 2 years later, more than 1,000 people have been charged.
That doesn't mean anything.
Young Turks, aren't you anti-police?
Yeah.
Don't you think that the police overcharge people constantly?
Also, out of curiosity, how many people have been charged with insurrection? Oh yeah, none. Zero.
No, they're not.
Fuck
they're
all.
sitting in jails. They've been charged with trespassing.
Which is ironic.
Trespassing.
It's a public building.
It should be. It's the people's house.
Yes.
But it's not the people's house. It's your house. That's what you think it should be. You, as in the Democrat Party's house. That's the difference.
Now, just because you're charged doesn't mean that you're guilty. It just means that you're facing charges, right? You'll have your day in court.
You would normally, if it was somebody who was on your side of the political aisle who had been charged, you would cry and scream and rip your very, very tight bun out.
Unless they were black, in which case they'd definitely go to jail. Apparently.
Well, I'm saying according to the Young Turks, if you're charged and you're black, then it's always wrong. It's always wrong. But it's fine that these people were charged and have been sitting in a jail
if you're white,
for 2 years.
Right.
I actually don't know. We don't even know if all these people. I don't know if all these people are white. I would imagine a lot of them aren't. I would imagine a lot of people are not white.
Now, there's a lot of fucking white people there.
Yeah, but there were also black people and a lot of Hispanic people. Because a lot of Hispanic people really like Trump.
Okay.
Which, of course, destroyed their whole narrative that he's racist. Yeah.
So far, what percentage of them have been convicted? Well, at least 476 people.
Mm-hmm.
Have been pleaded guilty in connection.
Gonna pause you right there.
Oh God, another great face.
Why would they plead guilty, Spoon?
Probably because if they didn't, they'd face more serious charges, like a plea deal.
Yeah, they'd have to go through the court system for longer. Hang on. Oh, sorry, I had like a frog in my throat. Yikes. They pleaded guilty probably to just because they told them if you plead guilty, you'll get out. It's over now. If you don't plead guilty, you're gonna have to go to trial. Now you can have a public defender. Do you want a public defender for this?
No.
Otherwise, you're gonna have to pay for a lawyer. These were regular, average, ordinary Americans. They can't afford to pay for a defense attorney. We're talking about now, to be very clear, I'm sure any attorney would have told them this, but even someone who doesn't know much about how the legal system works would have known that this was going to go on for years, potentially decades. To hire a lawyer even for a year is so expensive. And to hire a good lawyer to actually defend you in this kind of the government versus the people. Regular people can't afford that at all. So they pleaded guilty to get out of jail, to go home and be with their families. The irony, the pure, I would say incalculable levels of irony of the Young Turks who are anti-police, allegedly, who are, talk about how constantly about the ills of the legal system, to say, oh, but it's great. They pleaded guilty. That means that they are guilty. I mean, some of them might be of the things that they said, but they're pleading guilty to get out of it, Anna. If you actually knew anything,
you are guilty of shitting on Pelosi's desk. How do you plead?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I would. Well, I would plead guilty to that because I totally would. But
That's a cool thing
except for women don't poop. Except for women don't poop. So
yes,
I couldn't do that.
Relieve yourself of fecal matter.
Are you amused by the insane irony of this? These people who constantly complain about the cops and the government over policing,
well, I mean, it's
and
over
litigating.
Like, I'm not expecting her to have any kind of consistency.
I know.
Or, you know.
Of course. I just find it incredibly cute.
Out of that 1,000 have pleaded guilty in connection to the insurrection. And among those who pleaded guilty, well, let's get some details. Who were they? Brian Ulrich entered his guilty plea at a virtual hearing Friday in U.S. District Court. This is an older article in NPR. In U.S. District Court in Washington, D.C., the 44-year-old from Guyton, Georgia, is the second oath keeper to plead guilty to sedition charges in the highest profile case to emerge from the federal investigation into the Capitol riot. I mean, it was only...
So that's the highest profile case. I think he was one of the only people actually charged with sedition. Several of them were. Most of them, the vast majority of those people, of those 470-something people, Anna, were charged with trespassing. It is not a felony. I don't think so. Is trespassing a felony? Let's find out. Is it felonious?
I can't imagine it would be.
Criminal trespass. It can be a felony. Hang on.
Seriously?
Felony.
What? Trespassing?
Yeah.
Get the fuck out.
Criminal trespassing in the district. Is it considered felonious, though? Let's see. Entering without... I don't see anything about felonies in this.
Yeah,
now, I don't know. Okay. Oh, wait. District of Columbia unlawful entry and trespass laws. Possible penalties. If the property is private, the offense is punishable by up to 180 days in jail and fines up to 1,000. If the property is public, the offense is punishable by 6 months in jail and or fines up to $2,500. Excuse me. Is this a felony? I'm not a lawyer. It's not my area of expertise. So,
Nick, you want to help us out here?
I think Nick's probably busy. Criminal trespassing. I don't see anything about the word felony, though, being used here. I do not. Now, I don't know. Oh, okay. It is a class 1 misdemeanor.
There you go.
So it's a misdemeanor charge, so they plead guilty to get rid of it. Because it's a fucking misdemeanor.
Yeah, there's no way
obviously, that's what's happening. They are pleading guilty to get... Now, if they've been charged with sedition, that's a little bit different. But of those 476 people, or whatever it was, Anna, the vast majority of them were charged with trespassing, which is, again, a misdemeanor. In the people's house, of course, makes it more ironic.
Only 2 oath keepers, right, that pleaded guilty to sedition, except no, they weren't the only 2. Oh, wow, look at this headline from Associated Press, January 23rd, 2023. 4 oath keepers convicted of January 6th seditious conspiracy.
4.
The fact that they were... Oh, how...
4.
Actually, Anna, this is not helping your case, considering that none of the evidence that has now been shown by Tucker Carlson was available in any of these trials. The video footage was not available, was not present in these trials. As we're going to get into, some of these people probably should have these cases declared mistrials, because the United States government, who was prosecuting these people, did not put forward evidence that they had on record. Again, it was the speaker who gave it to Tucker Carlson. The U.S. government had this the entire time.
So sedition comes up quite a bit in not only the charges, but also the guilty pleas.
Yeah, so...
Quite a bit. 4 cases out of 476? What's the statistics on that real quick?
That's less than 1%.
Well, obviously, but let's I think the number was 476. Could be wrong, but I believe it was that. So it was 4. It is 0.008, which is significantly less than 1%. Would make it
It's about the chance of COVID killing me.
0.08% chance. 0.08%.
Yeah, about the same chance of COVID killing me.
Lunatic. Loon. Dear God. I mean, they just sit here and lie and spin.
News
it's
just
unbelievable.
In. Anna's full of shit. Yeah.
Whoa. How revelatory.
A couple of different conclusions I reach from this. So number one is, look, there's a lot of different ways to look at everything, right? And so
No, there's really not.
No, there isn't really, Jen.
No, there really isn't.
That's not
Chunk.
true at all.
No, there's really not.
There's one way to look at your weight. You're a fat fuck.
You are a big fat buffalo man. Yeah, there's one way to look at that.
That's why his audience, which is predisposed to believing what Tucker Carlson is saying, looking at those tiny snippets out of 40,000 hours of video where he shows you the one part where they're bashing in the door, the windows, etc. It's like a couple of hooligans. But then he shows them walking around in the times they weren't chanting, hang Mike Pence, hang Mike Pence.
You want to cover the part where the Q shaman, who has been sentenced to 4 years in jail, gave a prayer to the police officers after he was led into the House chamber? You want to cover that part, Chunk?
Probably not.
Of course not.
And he shows them walking around and people go, oh, look, they're just walking. It doesn't seem.
The astonishing thing is that they've contradicted themselves over the course of 8 minutes, because they started out by showing Tucker Carlson showing clips of the violence. Or if you want to call it violence, the destruction. How about that? You know?
Petty vandalism.
You cannot even be consistent within an 8-minute segment.
Again, it's the Young Turks, so it's not be surprised.
It's amazing, isn't it? I actually find this, this is typically next level. They're always next level. But this one's, I love it. I love it I hate it, but it's
funny.
As a psychologist or social scientist, it's fascinating.
Seemed like a mad crowd. And look, there's a cop there. By the way, I also want to know why the cops weren't arresting everyone and didn't shoot into the crowd, which they most definitely would have if those protesters.
You mean like they did on Ashley Babbitt? Wow, I can't believe he said that. Didn't shoot into the crowd, Chunk.
What did
they shot?
I want to see what he has said.
Let me go back, because listen to this. He just said that cops would have shot into the crowd if it was a left wing fiery up peaceful protest, but they didn't shoot into the crowd at this one.
I know why the cops weren't arresting everyone and didn't shoot into the crowd, which they most definitely would have if those protesters were Black Lives Matters or Muslim or whatever. You all know.
Okay.
Oh, come on. Fuck off, Jenk.
First of all, they did gas the crowd, okay? They did use, dispersion gas or whatever it's called to get the crowd to break up. They also, a Capitol Police officer, Chunk, shot a veteran in the neck. Curious how he won't talk about that.
Also, Jenk, the reason why they might have shot other people if they were part of BLM or like any other particular group is because when those fuckers show up, shit gets set on fire.
Yeah, they set federal buildings on fire.
Yes.
Like, this is a federal building.
They caused literally billions of dollars worth of damage.
Yep.
This is no fucking damage.
No, it's not billions.
No one is armed, you idiots. So yeah, there's a reason why the police might take, more aggressive actions against those people, because they're not the same fucking league, you fat bastard.
I know.
What a stupid fucking comparison.
I know.
Know that. Even if you're a right winger, you know that. Anyways,
no.
So he shows them what.
No, Chunk.
It's not about politics. It's stupid.
Also, we debunked your nonsense real time, instantaneously. This is one of the reasons I don't like to actually watch these videos before we go live, because I want to be surprised. I'll skip through them a little bit, and then I go, ooh. Also, Chunk's been having a meltdown on Twitter. He's been having a little melty on Twitter as well about this since it came out. Why not? But I'm sure he's being
Eat a sandwich. That's bad.
Eat a sandwich?
Well, yeah.
Well,
one.
Chunk does not need any more sandwiches.
No, I said one, not 6.
Well, he doesn't need any more. He's had too many.
Eat a sandwich, not eat 9.
he can't help himself.
What they want to see. And can you find that needle in that haystack? Yes, you can. You can find almost any needle in any haystack. By the way,
what are you talking about?
So you just, Jenk, out of curiosity, you don't think people in the January 6th committee did that?
Well, wait a minute. Talking about finding a needle in the haystack. We just went over the percentages. 0.06 or 0.08% of the rioters who pled guilty.
Yeah, that seems more like the needle in the haystack.
Actually were charged with sedition. That is a needle in the haystack statistically. 0.08%.
Yeah, that's fucking minuscule.
It's 0.008 out of, so it's 0.08%. That's nuts.
Oh yeah, Aldegasa, you also saw the Norm MacDonald tweet. I saw that as well and I laughed my ass off.
Aw, I love Norm Macdonald.
Yeah,
Rip.
God bless him.
God bless. He's cracking jokes in heaven, man.
That's an old mainstream media trick to find one little thing that someone has done wrong and then define them by it.
Coming from you, that's
after they spent the beginning of this segment trying to paint Tucker Carlson with a negative brush because he says he hates Trump. That is, oh my God, what a holy grail of just absolute irony. Oh, Spoon, I hadn't watched. This is why I'm so happy. Like I said, this is why I don't watch the clips all together beforehand, because I want my live reaction to the insanity of the Young Turks. They are so. He has no idea. He probably didn't know that Anna was going to talk about Tucker supposedly hating Trump. So he's just going on his pre-prepared rant and didn't know that was going to happen. It's my guess. Wowee. Or is he just that clueless? I don't know. One or the other. Either way, it's astonishing.
I don't know which one is more likely. Probably the clueless one, to be honest.
Yes, probably.
I don't think.
In this case, he's finding one little thing that they did. Well, I don't even know that it's okay. It's still breaking and entering, even if you're, at some point walked while you were inside the building that you broke and entered into.
Okay.
So you are admitting that is what they did there.
Yeah.
Okay. So
well, that is a large.
That
lad,
is at least a step in the right direction.
That is a rotund boy, but. Not Chunk, the other guy. I mean, Chunk's rotund as well, but we have footage now, which you're not going to show, I would imagine, of the cops waving people in.
Yeah.
If someone comes and knocks on my door, and I wave them inside and say, "Oh yeah, here you go," how the fuck is that breaking and entering?
No, seems more like an invitation.
Sure seems like it to me, but I don't know. Maybe I'm a pleb to Chunk. I just don't understand. He is a lawyer, by the way. Interesting how he's not going to look at any of the law behind this. Yes. Chunk has a law degree. Isn't that astonishing? Yeah.
Sounds like it doesn't really mean much.
Nope.
While you were chanting about murdering someone.
I mean, there's one other portion from his segment yesterday that I thought was...
Didn't talk about the fact that the Q shaman also led a prayer to the police in the House chamber to thank them for helping them. To thank them for their support. Who was chanting about murdering, by the way? Was it Ray Epps? Was it Ray Epps who was chanting about murdering people? Why don't you name who it was? Why won't you specify? Why don't you show the clip?
The thing that's weird to me is the thing that's weird to me that I don't get is why don't you just show Tucker's footage and then debunk that?
Yep, that they won't, will they?
Was telling, because listen to what he says as you're watching footage of U.S. lawmakers running for their lives.
Oh, were they running for their lives? Let's see.
The surveillance footage we reviewed shows that famous clip was a sham, edited deceptively by the January 6th committee. The clip was propaganda, not evidence. The actual videotape shows that Hawley was one of many lawmakers being ushered out of the building by Capitol Hill police officers. And in fact, Hawley was at the back of the pack. The coward tape was a lie, one of many from the January 6th.
They're completely surrounded by police. We know that the shit that AOC talked about was nonsense. Because I was hiding in my bathroom. They came in and said, "Get out of here." It was a police officer, of course, who said that to her. She tried to frame it as if it was a rioter, whatever term you want to use. It was not. They were never in any danger. The police escorted everybody this entire time. The entire idea that anyone, actually, I think in retrospect, that anyone would have believed that the Capitol Police, who are all armed, were not in control of the situation the entire time is ludicrous. Yes, of course they were.
6th committee.
How exactly is it a lie as you're literally showing the audience that lawmakers they're not being ushered. They are running for their lives.
Wow.
That's not running for your life.
I mean, they are running, to be fair, but you're adding your meaning onto
so
it.
If you run for your life, you'd run faster than that.
Maybe. They are running. I will agree to that. I think that
that's a brisk jog, yeah.
Obviously trying to frame it differently. Now, I would admit that if you were in that situation, they're probably being told, like, hey, the building's been breached, get the fuck out. You'd probably have a brisk jog as well. I don't know. I'm a little bit up on the air on that one. I do, however, think Anna's being disingenuous.
You can see it in 2 eyes. It is insane that he literally shows the footage as he says that. And look, there's like a chorus of...
It's really not insane, Anna. It's really not.
Right-wing media types who are like, oh yeah, did you see Tucker Carlson's segment? Nailed it.
No, guy. No, I'm not exaggerating at all, and I'm not kidding when I say this should be studied by science. Because he says the opposite of the tape. And I guarantee you 99.9% of the people that watch that tape believe him 100%.
It's insane.
Well, no.
Should be studied by science? Well, Chunk.
I think your die needs to be studied by science.
Hello, Goyam. I'm just thinking of a really hilarious clip from Razor Fist stream, but hello, Chunk.
Also, Jank,
as a social scientist.
Jank,
no.
If I see a whole bunch of people walking in the Capitol and the police led them, I'm under the impression that the people jogging, it doesn't matter if they were briskly walking, it doesn't matter if they were fucking moonwalking at the building. Nothing would have happened to them either way.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like, what the fuck?
Chang, do you want a scientist to study this? Like, I have not done any actual research in a minute. But you want to think 99.8% of people, now, it's really easy to conduct this study. My brain still thinks this way, even though I haven't been in college for a minute. Really easy to, you could do it the exact same way that you did the Nixon debate. Not Nixon, Ronald Reagan debate, excuse me. Was it Nixon or Reagan?
What are we talking about?
Yeah, Nixon. The famous debate between Nixon and Kennedy. It was the first televised. It was the very first televised.
With the heat on the radio?
Yes, the very first televised presidential debate.
Kennedy
and
Nixon.
When people who watched it, Nixon was sick. Okay, he had the flu or something. I think he was like really sick, and he's under these. At that time, the lights that they used were super hot to light the studios, and Nixon's just sweating bullets. Not because I think he's nervous. One, he was sick, and two, it was really hot. And Kennedy looks cool and calm. People who watch that debate, it's one of the most famous studies in my field of research. People who watched the debate thought Nixon. They heard the same audio. But when they watched it, they thought Nixon lost the debate. They thought he performed poorly and that Kennedy won. When they listened to the debate, they thought that Nixon was the better interlocutor. The curious thing is that they reconducted that study like 35 years later, found the same results. So, because they thought, well, maybe there could have been, current political climate, and the people in that replication didn't know who the fuck. Generally, they had no idea about the actual policies or politics of Nixon nor Kennedy. So, yeah, you could really easily do this. You show it with Tucker Carlson playing the footage, and show it with just the audio version, and see how people feel. That's a really good way you can conduct the study, Chunk. I know that you're scientifically illiterate, even though you talk about science all the time, but that's a good way that you can conduct that research. You could do it very easily and very quickly. Actually, I should write that down to think about it later because I'll forget. But yeah, would be not difficult.
And in fact, Anna's 100% right. You go on social media right now, every right-winger is saying, vindicated! The Democrats are so evil, the way they manipulated all those tapes!
What? Yeah, you are.
Tapes! Oh my God, they're talking, you believe? But the tapes showed them running, and Tucker's main defense is that Hawley was in the back of the pack of the people who were running for their lives.
Tucker,
how does that show that the video is altered? It literally says the video.
He didn't say the video was altered at all. What are you talking about? Have you actually lost your mind, Cenk? He didn't say the video was altered. He said, no one's seen this video. Because no one has seen it up until now. You absolute loon.
It was not altered. And they literally were afraid for their lives, including Hawley. It proves the exact opposite of what he was saying on tape. But I guarantee you, nearly 100% of the 3 million or so people that watched Tucker Carlson last night,
It's way more than that. That's why you're freaking out. You're freaking out because way more than 3 million people watched this.
All believed what he said and not what their lying eyes were telling them.
Oh, how funny. How funny. He uses the term lying eyes when that's exactly what the Democrats have been, and the left has been saying since this stuff came out, is don't believe your lying eyes. Don't look at what you're seeing. It's not real. Not real. This is their best, Spoon. This is all they've got. Wow. Are you astonished?
Amazing. I swear to God it should be studied by science.
Well, guys, would you like me to study this by science? It's not hard. Like, this would not be a difficult. I do have to write it down though. Okay. Hang on. I have to write it down so I don't forget. We're gonna do a comparative analysis analysis of Tucker Carlson J6. It's with wholly running audio v video. We can do that real easily. Now the only problem the reason why I don't do more statistics, like actual personal analysis, is because my way of getting information out to people and getting like a survey out to people is my Twitter. And the problem with that is that my Twitter is extremely right-leaning, as you would expect. So, however, I could ask, I was gonna say, like, I'd ask my left-wing friends, and it's like, oh, my left-wing friends aren't really that left-wing, are they? But we could certainly conduct this analysis. I will try to do it. No, you know what I'll do? It's a really simple survey. I can pay SurveyMonkey to do it. If you would like to fund the survey, I can do it. If you fund it, I will then have to be compelled to do it. But it's a really, really simple analysis. I can put it up on SurveyMonkey or another similar site. I know how to use SurveyMonkey. I know how to set up a whole thing. Now, it would not be a published study, but it would be something that I could show you with data. I would publish the full data set so people could double check me, make sure that I didn't do anything wrong, because I can make mistakes. I am not a official ordained science member of the science, as you know, Fauci would say. However, it should be something that would be extremely easy to conduct to find out if Chunk's claims here are accurate. And it would take, you conduct it over the course of a week in terms of data collection. It would take me, I'm going to be honest, about 5 minutes to run it through SPSS, statistical analysis program.
Yep.
Yeah.
By the way, whenever you want to do lies like this, you sprinkle in a couple of things that are true that everybody can say, well, I mean, that's definitely, that guy is walking, Hawley is in the back. Well, I guess those things are true, right? And one of the
How hilarious. Just, oh my goodness.
Well, at least
things that are true is that a lot of the people in that building.
What'd you say, Smith?
I say at least admits that.
That there are some elements of truth to the literal footage.
Yeah.
This is just
But
straight up
we'll
footage he shows. Yeah, that's it. This is the most amazing. That's why we had to do 2 shows, guys, because this is just, the cope is just astonishing.
If not most of them, not almost all of them, truly believed that Trump had won the election and that Biden had stolen it. And so that's why, in a lot of ways, directing our anger and our wrath and our laws against these guys, while justified for the.
Yeah, it's not like people in the media would lie over and over again.
No, never.
Never.
Oh,
crimes that they committed.
Real quick, the reason why I said it would have to be funded is because I had to pay. If I do this, I had to pay participants to complete the survey, and if I want a good sample, which now. I've talked about this before, but a representative sample you can get with about 100 people. It's not great though. You really want about 500 people though for a really good sample. Really good sample, about 500
so like
people.
Over 1,000 is really good.
Oh, 1,000 is great. 1,000 is, like the Scott Adams thing, is 1,000 is fantastic. But if you go into those data, you want to see what the representative sample is. You need to do demographic variables. So I need to know, like, how do you consider yourself, politically? People can lie about that. However, generally speaking, we have found over the course of 100 years of this kind of data collection, people don't lie on anonymous surveys, generally speaking. Now, under the current gestalt, maybe they would, but this is something that could be done extremely easily.
Yeah, that is.
This is such a Chunk is asking for scientists please respond. Academics, please respond. Chunk is asking.
I don't know what
I think I could answer, because no, he's saying, like, if Tucker hadn't said that, or people hadn't seen the video, that it would influence their opinion. Well, I could very easily find out the answer to that, Chunk. I don't want people to necessarily fund this because I think it's really like gay and simplistic. I think we know the answer, but I could provide a very simple answer to Chunk. It'd take me about a week to do it. Just saying, not hard. I have to reinstall it. Well, I have SPSS on my laptop. I just don't have it on my desktop.
Is Mr. because it should be at the people who actually led the proceedings, the people who organized the actual coup. But the problem with legislators, including Democrats, and most especially Democrats, is that they love.
There was no coup. It's like the worst coup ever.
You just saw people like. And the thing that they don't show is that they're literally they're cleaning up after themselves. Yes, someone took a shit on Nancy Pelosi's desk, but they're also cleaning up after themselves. You don't show that part, do you, Chunk?
I've used it for a
Literally.
Yeah.
And so they're never going to punish Bannon or Navarro or Trump. Never, ever, ever. They're just going to use it for political talking points. Instead, they're going to take it out on those schmucks who I think genuinely did believe that Trump had won. But why did they believe Trump had won? Because guys like Tucker Carlson, behind the scenes, said Trump is a demonic force and he will destroy everything in his path. And I don't want it to be us. That's the rest of that.
He said that 3 years ago, Chunk.
Quote, I don't want it to be us. That was a super active, conscious decision to.
Yeah, it wasn't because people saw all kinds of shady shit on election day. It wasn't because, hey, we're going to stop counting at 1 o'clock in the fucking morning. It wasn't because somehow, several hours later, while Trump was over 1 million fucking votes ahead in 5 swing states, somehow they managed to find several thousand votes and he loses that lead in the course of like 5 fucking days mysteriously out of nowhere. It couldn't possibly be that.
Yeah, you want me to show the video of the people covering up the voting centers' windows so you couldn't look into them?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It couldn't possibly be.
I mean, like, you can just look at the graph.
Like,
the graph,
no election in U.S. history ever, as far as I'm aware, takes like 4.5 fucking days post the election day to count ever.
Not recently, obviously in the past.
It couldn't possibly be because of that, Jank, at all. No.
Yeah,
no,
Also, I agree with Furious Dan. Tucker is an actor. I have no special loyalty to him. I agree 100%. I have no loyalty to Tucker whatsoever. However, I think he's.
I do like him pissing everyone off, though.
I like him pissing everybody off. I do like that part. But I have no loyalty to Tucker, and I don't trust anybody in the mainstream media. I don't trust anybody on Fox.
I trust Trump.
I don't trust Trump. I don't trust anybody.
I trust his ego.
There's a couple of people I do trust.
Me.
Sort of. Yeah, I trust you. There are people who I trust, but I don't trust Trump. I don't trust DeSantis. I don't trust Fox News. I don't trust Tucker Carlson. And I think that is the healthy way that at this point in the media landscape that we live in, for everybody to feel. I think that's accurate. El D'Agosto, this is how Stitch still defends this and Dev.
Oh my God, really?
I'd be interested. Well, I don't think they've responded to this. I don't think it just happened. So I'd be interested in seeing how Stitch and Dev respond to it, because even if they don't consider me a friend, I consider them friends. And I do think that they've had some blind spots, but they think I have blind spots, and that's just how people are.
Yeah, it's because you're a monarchist.
That's fine. I don't care about that.
It's not your blind spot. That's your fucking accurate spot.
But it's the reality of how people are. We disagree on things, so I would be interested in seeing how they're going to react to this.
Lie to his audience because he was afraid of both his audience and Trump. So he makes that active decision. We're going to lie to all these people and tell them that Trump won the election. And then once they say that over and over again, January 6th was inevitable. Of course, you were going to get some percentage of right-wingers who were going to say, oh, should we commit violence to take back the government that is ours?
Where was the violence, Chunk?
It's like the worst case
breaking
of
windows,
ever.
breaking windows. Compare it to them burning down a federal building in Portland. Come on. Or trying to. They didn't manage to, but they tried to. The massive fires, destruction of property. I can't even imagine what it must be like to live inside of Chank's head and have to constantly just lie to yourself. I think that's how we are, but that's just projection. It's just pure projection. Like, look, I don't know. Actually, from your perspective, this is a good question to ask, I guess, for you, Spoon.
Because I'm a guy.
Do you think that I'm overly fair towards the left? That I try to take their perspective?
Yes.
Because I try to. I really do.
Yes. I think you're kind of gullible at times.
I think that is a criticism, a real criticism that could be lobbed at me. But these people would never say that about me.
I'm waiting for you to snap, actually.
No.
I'm waiting for the day. It's going to happen.
No,
it is inevitable.
No. I've been doing this longer than you, my dude. And in fact, I've gotten I used to be so angry. And then I found Jesus, and like that anger just went away. Now, I'm not suggesting that for anybody else. You don't have to believe in Jesus or anything, but just for me, that's what worked. I almost died also. That helped. Once you, like, that is a thing that's weird. It's like when you have like a near-death experience, I think it really changes your life. You know? And your outlook on things.
Apparently with people you know, yes.
For me personally.
Yes.
It did.
We've been told our lives is ours and ours only. of course they were going to do that, was Tucker and the rest of Fox News made the fateful decision.
What the fuck are you talking about, Cenk? What right-winger do you know talks like this? Have you ever spoken to a right-winger in your entire life? Well, you think Jimmy is right-wing at this fucking point.
Yeah, he thinks Jimmy is the most right-wing person he's ever talked to in his mind.
Well, in the last 5 years, probably.
Yeah.
Probably yes, actually.
Sure. Yeah.
That they would support Donald Trump's lies rather than show people what the actual reality is. Actually do news. And so to this...
pressing X to doubt.
Yeah.
Like smashing the fuck out of it, actually. The news. You think like you do not do damage control for the DNC? Like, get the fuck out of here. Like, even Anna's face is like, yeah, we don't really do that, Cenk.
Well, the thing is that the TYT built their entire brand on we hate the Democrats. We're alternative Dems. We're socialists. We're way further left than the Democrat. Well, they actually not really. That's their current brand. They started as being like, let's just make fun of politics in general, and then they became insufferable.
They used to do segments about guessing celebrities' cooches.
I used to watch Young Turks.
Yeah, because they used to be funny back at some point.
They were funny 10 years ago. And now they're just...
And it would be considered horribly sexist by today's standards. Like, if you look at it like several years ago.
They are utterly bought and paid for by the Democrat Party. It's really funny and ironic when they say that kind of shit about Tucker Carlson, because we have the documents and proof to show that you actually are paid for by the Democrats and by Qatar, interestingly.
This day, he's still not doing news. He's doing the exact opposite.
I mean, he is terrified of the audience. And that is what has been made very clear through the text messages, the depositions, all the information that we have learned so far through the Dominion defamation lawsuit against Fox News. It is a publicly traded company. They are concerned about the value of their shares.
Dude, that's every company, first of all, number one. And two,
good luck.
Dude, what the fuck does this have to do?
Now,
what does that have to do with January 6th?
Oh, it doesn't have to do with January. Well, sort of, tangentially it does.
Yeah, who's Hamilton? That was the one.
Now, if Dominion... There's a reason why Dominion won't actually end up taking this to court, and I'll tell you why. Dominion would have to, in discovery, open themselves up for the Fox News lawyers to look into what they did. They are gonna...
That might be quite bad.
They're gonna throw around the word that they're gonna... The lawsuit. It will never happen. Now, if I'm wrong about that, call me out. I do not think that there will actually come to fruition a lawsuit between Dominion and Fox News, because a lawsuit will allow Fox News to conduct discovery, and they will never allow that to happen, because what would happen is what we're going to see here in a few moments with the stuff that has come out about January 6th.
And they're terrified that their audience is going to abandon them for an outlet that's even further to the right.
Such as?
Well, no, but I don't think so. Everybody who... Let me ask you this. Like, we're conservatives, so we will occasionally watch Fox News. But we're further right than Fox News. Fox News is very, very mainstream.
Yes.
What do you mean, like, abandon
very,
them?
very right.
But the people who, like, no, but regular people who watch, like, okay, my mom, she's a normie, right? I mean, I know she listens, so I love you, Mom, but you're a bit of a normie. She watches Fox News. Yeah, you're a normal person. Is what it means. Like, that's all it means, is you're a normal person. So she watches Fox News and listens to Fox News. She's not gonna like go down some insane rabbit hole and end up on Stormfront or some shit. Like, that's ridiculous.
And so they are willing to not only engage in revisionist history, but honestly, anyone who has two brains.
How is this revisionist?
Oh, hang on. The lawsuits. Hang on. Sorry. Pause. The lawsuit's currently happening. Ooh, no, they Clover. Thank you. That's gonna be real bad for them, because they're gonna have to do discovery. I can't believe they went through with that. Yeah, my dad likes OAN. I don't think my mom watches OAN, but my dad watches OAN for sure, or did. I don't know. My dad does not watch my streams because I curse too much, according to him.
And by that,
the other would watch that segment and be deeply.
He doesn't like curse words, and I've really tried to clean up my stuff on that.
Oh fuck, sorry, sir.
Yeah.
Insulted by Tucker Carlson insulting their intelligence. I get
he's not.
confirmation.
Yeah, he's insulting your intelligence by showing you the footage insulting your intelligence. What nonsense. You're in the chat, say hi to my mom, because she does watch, I think, almost every stream. She's always here. She watches it after the fact. She's not normally here, in the chat. But yeah. Well, she's never in the chat, but she's... It'd be so weird if she was like, hi.
Bias, I get that we all want to believe things that we have preconceived notions about. But reality matters, living in reality matters, and for the Republicans out there...
Coming from you people, that is hilarious.
From a subjectivist relativist who doesn't believe in reality. That's very cute.
Who, for some reason, feel this, I don't know, it's almost like this knee-jerk reaction in providing cover for the Capitol rioters. Just don't.
Or it's to say that here's what actually happened behind the scenes.
Yep.
I mean...
Oh, thank you, chat.
Yeah, everyone in the chat's very friendly.
Right? How does it help you? How does it help the Republican Party? How does it help conservatives and their ideology in any way to provide cover for folks who very clearly broke into the Capitol?
It doesn't. Do you ever think that this is?
It's not about politics, and it's just common sense.
Whoa! What a fucking self-report, Anna. Not everything that we do is based on trying to further our political narrative.
Yes.
We're interested in truth. You can't understand that because you're so invested in this insanity. You can't figure it out. That some of us actually care about truth. That's it. I know. Wow.
Mask off
moment. What a mask off moment. That the only things that she does, the only things that she does on the Young Turks is to sell a narrative. She does nothing that for any other reason. And she cannot understand why Tucker Carlson would release this because she can't understand what it would do for his political side. That's the biggest self-report you could possibly make. Dang.
Someone in the chat's asking, what do you say to my mom?
Hi, Mom.
She doesn't watch
Hi to your mom. Oh, to your mom.
Your son's
Why not,
kind of
Mister,
an
whose
asshole.
name you accidentally doxed to me earlier?
No one would ever guess my name.
You are right. I thought I guessed your name, and I was totally wrong for like 8 months. Yeah. Now you accidentally doxed yourself to me.
I don't mind for God's sakes.
I know you don't, but you were like, you'll never guess it. You'll never guess it.
And to be fair, now that you've seen it, you would never have guessed that.
Oh, I told you, no, I never would have.
Yeah.
I didn't know that was a name.
Yeah, exactly. That's why when someone says like, "Oh, guess your name," like, I like it when people say like, "Guess my name," and they just like, it's not a name you've ever heard of.
Mm-hmm.
So you're never going to guess that. Like, you're basically thinking of names that I've never heard of. Like, good fucking luck with guessing that. So that's never gonna happen.
But now I know it, sir.
My surname is
Doxed.
really very common.
We've made memes about that before, but yeah.
Chanted all the things and tried to reverse the results of our democratic process.
Chanted all kinds of violent things. Again, is it Ray Epps who chanted all kinds of violent things? I don't know.
You said like
other than being terrified about his audience,
yeah.
He also has no respect for them.
No, he doesn't. He talks to them as if they're morons.
Yeah, it's number one. He thinks he doesn't respect them enough to tell them the truth and then adjust their expectations, opinions, etc., and his own to fit the facts rather than their preconceived opinions, right? But secondarily, even more devastatingly, he thinks these guys are a bunch of morons. They're never going to figure out the truth. They're never going to figure out that I'm brazenly lying to them, even though I'm on the record in a court case with definitive quotes.
It is funny. He says they're never going to figure out that I'm brazenly lying to them. Well, Chank, I have figured out that you're brazenly lying to your audience. Yep.
That's
cute.
Chank, you know, there's just some things that you should never say because, like, at this point in time, you can fucking project fucking PowerPoint presentation with your forehead. Like,
yeah, I know,
just,
right?
Like, insane.
Take a screenshot there. It was a good face on my side, but yeah.
Where I know for a fact that it was not stolen and that they're a bunch of schmucks, but I'm gonna lie to them over and over and over again. Guys, every once in a while, people will criticize me, say, Cenk, you're too tough on right-wing voters.
You are, I think you are.
Okay, I'm not.
Wow, astonishing for Anna to say that. That's another good screenshot, hang on. But it's astonishing to hear Anna say that. You're tough on right-wing voters, but you've been this way for years. You are openly hateful, and that's why nobody will listen to you outside of people like us outside of people who totally buy in. They listen to you only to hear
God.
affirmations of your nonsense, or they listen to you because they watch streams like mine or Hard Bastards.
He looks like a fucking Kurdish Buddha in that second one.
Anywhere near on right-wing voters as Tucker Carlson is.
Oh, that's a good point.
Tucker Carlson thinks they are the dregs of society, just the very bottom of the barrel, just the.
No, that's what you think.
Oh my god, my mom is in the chat. Hang on, pause. My mom is in the chat. Hey, Mom.
Does that mean we have to behave now?
No, we don't have to behave. But my mom. Oh my! I thought she might be. Oh, my mom is in the chat. That's awesome. Hi, Mom.
Dumbest people in the whole wide world who couldn't see the truth, even if he puts it in video form right in front of them.
I wouldn't be surprised if he mocked them after that segment.
I guarantee you he had a belly laugh. And then just.
What the fuck is wrong with you, Cenk? What are you talking about?
He's a lunatic. He's a lunatic.
Morning when he sees all of those moron
What is in their cups?
Cocaine.
Okay.
Pundits online go, oh yeah, they were just tourists and sightseers.
It wouldn't surprise me if there was some upper laced in his fucking cup. Like I'm so, like
he's always like this. No, he's always like this though.
No, I agree, but I'm just saying he's done this for a long freaking time. What I do not understand is he is the fattest man that I've seen move so much and never lose any weight.
Yeah, how does he like expend so much energy on all of his anger, but he's still so fucking fat? Astonishing.
Man, Tucker proved it. He must have had another round of laughs. Look at all these, not only my viewers, but the so-called.
I'm starting to understand why. I'm starting to understand, Cenk, why Fox News kicks the shit out of you, because you are more of a clown show than you are a news organization.
Yeah, he's just sitting there. I'm done with this. Like we get the fucking. It was hilarious. However, this one's also very short.
Nuts.
This is the one we have to worry about with the copyright, but it's only like 2 minutes. This is the Daily Show, which I didn't know the Daily Show was still on.
Who the fuck is this guy?
I don't know. I have no idea who he is. He is the guy who hosts the Daily Show now, though. And let's watch, like, as you can see, it's a 9-minute video, but they covered the January 6th stuff for about 2 minutes. So, let's watch it.
Watching Fox News last night because...
Ha 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 ha. The mild audience laughter.
Because apparently I hate my life. But I learned something, you know.
Let me tell you what. I watched The Young Turks just now because I also hate my life. Not really. It's not true. I actually love my life. I'm doing pretty good. But
I
don't like watching The Young Turks. Yeah, I like watching them freak out. As I enjoy watching you, whoever you are, freak out. Not Jon Stewart, not Stephen Colbert. Person. No, this guy. I don't know who he is. Whoever this dude is who's running the Daily Show now.
You know how the whole world remembers January 6th as the day a bunch of violent Trump fans stormed into the Capitol?
Yeah, you remember that fake shit that you made up about how it was 9/11 to Electric Boogaloo and how that wasn't actually accurate and we could have known that even from the time? Oops.
Well, according to Fox News, we just got the footage wrong.
You get the footage wrong, you didn't have the footage.
You didn't have the footage. What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, interesting, right?
Fox News host Tucker Carlson aired the first clips of the unseen January 6th surveillance footage given to him by Speaker Kevin McCarthy. On his show last night, he said the insurrection was mostly peaceful chaos, adding that the people who forced themselves into the Capitol weren't, quote, insurrectionists, they were sightseers.
We're going to get inside with footage.
It's Marlon Wayans from Scary Movie. That's who that is? I don't watch the Daily Show because nobody does. But that's Marlon Wayans. I didn't recognize him. He's the guy from Scary Movie. Oh my god. That's the guy from Scary Movie.
No, it isn't.
Also, Big Christopher 2 says, cack is gonna cack. Smearing is the game. Sorry, I missed that super chat earlier. Dang. I didn't realize how it's hilarious.
The Capitol. And that video tells a very different story about what happened on January 6th. Protesters queue up in
literally someone cleaning it up.
They give each other tours outside the speaker's office. They take cheerful selfies and they smile.
The laugh track, I don't think that's actual audience laughing. Maybe it is. But even if it's real audience, if it is real audience laughing, it's so muffled that that muffled level of laughter is that they're shown the laugh sign.
Wait, that's
right?
Wait, that's the guy who played Shorty?
Yeah.
Get the fuck out of here.
Apparently, apparently.
Shorty, you used to be funny.
You used to be funny. I know, dude. What the heck? Flamenco says you're just a masochist, Aiden. We all are. To a certain degree, we have to be to engage with politics, don't we?
They're not destroying the Capitol. They obviously revere the Capitol.
And you know that they've got signs up to say to boo.
Yeah,
they've got a sign that says to yay and to boo. And it's so muffled though, because what did you show? Nothing that was in any way reprehensible or disagreeable. Tucker was showing the actual stuff, and you don't know how to respond to this.
So walking into a building.
Right. So you're having a little bit of a melty, aren't you?
Like just look at this go back like a second ago.
Mm-hmm.
Look at the people, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Walking into that building. There is no coordination in that at fucking all.
No, obviously not.
They look confused as fuck walking in that place.
They do look confused, yeah.
Like if there was organization, this was an actual coup, people would know what the fuck to do, where to go, and do some shit. They walk in there and like, wow, we're inside, and then they just like wander.
Yeah, they're literally wandering around, being actually escorted by Capitol Police officers.
Black ass.
Wait, sorry.
Of course, you have to racially
smile.
Of course, obviously.
The Capitol. They obviously revere the Capitol.
Sightseeing my black ass.
Ha ha! You are black. Ha ha ha! That means you're correct about everything.
Go back to smoking weed. You were funny that way.
It's unbelievable.
Your cop on your way in, you're not sightseeing.
Nope.
If the cops open the door for you and lead you around, you kind of are sightseeing.
Doesn't it make you just? Aren't you just transported by the absolute nonsense of this stuff? That it's wrong to punch a cop at the Capitol, but otherwise you should always punch cops because all cops are bastards, as this man I'm sure believes, and has espoused on his show. The leftist narrative is that all cops are bastards, so shouldn't you punch a cop? Because they're all bastards. It's ACAB. I'm sorry. I thought that was the narrative.
It's very strange.
Oh, well, now it's not. Now you must respect the office of being a police officer. Hasselhoff for 5 says, I never noticed the Daily Show has the same abbreviation as Trump derangement syndrome. Oh, God, it does. Strangely appropriate. Also, hi, Aiden's mom.
Oh, God, yeah, it does.
It does have the same abbreviation. How interesting, right? What a coinky dink.
Well, to be fair, I want to. I was gonna say Adam and Sitch, also.
Oh, how? Oh, because we are ANS. Yeah. Aiden and Spoon. Yeah. That's just serendipity, man. And I don't want to like, I'm a big fan and fond of Adam and Sitch.
Why I don't know.
Yesterday. Because I like them.
Yeah.
As people.
It's like, you have bad choice of friends.
No, look. Okay, I will be friends with pretty much anybody. I'm very.
That does not make me feel good about being your best friend.
Well, no, hang on. Like, if someone's a pedophile, like, no, like, if you're a pedophile, like, I'm gonna report you to the police and get fuck out of my life. But obviously, like,
well, then
I don't know. When we have a political disagreement, I don't think that should, in any way, affect my choice of people who I like.
I
listen to Adam and Sitch every week. Why listen to Adam and Sitch often now twice every week? And I like their show. I thought that was an interesting show they had the other day, but what they brought in their audience,
I always have a point. So I'm very based. I'm gonna make a really base video.
Certain people in their audience had really. Okay, I'm not gonna. I didn't want to watch the video. I didn't want to respond to it here.
They were mean.
But well, they've been mean to me.
Yeah.
But they did not. Some of them have.
Yes, that's true. By the way, you have friends.
Yeah, I know it's internet friends. There's no such thing. But you're my internet friend. But
yeah, you probably hang out with me in person though.
Yeah, but we'd chill.
And probably drink too much.
Yeah, we'd get way too drunk.
Now you would. I would have to cut you the fuck off.
Yeah, probably true.
Yeah, I'd be like, Aiden, you are being stupid. You gotta stop.
That's bocones,
No, I know it's nice, but it's 53%. Stop.
I gotta show you all the drinks that I've invented.
Oh God.
I've been inventing. I've been collecting over the course of years, like just different liquors, and been like, oh, I'll put this in with this. And what does that do? Ooh, and then it makes something lovely.
Aiden, that's not good. You should really stop that. He says while he has 17 empty whiskey bottles behind him.
Oh yeah.
Legitimate. That's not a joke, by the way.
There's only like another.
If I turned on my camera right now and turn on my light, you go, look, see it right there.
I've seen it.
Collection.
I've seen it, man.
You've seen mine?
I've seen it.
I mean, the audience haven't seen that.
I know. No,
I'm a very strict drinker, actually.
You really got to push me very hard for me to get mad at you. Like that's.
Yeah.
If you're somebody who I have had any interpersonal.
That's because I thought you meant me personally.
No, I'm saying with anybody. Like you have to really do something like terrible to me.
I was gonna say because no one ever stays mad at me. I'm charming as fuck.
Obviously.
Of course, like, I can charm away out of fucking anything.
You know, I've talked about this before, but the reason why I got so upset. The reason why I got so upset about the Kraut stuff that happened, damn, like 4 or 5 years ago.
That's what you get for trying to be friends with Germans.
German funnily enough, he described himself as an Austrian, and then he actually was a German.
Okay.
He just wants to be Kunat Lenin. He wish he was that based, but you know.
That is pretty based as fuck.
Well, yeah.
No offense to
it's always been that. It's always been that case with me. Is where I'll try to be nice to people, and they'll kind of betray me, and I was kind of like, oh, that's shitty, and then just go back into. If you ask me for forgiveness, and many people have not. Like, I don't have a problem with Destiny anymore. Oh, and I have a Destiny thing tonight. Oh God, let's get through this. Because Destiny went on a fucking rant that is so. Destiny went insane. I love it. I wanted to cover it yesterday, but I didn't. Let's get through this so I can cover that stuff amongst other things. It's also Women's Day. I should be allowed to like have control of the streams. It's Women's Day. Let's watch this stupid shit.
You always have control of the fucking stream anyway.
I know. This only goes on for like another like 60 seconds at most because he very quickly blows through this.
You fight seeing. All Tucker Carlson proved is that you can make anything look better by not showing the bad part.
All Tucker, this is their new narrative. You cannot show anything outside of our narrative. They're losing their damn minds, and I'm here for it. I love it.
You can also make something not look good by also showing only the bad parts, by the way.
Exactly.
That goes the same fucking way. Yep. That's a stupid thing to say.
I know. And extra special K for $5 says, Aiden, I'll be your internet friend. Also, I used to like Kraut until the dick splitting? I don't know.
I used to like Kraut as well.
I did too, but sorry, like it's been so long that I have like an instantaneous like what response.
Wait a minute, what Aldegusa, you know other people in servers who don't like me? Tell me what servers so I can go and fucking raid them.
Yeah, he'll go in there. He actively. Like, the thing that I've tried to tell Spoon, it's like don't engage with people. Like just they're losers. Don't engage with them.
Whereas I enjoy controversy and stirring shit.
Spoon is it. No,
I am a shit stirrer. Hence the name Spoon.
What it is, Spoon, is that I've been doing YouTube and internet shit for 6 years. In my mind, you are like a little baby. You don't understand. Like you don't understand how crazy people can get, right? So you are like a little baby. You're gonna figure it out. I can't help you. Children have to figure it out by stepping on nails and stuff.
Morons on the internet. I've been around the internet for fucking ages. What are they gonna do to me? I'm not scared of anyone on the internet. Oh, get the fuck out of here.
They're gonna dox you. I'm just saying it will happen.
No, they
won't.
It
will happen. Yeah, it won't.
No, they won't. Not gonna happen.
They will dox you. No, it will happen. Anyway,
no, it won't. Dude, yeah. I've been on fucking Tommy Sotomayor streams for God's sakes. I've been in the fucking Bella Little Beach and shit. I have freaking defended slavery to a black guy's face.
Actually, on this topic, I want to say something really quickly. Is that what's that dude's name? Oh shit, Mr. Girl. Mr. Girl is apparently working on a anti-Destiny documentary or something. And I was approached by Counterpoints, who I like quite a lot. And Counterpoints asked me if I had anything to add that would go into Mr. Girl's documentary. Like Mr. Girl, from what I understand, is going to try to portray Destiny as a sexual predator And I didn't know that. I want to say this publicly.
What the fuck?
Right now. Because I didn't know that when I responded to ContraPoints, who I would consider a friend. I have nothing wrong with ContraPoints. Counterpoints, excuse me. I like counterpoints. But I didn't know that Mr. Girl was like working on this documentary, whatever, that was going to portray Destiny as a sex predator. And I said, well, hang on. I'll read exactly what I said, because I think that it's probably important. I said, I'd really rather not rehash it because Destiny and I are mostly cool now. Let's just say that his fans did some fucked up shit to me, namely the main reason that I had to leave my university, and that is true. But that's not his fault. That's what I say here. I said some fucked up shit about him as well, though, in response. It wasn't his fault. Also, it was 5 years ago. So I don't want it, if I in any way get brought up in the Max Kierson, Mr. Girl documentary or whatever about Destiny, I said nothing negative about Stephen Bonnell in 5 years. He came onto this channel like a year ago and was maybe not polite, but was very, I think amicable. I have no issue with Destiny whatsoever, and I haven't a thing that I want to talk about Destiny later because I think he's fucking hilarious. Some of the stuff he's been doing. And yes, Mr. Girl is the guy who made the cuties lusting video. So no, I don't want anything to do with Mr. Girl's fucking documentary. Fuck off. I want nothing to do with it. Nope, don't include me. If there are women who have accused Destiny of doing weirdo sexual shit, okay, fine, but not me. Not me ever. Destiny did at one point threaten to sue me, but that was forever ago, and I don't want to have anything to do with it. I just don't care anymore. It's been 5 years. Destiny and I are now cool. Like, mostly cool, at least. So I don't want anything to do with this. I hate I hate drama. This kind of drama. I hate it. People can change. It's the exact same thing that we're talking about with that Tucker Carlson thing. People can change and change their opinions. Let's just finish this, and then I'm gonna have to go use the restroom, and I'll be right back. Okay?
How come they never show 9/11 planes taking off?
Literally still making a 9/11 reference.
That is the shittiest joke.
Wow.
That doesn't even make any fucking sense.
Dreadnought for 5 says, no, they won't dox you. Wow, Spoon really is a magical, innocent Disney prince. Yeah, I know. He doesn't understand how his innocence
piss off that many people.
Spoon, I had like your level of followers when I got doxxed. So yeah, there will be people who will become obsessed and insane.
No, here's the difference between me and you. You have lady parts. I do not.
That is true. It'll probably take you way longer to get doxxed than me. Yeah.
Also, I'm really not that special.
I know, but you are right about that. Like a whammon conservative. Oh, he immediately is like, let's dox this person right now.
Oh, they're not gonna do shit.
In a way, some of this footage is even more disturbing. Like, there was this guy at the riot who was just cleaning shit up.
Yeah, how dare he? I mean, like, the fascinating thing about this clip is that he sees this and he's trying to make a joke about it, but there's no way to make a joke about this.
Yeah, this is clearly insurrection. People who clean.
Let's watch him try, though. He's gonna try to, though. Here, listen to this.
That's a straight up psychopath.
Now it looks like you're on Tucker's side.
Yeah, trying to clean it up makes you a psychopath. Wow. Unbelievable.
I bet this guy goes to the orgies and does Wordle.
Oh my god. I'm gonna skip over a little bit of this because he just talked about this Wordle thing for like a minute, and I literally don't care. Look how long it takes for him to get through his Wordle joke. A full dang minute, essentially. I don't care. Unbelievable.
But enough about January 6th. Let's talk.
That's it. That's the entirety of the Daily Show's coverage.
So they ended it by saying the insurrectionists were cleaning the place up.
Yep, less than 2 minutes of actual coverage.
That's a really weird way to end that segment.
It is bizarre. I'm gonna go have a pee. I will be right back. Hang on. Do you want me to give you something to look at while I have to go away? How about this? I'm going to show you.
I still want to read that anti-woman thing.
Yeah, let's do that too.
That's funny.
Do you want to do that while I? Oh yeah. Okay. That's in a different segment from what I wanted to do.
It's very rude and it's very based.
Can I show you this though? I'm gonna share my screen now. Hang on.
Which is.
I think we don't have any other videos to watch tonight, so yeah, here we go. Okay.
You screenshot.
Most of this should be available, but hang on, I want to read that when I get back. Do you want to just watch that the woman thing? Because even though let's just watch that or read that for a minute while I go to use the restroom. It should take a moment. This is hilarious. It is International Women's Month and Women's Day. So this is a great article. I'm gonna scroll in here.
What the fuck?
I'm sharing my screen. Got it?
No, hold on. What the fuck just happened?
I'm gonna go pee real quick. Be back.
No, hold on a second. This thing's getting fucking. Oh. Give me 1 second. Ah! Why is it so... Hold on. Sorry, this is getting me dead end now because... this is something that... fucking Discord does it. Well, it's not Discord actually, it's fucking OBS that does this. Sometimes it saves settings, and other times it does things that will just piss me the hell off. Oh, now the arrows work. Thank God for that. Sorry, I'm anal about things being symmetry. Gamer words. No, I'm not going to say gamer words. Although I will say I am working on a video called The Case for Segregation. And no, that's not a joke. That is legitimately what the title of the video is going to be called. I can't put it on YouTube, obviously. But I finished a video earlier today, which I have to put on Rumble. I'm not sure what is the title for it. I think I want to call it "The Stupidity of Politics is Gonna Kill Us," because it was an article that I saw on the LA Times, and the article was called something like "Suddenly Flunking Algebra is the Key to Success," something like that. And they were just saying that the West has embraced a culture of underachievement as a means to attain or means to appear relatable. And that's not a really good way. Like, that to me is kind of fucked up. Like, hey, look, I have to appear stupid to appeal to my voters in order to get power. Like, that's... Why do you need to appear stupid in order to say, hey, look, I'm just as dumb as you, vote for me? Like, that's fucking bad. That's not a good way to look. So, that's kind of retarded. So please let's not do that. And then I did like a whole, like a 10-minute video. One of my more intellectual breakdowns. But I did say some base things. I had to go with a certain community. I professed superiority of a certain group. You can probably guess which ones. It's not the small-hatted ones, obviously. What else did I do? Oh yeah, at the end I just said I said a whole bunch of things that I think are actually wrong with the culture of today. And I just bluntly said, like, this is what people want to see and this is what they don't want to see. And I just said, what did I say at the end? I said, people do not want to see diversity because it's a propaganda pushing pile of cat piss. That was the end line. Good times. And the case for segregation is going to be like a part 2 to that. And it's sort of based on the thing that Scott Adams did, which was notice the fucking obvious truth and then spoke about it. And I'm like, This is really dumb. Can we please talk about this? And not just call the guy racist, because that's not really productive. Or sane, or helpful, or in any way fucking useful. It's just kind of retarded. Good times. Small-hatted people, no. No, what's a PC word for these people? Europeans. I didn't say black power, get the fuck out of here. Is degenerate N-word an inside joke? Not on this channel, I don't think. No,
okay, hello. Sorry.
Fucking hell.
Hi, what's up? Did you read through that first part?
No.
Oh, what do you...
I was talking shit.
Oh, okay. Oh, I thought you were going to read this article. It was your article.
Yes, but I think it's funnier if you come...
I'm here. All right. You go ahead. You read it.
What books do I read? I will pretty much read anything. What's the last thing I read? Or what's the last thing I'm in the middle of reading? Probably Notes on Democracy by H.L. Mencken.
Oh, yeah, great. H.L. Mencken,
it's really well written, and it also will massively increase your vocabulary, because H.L. Mencken flexes like a motherfucker.
Yeah. H.L. Mencken, absolutely agree to read his stuff, because it's astonishingly
he slams
prophetic.
democracy like a fucking boss.
Yeah. How long is it? Oh my god, this article is...
I know, but it's really fucking funny.
All right. I know you wanted to read this, so do you want to start with a quote?
The quote's a bit long. Also, it's
Let's
really fucking
tiny. Just start with the article. It's tiny for you?
Yeah, it's minuscule.
Okay, hang on. Is it better?
Yeah, there we go. Okay, there we go.
Let me go up to the beginning. Okay.
Let's see. A couple of months ago, I read Assemblywoman by
Aristophanes.
Oh, there we go.
Aristophanes.
Oh, there we go. Aristophanes. There we go. For those of you not in the know, Aristophanes is pretty much the literal father of comedy, who plays The Night's Wasp and Peace are among the oldest surviving comedies ever written. We're talking about 400 BC here. His perhaps most popular work is Lysistrata. I'm assuming that's how you would say that. A satire about a bunch of wives getting together and...
Yeah, Lysistrata.
There we go. Because, yeah, I don't fucking read Roman literature, so I wouldn't know their fucking words. Like, mine's more like...
Well, it's Greek, not Roman, but okay.
Oh, yeah, Greek, sorry. Fucking hell, it's late. But in terms of modern import, I think Assemblywoman is far most pertinent work. Like, penned in 391 BC, Assemblywoman is basically a Hamburger the motion picture in Athenian form. Not only does have to play revolver on a guy taking a more painful shit than normal about the weight of a field at 3 in the morning, the other half is a parody in which all the women in town dress in drag, take over Congress, and immediately start establishing a communist utopia in all private property is abolished, or all private wealth is abolished, and the local courthouses are demolished and turned into a bureaucratic buffet line, and citizens are literally barred from living in homes with walls. Eventually, the power-hungry Assemblywoman passed an edict forcing the men in town to have sex with them whenever they demanded, but only after they bump uglies with the oldest and ugliest women in the community first, because obviously the only equitable way to do things from a double X chromosomal perspective. Now, keep in mind the term communism itself wouldn't be invented for another 2.5 or almost 2,500 years. Penn is comedy. Why do I keep saying his name? Why? Oh fuck! Why does I keep doing that now again? Aiden. Aiden, did you mute yourself again?
Yeah, I'm trying to smoke a cigarette.
Why?
Because I am.
Let's just see. Aristophanes' Penn is comedy. Yet he nonetheless managed to paint a more than vivid depiction of a female-led Marxist 2 goddamn millennia before Marx was even born. Which leads me to think one of two things are at play here. Either Aristophanes was a secret time traveler who wanted to give us a warning about Alexander Ocasio-Cortez way in advance, or B, the very notion of communism itself is so ingrained in the female subconscious that perhaps it's impossible to describe the doctrine as anything other than an immutable feminine impulse. It's no secret that women abhor competition. At least when it comes to economics. I've talked
about this before. Communism is a completely feminine belief.
Are you okay?
I'm trying to smoke my cigarette and do this at the same time.
I thought you fell. Yes, alternative hypothesis is right, that cigarettes are bad for you. You should not smoke it.
I know.
She's not going to.
I'm trying to switch debate.
No, how about you stop at all? Oh yeah, secrets do decrease fertility in. Anyway, it's no secret that women abhor competition, at least when it comes to economics. I've worked in all male settings and I've worked in all female settings, and the workplace attitudes are totally opposite. In the all-male workplace, there's non-stop competition concerning the actual work that goes on. Everybody wants to do a better job than everyone else, and there's definitely an implicit desire to be more productive or create a better finished product than your cohorts. But all of that shit stops as soon as you come off the clock. At that point, you and your fellow workers become a cooperative unit when it comes to day-to-day life outside of the office. Need to bring me a pickup truck over to your place to help you move furniture, or need me to spot you $50 over the weekend. Do you get paid again? No problem, bud, because I know you would do the same for me. Head and scroll down. Chop, chop, woman. I was expecting you to say, like, fuck you. Let's see, but in the all-women workplace, it's the absolute antithesis, right? The women all work together, not flat-out conspire and collude on each other's work so that no one person can really take the blame if any one of them fucks up on the job. There is absolutely no impetus to outperform expectations, since the inherent coordinative atmosphere ensures the quo remains forever static. Basically, it's everybody's teaming up as little work achieved as possible, or everybody's teaming up to achieve as little work as humanly possible, with nobody attempting to do more than they're expected to. But outside of work, those bitches are competitive as hell. They want their co-workers to falter in life, and there's nothing they love more than to see their peers get divorced or contract an STD or develop a cocaine addiction. The moment one female worker thinks another female worker is doing better than she is, she gets a better looking boyfriend. Her kids are doing better at school than her kids. She got a better personal massager than she does. She immediately starts hatching a plan to make her pay. They might all be buddy-buddy around the water cooler, but deep down they all hate each other's guts and can't wait to see each other fail, falter, and generally fuck up in life as much as humanly possible. Aiden? You want to comment on this? Aiden, for God's sakes.
Yes, I do, but I'm smoking a cigarette. Give me like 2 minutes. I'm almost done. Not just a minute. I'm almost done.
And in that, you can understand why the female mind is a natural tendency to align with communist idealism. After all, communism is an economic system in which no one really has any responsibility for their own actions and outcomes. And the very idea of competition for monetary gain and other resources is considered heretical. Ultimately, women love communism because it's the only kind of economic system that prevents them from flat-out failing financially across the board. Aiden, scroll, please. Aiden, pay attention for God's sakes, or I'll shove that cigarette up your ass. Aiden! We now have to wait 2 minutes for this fucking woman to finish her fucking cigarette.
I was putting it out, okay? So, alright. This is completely true. Everything about this is utterly and completely true. Now, I would say a couple things about it. I'll read the rest of it. My first boss was a woman. She was a very kind-hearted, sweet person. The first woman who I ever actually worked for in any kind of job, my first job I ever had, she was a mom and a conservative. And, well, guess what? She took me in, essentially, and mentored me. I've had many amazing women in my life. However, a lot of women, I think, who are on the left side of the argument feel this way. They feel very threatened by other women. They don't know how to deal with other women, and they get freaked out. So that's what happens. It's the communal misery aspect, right?
Yeah.
They get very upset. They hate other women. They don't know how to deal with it. And their response is to just hate and be awful. I did not have that experience. In either, actually, of both of my major jobs that I've had at a company, right? I've worked for 2 different companies for long periods of time. I worked for one company for when I was in for the things are not that big. They're not, thank you though. But I worked at a company where, yeah, essentially, I was brought in by a woman. She completely mentored me and was a wonderful human being. And I have nothing negative to say. I also, the second job I worked at, I got a little bit more of that, even though I liked my superior, who was also a woman. However, I will say this, she judged my attire, and it made me feel so incredibly, it told me to my face, was like, you shouldn't wear that. I was wearing peplum dresses. She's like, you shouldn't wear that. I judged my attire based on what other women were wearing at the same firm. And she said, don't wear that. And I said, okay. So I just started wearing slacks and button-up shirts. I didn't realize at the time that that might have been because she was trying to pick up dudes and didn't want me to also do that at the firm. It's an architecture engineering firm. The men who worked at that firm were making, I'm gonna be honest, top 1% earners in the country, right?
Well done.
Well, I wasn't, not in my position, but the men who were working there certainly were. Top 5%, let's put it that way. Right. Not 1%, because those are like the billionaires, right? But these are 5 to 10, expanded, 5 to 10% top earners working at architecture engineering firm. And I actually really liked her. She was very kind to me. She was always kind to me. But I felt very embarrassed when she said that I should stop wearing dresses. And I said, okay, that's fine. And she said that it's because she thought I was fat. She didn't say it in that many words, but that she thought I was fat. Now, at that point in time, I was fat. I'm 5'7", and I weighed like about 150 pounds. So I was thick, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
it's right out of college.
Heavier side.
Yeah, well, I mean, I immediately lost the weight because I got very self-conscious about it. And
well done. Fat shaming works.
Yeah, it does work. It does work. By the way, I was a little heavy at 5. I think what's that? How does that go? Let me look at the
BMI.
BMI. Let's look at the BMI chart. So I'm 5'7". I was 150. I think that's like right. I think it's like right on the line. 5'7", adult, female, and I weighed. Oh no, switch to pounds. Okay, stone. No, can I just say pounds? Okay, pounds. I weighed 150 pounds. It was high for me. Like, I don't know how to do stone. What the heck is this? It's the NHS.
Yeah.
I don't know how to do stone. Okay. This is easier.
Stone?
5'7", 150. What was that? That was my heaviest I've ever my entire life. It's a healthy weight. My BMI was 23.5. 24.9 is, or excuse me, 25 is overweight. So I was still within a healthy weight limit, but I was a little heavy. Now, people who know me may know that I have struggled with anorexia for like most of my life. So when somebody tells you like
heavy shit.
Well, just saying, like
I've always heavy shit.
I know, but like right now I weigh about I'm gonna guess, I haven't stepped on a scale in a minute, but I'm just gonna guess. I'm 5'7", and I weigh probably about 115, maybe 120 pounds. That's about what I weigh. And yeah, like it was not 150 kilograms, 150 pounds. But she was a little bit. Actually, you know what? I mean, I don't have any problem with my former boss telling me that, but it was because like I worked in like the there's no other way to describe it. It was the Mad Men office. All the women dressed like it was 1950. It was awesome. I liked that part of it, but it was very, very much that every woman who was working there, even if she herself was an architect or an engineer, was trying to score a husband to fuck off and not ever work again, right? That's just the way it was. So there was a bit of that stuff going on in that particular department, you know?
Right.
Were we, whatever, were we done with this article, or?
Well, you can stop if you want. I thought it was pretty
funny. No, keep going. It is funny as fuck. I didn't know how far we were in it. Sorry. Because I went away for a minute.
Fucking hell.
I have so much stuff I want to go through. We haven't gone through any of the COVID stuff.
What COVID stuff?
The COVID leaks? We didn't go through that yesterday.
Oh, the fucking Matt Hancock
Yeah.
thing?
Yeah.
No, God, yeah, that was great.
Well, okay, so happy International Women's Day. Women are stinky. I agree. But do you want to go through this to finish this article?
Let's see. Come on, it's fucking tiny.
Ah.
I can't fucking see. There we go. Yeah.
Okay. I think you were on.
Yes, yeah. Yes, yeah, and in that you can understand why the female mind has a natural tendency to align with communist idealism. After all, communism is an economic system in which no one really has any responsibility for their own actions and outcomes, and the very idea of competing for monetary gain and other resources is considered heretical. Ultimately, women love communism because it's the only kind of economic system that prevents them from flat out failing financially across the board. Since no one is legally allowed to take the economic initiative and try to do better than anyone else under such a system, that means they can just continue to languish and spend minimum effort on their professional sojourn, and yet still reap maximum benefits. And communism also aspires to the other lofty feminist ideal, communal misery. Capitalism ensures that those who make the concentrated effort and study the system succeed, and everybody who keeps scrolling down. Let's see. And everybody who doesn't wind up working at Arby's or a warehouse where a guy named Cletus or D'Angelo shoot up meth in the bathroom and still get paid $15 an hour thanks to their union membership. Fucking Christ. Oh, he's not holding back. But communism guarantees...
This is some fucking spicy shit.
Yeah, guarantees the economic further negative, a situation in which those who do the least amount of work and take the least amount of initiative thrive due to government subsidies, and those who try to make a better life for themselves are exiled to the gulags and made into examples.
This is the absolute problem with this, is that like it's actually incentivized people in the United States, at least, to not work. Because when you're talking about this low level of making money at jobs, they make more money doing nothing than working at a job. So they don't do a job. They're not incentivized in any way. It's like, well, I'm doing fine. I'm doing fine with my government, salary, essentially. So why would I ever want to learn a skill? Why would I ever want to learn how to do anything when it's fine for me to sit here and just kind of extract resources? They'll never change that paradigm.
If you go to school, you will experience this concept firsthand before the age of 10.
If you go to a decent school, but not if you go to a woke school, you won't.
No, if you went to woke school, you'll experience this as well.
What do you mean?
You'll do a class project.
Oh,
and one person will do all the fucking work. Every fucking group. There is at least 2 or 3 people who are lazy as fuck, and one person is way smarter than all the other ones and does all the fucking work.
It's not that they're smarter. It's called social loafing. And the reality is that it's why I hate group projects. I would never... In fact, like, it kind of drives me nuts when I was in my communication program and they would constantly give us group projects. I was like, wait a minute, haven't you read the research that shows that group projects are terrible? And they ultimately always produce social loafing. I mean, like, I don't know how to explain this other than to just tell a story. When I was finishing my public relations degree, so I have 2 undergraduate full degrees in terms of undergraduate BAs. I have a BA in organizational communication and a BA in public relations. Isn't that insane for who I am as a person? You know what I mean? But like, anywho, for my public relations final, our last class was we were signed up with a local organization who wanted the university the students to basically provide for them a PR document and a full plan as to how to run their company, right? And at the end of the year, after 6 months, at the end of the program, that particular class, we were judged based on in particular, the different organizations that we work with got to kind of judge us on how well we did. Now, I was working with a group of, I think something like 6 other people. This is to get our degree in public relations. And they just went, oh, Aiden, like, you know how to edit video and you know how to do art stuff. So you can make logos, you can make all that kind of stuff. And also, you're the one who's doing the best in the class. So you also do all the research and theory, and you have to do all of the actual making the end product. And it was such a nightmare that I remember like I go to meetings with them because we had to meet with our their students, and they would like sitting there listening to Tupac and stuff and be like, "Yay!" Like and they just be like chilling and hanging out, and then be like, "Here's another thing for you to do, Aiden. Here's another thing for you to do." This is why group projects suck. It's because someone ends up being the scapegoat, essentially. Now, we did not win. We were not the top ones. But what happened is that I went up there at this point in time also, by the way, I had a severe public speaking issue where I was terrified of speaking in public. And then I had to go give a speech in front of everybody, in front of the organization I've been working with, which was, it was a home for, I can't remember it anymore. Like a home for like, I think sexual assault survivors, although I don't remember. Dang. It's like it was something like that. Like it's been over a decade. I don't remember anymore. And I made all this stuff for them. It was something home was their name. I made all this stuff for them. I was the only person out of all of the groups who actually made them advertising materials that they could use. Because part of the thing is that like, oh, you can use the advertising materials now. You can take anything from this class and use it, right? So they had nothing to lose. The people who were in the organization that was involved with this, they had nothing to lose, only things to gain. And I had to give the entire presentation for what we had created in terms of their PR report, and which I wrote the entire book. It was something like a 500-page long book. I wrote the entire thing. I created all of their new marketing materials. I created all of their new video materials. I created their entire PR plan. I did all of it. And oh no, we did win. We did have the best one. I forgot. Yeah. It's been so long. The company the organization did choose our plan. And afterwards we went to go bowling, be like, yay, we finished. Yay. It's the end of the semester. You got your degree in public relations. And I do not remember anything that happened there because I went into a fugue state because I hadn't slept in like 2 weeks, just trying to do this massive project that I thought really, really mattered. Guess what? It didn't. I have no recollection of anything that happened at the bowling thing. I really don't. I was out of my mind because I was just like, oh, well, whatever. But that's the point, is that it's very easy for groups to find somebody who actually cares and to just dump all the work on them. That's why I hate group work. I would never, whenever I go back into teaching college, I will never, ever, ever encourage group work, because group work always ends up finding a scapegoat, finding one student and saying, well, you're going to be the one who's going to do everything. We're going to sit here and listen to rap music. You can go do all the work. That's my entire experience with that. It was insane. It was a nightmare. Whatever. It is what it is, though. Who cares? Just as why I would never, ever, ever suggest group work, because group work is insane. Sorry, it's a tangent. Let's get back into the dang story.
Okay, so there we go. How was I now?
Deep down, women know they can't compete with men.
Technically, in a communist society, nobody fails because nobody's succeeding economically. Sure, everybody's poor as fuck and has to rely on a massive totalitarian state for everything. Hey, but at least the poverty is distributed equally and fairly to all, right? Deep down, women know they can't compete with men. This is a biological, academic, economic, and cognitive truth. The United States women's national soccer team might be the best female football team on the planet, but they still got their asses kicked 5-2 by 15 and under boys team. Yeah, I've seen that, by the way. It's funny as fuck.
Yeah.
It's why men have collected 15 times as many Nobel Prizes as women.
No, that's not why.
Scroll down.
It's because men are better than women. Sorry.
Yeah, there we go. It's why boys consistently produce higher math scores on the SATs than girls, and have so far for the last 50 years and counting. And it's definitely why men post higher IQ scores than women across the board. 13 people on the planet as of 2015 had recorded IQs higher over 176. And it's a mere genetic aside. All of them so happen to have ding-dongs and ball sacks. Yes.
Okay, well, hang on. Something that is often misconstrued, people who look at this stuff, is that women tend to have a broader, so their standard deviation, women's standard deviation of IQ is broader, meaning that you have a
higher average, but extremes are more male oriented.
Men who are, or excuse me, women's is narrower. Sorry, I fucked that up. Women's IQ is narrower. So you have, most women are very, very oriented around the 100 IQ, right? So 100 average. So you have very few women who are complete retards and very few women who are geniuses. The vast majority of women are oriented towards the mean, about 100, which is how we define our mean of the F loading factor, right? With men, it's the opposite. It's a very broad IQ. Yeah, sorry, alternative. I knew I knew as soon as I said that. I knew alt hype would correct me. Men's is broader, which is that you have a lot more male absolute retards and also more male geniuses. You do not get female geniuses almost ever. Occasionally, yes, but they are the extreme minority. So, because the male IQ is broader in terms of the F factor, it's going to be that you're not going to get the kind of men who are, you're not going to get women, excuse me, who are going to be like extremely intelligent in the vast majority of cases. There's a few of us, but it's very rare. And I'm not helping myself by fucking up my reporting on the F loading.
There we go. Yes, that all cannot about mass generalizations still apply, and it remains a best practice to take this stuff on a person-by-person basis. But on the macro level, at least, it's quite clear that women just don't have the genetic batter to thrive and survive in an economic ecosphere where the smartest and toughest reap the spoils. If we indeed lived in a true meritocracy where the only thing that dedicated one's occupational position was core talent, ability, and dedication to the job, the scope of women's collective power will be limited to douche factories and homemade snack cake blocks.
Well, I think, yeah. Alt hype says how much of the sex differences in sociability are down to IQ, since Grugs and big brains are less influenceable. Yeah, well, that is actually the thing that has been so thoroughly evidenced over the COVID stuff, which I'd like to get into here in a moment because we didn't cover it last week or yesterday, is that you do find that people who are both in the lower end and higher end of the IQ spectrum are people who are less susceptible, seemingly, to propaganda. The midwits, the people who are within the mid-range of the IQ spectrum, are most susceptible to propaganda because, and what's most frustrating about that is that they also think that they are far more intelligent than other people, because midwits always think they're smarter than other people as a function of being midwits, which is extremely frustrating if you are not yourself a midwit, but I digress.
Yeah, that'll be me. Which again makes the allure of communism so appealing for the women folk. They can't win in a fair competitive marketplace, so what's the solution? Implement a socialist form of government that literally controls all forms of commerce and places people in economic predicaments based on their knowledge, talents, and skills.
But this only works for women. Socialism is this is why voting is a mistake. Repeal 19, and I wouldn't even say repeal 19. You and I are monarchists, so we don't agree in that any voting should necessarily be the case. But the 19th Amendment should be in and of itself indicative of the failures of voting, because women will vote for them to be able to take over stuff and implement socialist forms of government, because women are prone towards socialist forms of government because they want to be taken care of. Now, that actually evolutionarily makes sense, because women want to be taken care of because they are the yes, and because they have children. However, if we were in a normal evolutionary society, women would be taken care of by their husbands or by men. This idea of it being taken care of by the government is a completely new, relatively new understanding of this, or new application of this. However, it doesn't work, and also it's nonsensical. It does not work longitudinally. It's nonsense.
Because hey, guess what? Your child needs more than just financial fucking thing. It needs a father. You dumb bitch.
Children need fathers, absolutely. I mean, like, so much meta-analytical research shows that children who are raised in homes with both a mother and a father are far more able to succeed in life than parents that are raised in children who are raised in a single parent household, excuse me.
Taking away their vote sounds like cheating to win. How about giving them the right also votes like the Democrats to win?
Yeah, well, no, taking away women's right. Now, hang on, aka Batosa. I know where you're coming from. I don't think anybody should vote. That's my perspective.
Monarchist,
so, Right. Yeah. So again, like I don't think women should vote, but I also don't think anyone should vote. So it's not really a sexist thing, or it's not cheating.
Well, like the state sucks asshole.
You could maybe describe it as cheating because women vote for stupid things, and they do.
Agreed.
That is true. That's part of it. Women literally vote almost entirely based on emotion. We can find this throughout the data and the research on this. Women do not vote based on logic or reason. They vote based on what they think they can get out of it, which I guess is logical to a certain degree. They do not vote based on what would be good for society, just based on how much they can glean out of whatever thing they're voting for. It is purely self-serving, and for that purpose, which women are self-serving largely. That again comes out of evolution, but its application in modern society is extremely deleterious, and it's not conducive towards a functional society. That's why women should not vote, but I also think nobody should vote. So if people think I'm just being sexist, I mean I am sexist. I'll be the first to say it. Mm. I'm more sexist than you are.
Enough, the women, yeah, I know that still pisses me off. The women voted right in the first election. They were allowed to vote. Why? Because they thought Harding was more handsome than his opponent.
Yeah.
It wouldn't surprise me, although Harding was a
women have... The feminist shit is really, really quite new in terms of its application, in that, generally speaking, women have not agreed with this kind of crap. They have not liked it throughout history. And
because it's responsibility. Women don't like that.
Women do not like responsibility. And by the way, I think that's fine. Women should not like responsibility. That's a man's role. Men are the ones who must take responsibility. Yeah. And that's why I don't believe women should vote. I don't think men should vote either. But I think that women are...
And that's why women should shut the fuck up and listen to their husbands.
Yeah, I listen to my... If Bill came up here and told me to shut the fuck up and do something, I'd do it right now.
I'd say base and tell him to get on stream.
Oh, he's doing something else. He's playing video games or listening to something. I can't tell. It's just my opinion, and I don't think my opinion is not based on like on feelings. My opinion is based on data and research.
I think you'd like. I think I actually discussed with you about this. I think the reason why you and I are like this is because we do not have a social identity based on our politics.
Well, how can I have a social identity based on something that nobody else agrees with besides you?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like
and Scrump. Like 3 people. There's a dozen of us. A dozen.
Yes.
You know, it's who cares? Like, I wouldn't care either way. But you know, it's difficult to have a social identity if the identity that you arrive at is not something that almost anybody else holds.
Yeah, but I think that's why you and I gravitated toward like Ledin and Molbach, because we were looking at the system and going, this doesn't fucking work at all, and there's so many inconsistencies that we just bypass as if it's just, this is just the way we do things. It doesn't matter how fucking dumb it is. And you and I were more like, no, this is just retarded. Why doesn't this work? And then we start looking at something else, and we go, this makes way more fucking sense.
Yeah, of course.
That's basically it's functional.
Pure logical reasoning. I didn't have any emotional reasoning. Now,
yes,
I have autism, which you know is what it is. So I think it allows me, though, in an interesting way to be able to, like, I'm very emotional too, as all women are, but I have a little bit of a capacity to move outside of some of my emotional thinking. I think because I have the women stuff have been like, oh, let's all hang out, girls, and we're gonna do all this very complicated social shit where we constantly insult each other, but we're not really, because we're all gals here. I can't stand that. I don't understand it. I cannot interact with it in a reasonable way.
Because they hate each other.
They do. Women all hate each other. That's another thing that people need to be pretty open about. Women hate each other constantly.
Yes, Aldegasso Scrump is a monarchist.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not a surprise, by the way. Let's see, of course, women, especially all those strong-willed feminist types, will never come right out and say that we need socialism because they're inherently worse than men when it comes to professional endeavors. Rather, they try
one sec, hang on. Heterodox. Yes, data can be cherry-picked or easily manipulated, but not by me. I have made it my, I would say, goal in my YouTube career or whatever that is to never cherry-pick data. One of the reasons why my videos are so long, so many people have asked me, like, can't you just make like short videos? Can't you make like 10-minute long videos? No. The reason why I can't make 10-minute long videos is because I have to show all of the data. When I read a study, I read all of the study. I do not cut it up. I don't break it apart into the parts that suit my interest, because why would I? To me, that's incomprehensible. So, for example, I'm finishing my video on Eliza Blue, right? Well, it's not on her. It's about victim status, right? Like victimhood, the value of victimhood, the virtuous victim narrative. And there were certain studies that are within the research that I'm going to that I'm citing, that some of it is devastating, some of it is not. But I cited all of it anyway because the purpose is to show the whole fucking study. I have no interest personally, because it's not how I am, and this is maybe autism or whatever you want to call it, but I have no fucking interest in just showing like how I want things to be. No, I show how the data are, how they are presented in the full form. That's how I am. So that's me. That's not how I think most women or most people are. That's the reality. Most women, again, they are looking to land a husband who is within the top percentage of males. That makes sense. It's not going to happen. It's astonishing. You're single, relatively, yes. Right, Spoon?
Okay, yes.
How horrifying is it to try and find a woman in this current gestalt?
I'm not particularly that bothered about it.
Not as bad as living with one.
Did you hear that? Dang it! What a rude. But how? I must ask. It must be impossible. I see these women. They're nuts. Every single woman on TikTok or whatever thinks that every single one of them is owed. Doesn't matter how attractive she is. And by the way, like, you know, now I've said it before, and because Bill has been rude, now I'm going to say it again. Bill is the #1 handsy boy, #1 most handsy man, in my opinion. He is #1 most handsy man.
Oh god, that was funny.
Like, Bill is a #1 most handsy man. He's the #1 most handsome boy. I love him so much. But like, I'm not trying to do some ass shit. Like, these people, like, man, it's crazy out here in these streets, dude. He's laughing. What are you laughing? How's it going in your love life, my dude? Hey, how's your love life? Hey, Mark.
Oh god, I'm fucking dead.
Oh, hi, Mark. Sorry.
Oh god.
How's your love life?
You asking me or?
You've never seen The Room?
No.
Oh no, Bill's coming up here. No, he's gonna say something. Oh no, he's coming up here. No, he's gonna do Bill.
Oh hi, Mark. How's your sex life?
You just
That's
did the
a
same
fucking
thing.
impression of Tommy Wiseau.
Thank you, Bill.
Did you just upstage you?
Yeah, of course he did.
Oh,
hi,
god.
Mark. In conclusion, women. Hang on. Do you want to keep reading this article, or can I move on to
yes,
stuff I
because
really
it is funny as fuck.
Okay.
Yes. Of course, women, especially those strong-willed feminist types, will never come right out and say that we need socialism because they're inherently worse when it comes to professional endeavors. Rather, they try to cloak their commie idealism by masking it with allegations of sexism or patriarchy. These loud, emotionally based screechings that earnest have no rooting in reality, but when so frequently said and loudly enough by large volumes of people, comes to resemble a pseudo-populist...
Yep.
That's fucking German word. However,
oh shit, even Weltanschauung.
Yeah, probably, yeah. However unreasonable and illogical becomes impossible to counteract due to its political intensity, as the Me Too movement has clearly demonstrated. Pretty much the only women that can achieve parity with men in a capitalist society is to repeatedly accuse them of raping them or staring at their tits at boardroom meetings, a blatant wealth redistribution tactic that gives women a clear financial incentive to seek out victimization in all facets, even if said victimization has to be totally fabricated.
Mm-hmm.
This is fucking very aggressive. Which brings me to the focal point of this whole long-ass rambling spiel. If you want to kill a good thing deader than Elvis, all you have to do is inject it with women and just wait for the walls to start crumbling down.
Very
true. In the 1990s, most of the pop culture passions, video games, horrors, comics, pro wrestling, etc., were virtually male-exclusive fandoms. Indeed, the Sega Saturn, Chud 2, The Butt of the Chud, Scud, the Disposable Assassin back issues, and McFoley matches were pretty much woman-repellent. Not only did such social cultural sectors repel women, even having a base interest in such things made you about as desirable to the female form as a pap smear from Edward Scissorhands.
Yeah, and this is the thing that has been erased by history. I'm glad this writer brought this up because that's true. As a nerd in the 90s and early 2000s, it was not sexy. I was as expunged from society as anybody else, by the way. In fact, maybe more so. There were weird things that happened to me when I noticed the change, right? It's that I was in college and I was going to a comic book store and I noticed the change happen in front of my face. Because the first couple times I went to the comic book store and I go hang out and play Magic there or whatever. I'm 19, 20, about that age. So this would have been 2011, 2012. I would be constantly, anytime I'd show up, I'd be constantly like quizzed of, oh, do you know what this is? Who's the inker on this comic? Which, like, insane quizzing. Like, that even they didn't know, probably, unless they're being a weirdo. Because they didn't want women in their spaces, even back then. And so it did happen. It did happen to a certain degree. But at the same time, it was like one weirdo, usually hyper fucking obese dude who was like that. Every other male was incredibly obsessed and excited to see a woman in their hobby, right? That's been my experience my entire life, that men were very welcoming to me being in their hobbies. They wanted it. Like, outside of the one weirdo, there's really one loser who would get upset about it and try to, like, you know, purity test you back in the early 2000s. It doesn't happen. It didn't happen back then. It happens now because you have to purity test. You do have now.
Gatekeeping.
Now you have to purity test. You have to gatekeep. You have to. Because otherwise you're going to get full of lunatics and weirdo women who are just trying to... It's so bizarre. Well, yeah, and they're women who are just there to get attention. Now, by the way, they're never going to date you. They're there just to get male attention. They're looking to date the top 1% of men, top 5% of men. They are just there for male attention, right? Not what the dude who freaked out at me in 2003 or whatever it was, 2013, excuse me, 2012, I can't remember. That dude was legitimately a crazy person. Like, he was a legitimate crazy person. But that's whatever. And yes, nerds always, thank you, nuanced spenders, nerds always purity test each other. They always purity test each other. Like, they're trying to figure out, what do you know? Where are you at in this nerdity, right? That's it. They're trying to figure out where you're at. I actually don't think it was sexist. There was one guy who was sexist. I'll retell the story because it is very funny. So, so 2008 is when I started college, and I went to this university. And I joined. There were no, like, hobby clubs except for sports. There were sports clubs, but there were no hobby clubs. Hey. So I joined the Japanese language club, and when I went to the Japanese language club, now I tested out of there were only 2 levels of Japanese that were being offered at that time. Japanese language 101 and 102, and then 201 and 202. I tested out of all of them because I had been taking Japanese since I was 11 years old. And so I was put into JLP, or Japanese language 201, just to take it so that I could pass the JLPT, to make sure that I was able to pass the test. JLPT is a Japanese language proficiency test. It's used so that you can, like, translate and stuff. Anywho, the Japan club, or Japanese language club, which was allowed, I showed up for the first day. It's clearly an anime club. Let's get real, okay? Like, that's what was going to happen at the club. And I've told the story so many times. It's so funny. And this giant dude, I mean, he is what a chungus. He's huge. He's wearing a fedora. I cannot make this up. I wish I could make it up, but I'm not. Like, he was wearing a fedora, and he was their treasurer of the club. And I'm not bragging. I took Japanese for 10 years before I went to college, or like 8 years. That's all it is. So, which is, my mom allowed me to do that. She allowed me to have that opportunity. Anywho, so he went up and, like, he wrote on the board. I was shaking hands with everybody at the Japanese club. I'm 18. I'm dressed like an asshole, by the way, like, because that's how I dressed at the time, like all hyper bright colors, a real, F word, but that's how I dressed at the time. I was really into mindless self-indulgence. I dressed like a asshole. So I'm meeting everybody, shaking hands, being like, hey, nice to meet you. And then this big fat guy, his name, I could tell you his real name, but I'll tell you his name that he decided to go by, which was Kurashiki, because his last name apparently sounded funny in Japanese. Even I don't totally understand it, but our sensei said it was really funny. So she said, pick a different name. And he picked Kurashiki, which is like a plum wine jug, a big fat plum wine jug. And I went out to shake his hand, and he did that whole like, put the hand away, No. Gotcha.
Because he thought you had
And then
cooties.
he went and wrote on the board that stupid like meme about like women are the root of all evil because women equal time plus money. Is it? How's it go? I haven't seen it in years. I mean, it's really okay. Women equals time plus money. Okay, so okay, he wrote this entire Reddit meme on the board in front of us. It's like, time is money, so time equals money. Therefore, women equal money times money. So therefore, women are money squared. Money is the root of all evil. Therefore, money is problems squared. Therefore, women are the square root of all problems. Now, I would think that's really funny. I would agree that that's hilarious, and I think it is hilarious. And a little bit of a nice meme.
Hard to say I'll forever be a virgin with numbers.
Yeah, but the thing is that like I just met this man, and then he went and wrote that on the board in front of me. It was like, okay, dude, all right. Now, I think if he did that today, it might have been more based. However, doing it in 2008, a little bit less based, I'd say. A little bit less based. He also threw shit at me at multiple occasions. Like he was a nut. He wanted us to call him Wash as Washroomy from what's that? Firefly. And one time I was hanging out with his roommate in their apartment, and we were playing Persona. Well, his roommate was playing Persona 3 and beating the final boss, fighting Nyx, and somebody in the room said something about tomfoolery, and I said, your mom fools Tom. And he started just throwing, he had all these little plastic dinosaurs on his desk, and he just started throwing them at me. Oh no, he did not want me. He hated me. He hated me. He actively attacked me. Dude.
Yeah, he still wanted to smash.
Yeah. I mean, he probably did on some level, but he hated me. He hated me being in their circle. Now, you know what? That's the thing. The guy who I was sitting there playing Persona 3 with, the head of the anime club, the president, I did date. Maybe that is it. He was upset. Oh, I don't know. Maybe if you want to date a woman, don't just like your first reaction to her is be like, I hate all women. No, I might find that based, but it's a very small segment of women who would find that based. You know what I mean? Particularly if you've never done anything, and he refused to he wouldn't even speak to me. In fact, any time that I would like be hanging out with the club, he would refuse to talk to me. It's just, if he had a crush on me, that's not the way. Just telling you, lads, that's not the way to do it. It's not the way to do it as an adult. Maybe if you're like 6, that's the way you show that you have a crush on a girl. But that's not the way you do it as an adult. I don't know. What do you think, Spoon?
What are we talking about? Female communication?
Do you think negging women is good? You think it's how you get women?
I'm going to be honest, I have unusual strategies for getting women.
I didn't break the circle of friends. We stayed friends the entire time. I'm still friends with those people to this day. Not him, but yeah, the rest of them.
I pretty much believe that you should never tell women that you like them ever.
But that's the... Oh! So... Nice. Because it's been the fucking bane of my younger life, dude.
No, that's just because you suck.
No, it really was the bane of my younger life because I would have so many guys who'd be like, um, "Oh, you're cute." And I'm like, "Oh my God, really? I always thought that I always was interested in you and I didn't want to say anything." I'm like, "Why didn't you say something to me?" My whole life, I've had to approach men. And I understand why, because of feminism. Feminism has made men not want to ever approach women ever because women are psychopaths and they're allowed, like, they can just ruin your life over you just saying, like, "Hey, I think you're cute." You know? And I totally understand that part, but it's infuriating.
Okay, that's not...
Every single guy, every guy I've ever dated my entire life has always been like, "I liked you for a long time. I didn't want to say anything." I'm 32. You know what I mean? And every single guy has always been like, "Oh, just waiting for you to approach me." Dang it, dude. Not built so much, but you know, dang, it's frustrating.
Okay, that's not really what I meant, but okay.
What did you mean then?
I just mean that you can talk to a girl without trying to signal that you're trying to fuck her.
Yeah.
Because if women can smell desperation from a fucking mile off. It's not very hard to spot. If you can approach a woman like she is a normal human being and just someone you want to get to know because they're fun, they obviously know that you have other intentions. They're not fucking idiots, right?
Yeah.
But if
women pretend like they're stupid, but they're not.
Yes, but
not
like,
that stupid.
But women just want to be women want to be made that you're comfortable around them and fun.
Women want to feel like we're special, right?
Yes. But
by the way, so do men. Yes, but women are really unique to this. Women want to be made to feel special. Just fucking talk to
a woman like she's a normal person that you can just hang around with. Like you're not just trying to fuck her.
Yeah.
Like it's not fucking rocket science.
Well,
pretty easy.
Hang on. Are you trying to fuck her?
Yes, obviously.
Then don't pretend that you're not.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like you can do that, but you can still talk to a girl like she's a normal human being. Like even if you have sexual intentions, still talk to her like she's a normal person you just want to have fun with. Like fucking hell.
I actually don't like that. I think
it's worked for me with every chick I've ever tried.
Well, yeah, of course it has under the current paradigm, but I think that men need to be
I'm charming.
Really. As long as you're upfront about what you want, because then sometimes you'll get these dudes, and they're like, they're hangers on, and they'll be doing nice things to you and acting like friends, and then they get fucking insane about it, and that's not entirely their fault because of the current paradigm of dating. That's not entirely their fault. Like they think that by them being nice, and particularly by giving women money and stuff like that, that then that they're showing you their value, and that women are supposed to, you know, pick up on it, and that will not work. I think you agree with me on that, right? Like giving women money, like giving money to, I don't care if it's a YouTuber, OnlyFans, whatever. Giving money to women is not how you get into that stage. That's not how you get into actually being within a woman's orbiter. And you might be an orbiter, but you're not going to get into actually in her pants, right? Like that's just not going to work.
No.
Thank you. Okay.
You need
All right, we agree on that one then.
You need to invest time, not money.
Very well said.
Thank you.
Well, but time also like
full of good advice.
Guys who think that just like you can just invest time in a woman, that also is not going to work. Just that alone, because there's guys who treat women like a gotcha game, where it's like, oh, I put money in, where's my reward? Where's my reward? And it's like, don't think about it that way. Human sociality is not that simple. It's not like you put in your tokens and then eventually you get out something. Okay,
because sometimes it just won't work.
What if you want that? Then hire a prostitute. Just saying.
There's a quote from fucking that '70s show where it says dating is prostitution, except you don't always get what you pay for. Which is such a fucking baseline. I don't fucking get it.
I never watched that show, but it is very based. It's and by the way, I think this entire situation is women's fault.
Of course it is.
Of course it is. Yeah. It's all of this stuff being the way that it is women's fault. Women have asked for all of this, and they don't like the fucking. Well, I didn't ask for it. I've been a men's rights advocate my entire fucking adult life. But yeah, this is all. My gender has created this entire mess. What am I supposed to do other than to say that it's fucked? And I don't like it, and I want to not exist. But this is my gender's fault. I don't have to deal with it anymore. I haven't had to deal with it in years. But it's my gender's fault for making this the way that things work.
Basically,
you want to keep reading this article?
Yeah, you can stop.
I kind of want to like. This article is hilarious. However, I have so many things.
Okay, then
Spoon.
you go next thing.
Okay, Spoon.
What?
We're going to have to go through. It's a lot. We have not gotten to the COVID narrative, but you have started on the. Oh shit, man!
What did I do?
Okay, you brought up this article, which I'm glad you did. However, wait, no, first this one. Hang on. Whoops, sorry. We were arguing at that article. Going back to the January 6th stuff, I know we have to go back. Drama in the Proud Boys trial yesterday after FBI agent caught lying on the stand and concealing evidence from defense attorneys. Motion filed this morning from Nick Smith, attorney representing Ethan Nordian. This is what happens when a rogue FBI agent is allowed to lie to the public, withhold information, and operate without oversight by Congress. I'm going to skip over this quite quickly because I want to get into other stuff, but I do not want to underemphasize the importance of this documentation. I'm going to read it. U.S. Government Special Agent Nicole Miller was cross-examined. She testified that she understood her legal duty under the Jenks Act to produce to the United States Attorney's Office written statements related to the subject matter of her testimony. Miller acknowledged that among these statements were messages that she sent in the FBI's linked messaging system. This is an internal FBI messaging system where the Bureau employees communicate with one another. She testified that in order to comply with her Jenks obligations, she compiled her links messages in an Excel spreadsheet, which was then produced to the USAO. The version of Miller's Excel sheet produced to the defense contained 25 rows of her linked messages. In cross-examination, the agent acknowledged that she alone compiled that disclosure. She testified that those messages constituted a complete production of her Jenks statements from Link. However, a close examination of the agent's sheet revealed over 1,000 hidden Excel rows of messages. She hid thousands of messages. This dumb bitch, we can go back into hating women. This dumb bitch didn't think they'd be able to see the changes she had made to the Excel file. What a dumb bitch. She copied and pasted the linked messages into an Excel file, deleted the messages, and then didn't think anyone else would be able to look at previous versions of the file. You idiot woman. Oh my god, hang on. Sorry, I have to bring this up because there's no fucking way I can't. Oh my god. How? She really thought that nobody would find this. What's that idiot woman clip? You idiot woman. You idiot woman. Wow, I can't find it on YouTube. Okay, whatever. Who cares? Okay, so... Oh, is that one? Not yet? Okay. So here we go. This is unbelievable. Wait, this is the same thing. Sorry. What messages did the FBI conceal from defense? A request from FBI informant to alter official confidential human source reports. An agent's request to Special Agent Miller to, quote, go into a CHS, confidential human source report that Miller just put together and edit out that the agent was present. So they were present at the Capitol building. They told her to go into the documents and edit out that there were FBI agents present at January 6th. Interesting. Miller's communications with another agent who states that the agent's FBI boss assigned her 338 items of evidence that she has to destroy. From hidden rows in Miller's link spreadsheet, it's apparent that the defense has not received all of her Jenks statements in these relevant communications. She's deleted thousands of messages that she provided to the court, claiming that it was a full report. It was not. It was evidently obvious as soon as she reported it because they could see it within the Excel spreadsheet that things had been deleted. Finally, Nordian must be permitted to cross-examine Miller with the hidden link messages to determine whether defendants' Sixth Amendment rights had been violated through government collection of attorney-client communications about strategy. Which is another thing, is that, in fact, part of this is that the United States government reported and gave forward towards the court private attorney-client communication between people involved in the January 6th trials. They're not allowed to do that. It is completely illegal towards the court. It was obtained illegally. The defendant's Sixth Amendment rights are violated when the government gained access to the substance of the attorney-client conversations, thereby created at least a realistic possibility of injury to defendant or benefit to the state. By email to chambers, the government argues that the attorney-client privilege is waived whenever a defendant communicates by jail, email, phone, or counsel. That's obviously wrong. It is obviously wrong. It is factually, legally incorrect. You are allowed to speak to your fucking attorney in private. The second that an attorney shows up, or that you call your attorney, it is I don't care that they record jail calls. The second they say, this is my attorney, it's attorney-client privilege, it is not allowed to be recorded under the Sixth Amendment. This is unfucking believable. This is one of the most egregious, if not the most egregious, violation of human rights in the United States that I have ever fucking seen. They literally spied on them, and then they hid the actual information. How could you? Oh, okay. So, what that's led to, because of this new leaked documentation, is that in this particular case, motions to dismiss that and the footage. So this is from Timcast. Lawyers for Dominic Pezzola have asked for the case against him to be dismissed with prejudice due to the recent revelations, dang, can't talk, of the Tucker Carlson show associated with testimony on Thursday, March 2nd, as well as due to violations revealed on March 8th, which established the prosecution has been monitoring attorney-client communications of defendants, destroying evidence, and doctoring and fabricating evidence involving confidential human sources. It's another part of this that's been found out, is that they were actively and openly destroying evidence. I read some of it earlier, but just to reiterate, the United States government was destroying evidence in these cases. Destroying evidence. These people, they are trying to make them into martyrs, and they're also trying to cover them up so that you never see what happens to these people. They want them, and by the way, they want you and me all dead. That's what it is, because we're too spicy. We're talking the truth, and that's the greatest threat to this propagandistic government. Democracy that could possibly be imagined. They want us to shut up, they want us to shut down, and they want to kill us. Now, I usually don't like to get that extreme, but I'm done with it. I'm done trying to lie about it. The reality is that these people hate you, and they will do anything to end you. Now, a bit of I'm gonna end with a little bit of white pill. Mitch McConnell is hospitalized for concussion after falling.
That's not good.
You think it's good that Mitch might be out?
No, I don't like that he's an asshole. Now he's going to be a stupid asshole in the Senate.
Well, I don't want to. No, look, I don't like that he's hurt. I don't like that he's been hurt.
No, I'd rather he be gone permanently.
No, I don't like that he's been hurt, but he's a piece of shit.
Yeah, that's.
And I would like him to be. I would like him to be gone. I'm hoping that this will mean that he'll be gone.
No, fuck Mitch McConnell.
So he's gonna have a speedy recovery. We'll see. I would like him to be gone because he's a fucking lunatic. Okay, things we didn't get to yesterday, which wow, we're really late now to get into, is that the COVID stuff. Oh my gosh, can this load? Leaked WhatsApp exposed sinister COVID plan. UK's former health secretary plotted to deploy a new variant to frighten the pants off everyone into complying with lockdown, leaked messages show.
Can
UK
I say,
former health...
I think that's a bit disingenuous.
You think that framing is disingenuous?
Yeah. Yeah, because the deployment, it's not like they were making a new fucking virus. No, it was discovered, and it was like, when are we going to put it into the news cycle?
Oh,
like,
you believe that?
Yeah, because that's literally what I said. It's the Kent virus.
Oh, you think there was actually a new variant?
Yes, it was called the Kent virus.
I don't.
Okay.
Okay, so look, okay. I'm gonna go full Alex Jones. I wish I could go downstairs and grab some tinfoil. But why should I have to at this point? Why should I have to grab tinfoil? They're doing all but explicating it. leaked. Okay, if you've not seen the messages, Matt Hancock says, let's deploy the new variant.
When can we deploy the new variant?
When can we deploy the new variant? Yeah. When do we deploy the new variant? That sounds quite government involved. Which even, it sounds to me that they use this idea of variance as a tool to control and induce fear into the populace, right?
Okay.
Do you not agree?
Yeah, I agree to that, but it's the deployment thing that just sounds kind of sketch to me.
Do you think there are? I actually don't think that there are any multiple. Now, okay, there are multiple, I guess, variants of COVID because COVID is a flu. Okay, so it evolves extremely fast. It's why you can't develop a vaccine for a flu. It's why the entire idea of everything that was involved around COVID, it has been debunked now at this point and is nonsense, because you can't develop a vaccine for the flu because as a virus, it develops too quickly, it evolves too quickly to be able to vaccinate against. A longitudinal disease, yes, you can develop a vaccine against, but not the flu. Now, COVID, as we now know, and I'm not going to talk shit anymore, we're 2 hours in, so I'm allowed to talk about this. COVID is, of course, a disease that was, as we know now, developed in a lab, but it is in China. We talked about this yesterday, and we talked about it for weeks, over a year. So it is a developed virus, and yet we see here in these leaks that the United Kingdom government was fully aware that this variant stuff was nonsense. Or release the new variant. Tell them there's a new variant to make them scared again. Scare the pants off them. By Hancock's own words. We reassure them on the vaccine. It will scare the pants off them. It is clear that this entire thing was a psyop.
Yeah, I did say that in the video. Oh, I didn't.
It's obvious. It's clear this entire thing was a psyop. They fucked with you. They fucked with your head. I'm skimming through this because it came out like a week ago. We're a little bit late, but yeah. Oh, here's a funny part. In one set of messages, Mr. Chase and Mr. Hancock mocked members of the public who were forced to isolate in shoebox quarantine hotels. Quote, I just want to see some of the faces of people coming out of first class and into premier in shoebox, Mr. Case wrote. Any idea of how many people were locked up in hotels yesterday? Remember when this was happening?
Yeah.
You maybe not remember this, guys. People are being locked up in their hotels. They told they could not leave. Hancock replied, none, but 149 chose to enter the country and are now in quarantine hotels due to their own free will! Exclamation point. Hilarious. Mr. Case wrote back. They thought it was funny. They hate you. They hate you. And they think it's funny. They fucking hate you and they think it's funny. There's no way they can come back from this, by the way. This particular set of leaks, I'll show you here. I don't know how they're gonna come back from this, Spoon. It's shown that in private they were laughing at all of your suffering. Here's this one in particular. This is Simon Case. I agree. I think that is exactly right. Small stuff looks ridiculous. Ramping up messaging. The fear guilt factor is vital.
Yeah, you were openly just abusing power because you got off on it.
Mm-hmm.
I hope these people get Mussolini'd.
I hope they get hung. I mean, I'm sorry. Like these people.
Yeah, that's Mussolini.
Yeah, you need to. These people. I usually don't say things like that, but these people have intentionally. Now, the reason why I say stuff like that is because I know YouTube will probably take us off just for me saying that. Just for saying that, I think that the people who have done evil need to receive punishment. It's because look, we all as adults suffered and struggled a lot under the COVID lockdowns. We have lost money. We have lost our capacity to deal with to interact with other people. We've lost all kinds of things. When we look at the effect on children, it is a 30-point IQ deficit.
Which is insane.
30-point IQ deficit in children born under the pandemic. I will not stop talking about that. I will not forgive that. They literally retarded a generation of children. It is evil beyond comprehension. And you know why they did that? You know why they wanted this? Because they wanted a 30-point IQ deficit in children so that they can control those kids more easily when they grow up and they go and vote. That's what it's about. This is the problem with democracy. It is so goddamn incomprehensibly vile and evil that I'm sorry. I feel a bit mad. But
I can see that.
That's what they're doing. They want to kill you. They want to violate you. And they did it right here. When do we deploy the new variant? Oh, here's this first. Matt Hancock. We frighten the pants off of everyone with new strain. But the complication with that, Brexit is taking the top line. Upset that realpolitik is interfering with their nightmare shit they're trying to do.
Yeah.
Yep, that's what will get proper behavioral change. When do we deploy the new variant? Been thinking more about this and think we need to be more cautious, the strain that is. Think you made the point earlier that we need to keep schools off paperwork / the agenda. Yes. Worth doing a bit of no leaking at the top, I think. Big risk with variant right-wing papers. Go for a renewed push to let it rip on the basis the vaccine strategy is undermined. That's why we were sure on the vaccine.
Yes, because the vaccine. The whole point was the vaccine wasn't fucking working. No shit, it wasn't. Wonder why.
Alternative hypothesis. I was using 30 as a relative, as a generalizer factor, but you heard 22. Alt height. Did you see the no. There was a study that was published about about a year ago, actually now 8 months ago, that showed a 30-point IQ deficit in children who were between the ages of 1 and 2 under the lockdowns. I'll have to try and find it. I did it. I reported on it in one of my videos, but it was a 30-point IQ deficit. I could be wrong. It might be a 20-point, but I'm fairly sure it's a 30-point IQ deficit, which would put them in the range of
some fucked up shit on that.
Well, I have to look at it. I'm fairly sure it's a 30-point.
It's just videos that I've seen of a 2-year-old, I think 2.5, maybe 3-year-old kid. And this woman is constantly trying to put a mask on the kid. The kid's at least trying to push it off because the kids, that's not natural for that to be on a kid's face. And the kid starts crying. I'm like, you fucking psychotic, incompetent, stupid bitch.
Well, I'm glad
Why are you planning to muzzle a child, you fucking demonic, soon-to-be hellspawn psychopath?
Well, I'm glad Alt Hype's here because I'm sure he's someone who's looked at the data. It might have been a 20-point, but I think that what the issue was with all of that is that it was using the infant F scale, F factor instrumentation, which is not great. And oftentimes you do see a bounce back on that because infants are very, very have a higher potential for rubber banding in terms of intelligence quotient. So I said this when I first reported on it, back, I thought it was 30, it might have been 20. Either way, it's horrendous. But if it is 20, I do have to fix that. I swear to God, it was 30 though. So what I was, but the problem is that with children who are that young, they do have a rubber banding effect in terms of their IQ, because it can kind of heal itself a little bit on that in that area. But yeah, I'll send it to Alt Hype, or I'll try to find it because dang it, it was in one of my previous videos. I'll find it. You can also watch my previous videos that I did about the COVID lockdowns, which it covered this particular thing. Yeah, 20 sounds more reasonable, but I think it was 30. It was, I was so shocked. I called my mom as soon as I read the paper, and I was kind of tearing up, and I went, oh my God, this is unbelievable. This is saying that children are functionally mentally retarded who are coming out of this. Now, it could, there's a mental elasticity, is the more precise term. I called it rubber banding, but elasticity is the correct term. They could bounce back from that, but it's really unfortunate, and it's because I didn't see their grandmother's faces, I didn't see their parents' faces. If that's the case, we're talking about an entire generation of people born within about a 3-year gap who are functionally retarded. I hope that's not the case, but it's going to be. I think we're going to see in the United States a really big issue of children who are functionally retarded, who have an IQ of about 70. We'll see. We'll see. Anywho.
And the AI will find a way to take care of them.
Yeah. We're giving big families all the sweets and putting up pop stars in the box rooms. I just want to, Simon Case responds, I just want to see some of the faces of the people coming out of first class and into a premiere in shoebox. Any idea how many people we locked up in hotels yesterday? None, but 149 chose to enter the country and are now in quarantine hotels due to their own free will! Exclamation point. Hilarious. These people hate you. They hate you. I think it's been overwhelmingly clear at this point.
Do you think a king would ever do this to their own citizens?
No. Maybe, but he'd have to. Why? Why would a king do this? Here, listen to this shit. Listen to this shit. So this is just days after those messages were sent. Just days after, when he said it's all bullshit. We're making it up. We're just trying to fearmonger. Listen to this.
You said recently that the virus was under control.
Yes.
Is it?
No. It's not. The new variant is out of control, and we need to bring it under control. And this news about the new variant has been an incredibly difficult end to, frankly, an awful year. And it's important for everybody to essentially act like they might have the virus. And that's the way that we can control it together.
Who said?
Lying sack of
shit. Lying. Absolutely lying. Also, alt hype, he mentioned that in the North Korean studies, people who are brought up in deficit communities where they don't have so the big issue with IQ, I don't think it's a big issue, but the issue that people bring up is that is IQ due to genetics or is it due to nutrition? Now, I would say, and anyone I think who is being reasonable would say that it's a combination of both. But the nutrition studies show that, for example, you can bounce back to a certain degree. If you've been denied nutrition for a certain amount, to a certain degree, right? To a certain degree that you can bounce back due to your inherent and natural genetic IQ quotient, intelligence quotient. That was redundant. However, I don't know what it's going to do in this factor. This is totally new ground. We'll see how it happens. Listen though to this lying cunt. Just outright lying. Outright lying. You want to say some more fucked up shit, Spoon? How mad do you want to get? Watch this.
Not very.
We've just discovered that during the time when Parliament was voting on whether to have more lockdowns, Matt Hancock and the government were threatening a Tory MP and warning him that if he rebels against the lockdown policy,
I did see this.
His constituency's disabled children budget will not be funded.
I did see that, yeah.
Yeah, Mayor he's done an amazing job at this. Listen to this. It's easier than me reading through everything to just show other people who've covered it. Here we go.
All the leaked WhatsApp messages, and we'll continue to be the source for you guys. We've created a dedicated playlist on the channel called Lockdown Files. You can watch all the videos on that every day.
Subscribe to me.
This one is absolutely disgusting. Of all the things we've said, some of them have been just ridiculous and funny. Some of the stuff have been quite dodgy. But this one is about James Daly MP and Matt Hancock. So the government, they had this task force that they decided to use the government whips in Parliament to threaten and intimidate MPs, at worst, at best just to negotiate and convince them that more lockdowns are good. Let's just do more face nappies and everything else. So they had this list, and we've got the leaked spreadsheet of all the list of all the MPs, the Tory MPs, and what their problem was and how to tackle them. And James Daly became one of the biggest victims because they had to force him to say yes to lockdown because they were threatening his constituency's disabled children fund. So they were literally going to harm vulnerable people and their public funding for support if the MP of that constituency didn't back the government on a political matter. Disgusting. So, 28th of November 2020, so second lockdown day.
How's Parliament looking
we had Alan
now?
Nixon, who was
yeah.
advisor to Matt Hancock, sending this PDF file
Matt Hancock was sent full PDF files, full data releases. He was not basing this on nonsense. He probably just didn't look at them because he's a fucking idiot. But he was sent the data. He knew what was going on.
Spreadsheet saying this is the latest list from the government whips. Please don't share. Oops. Yes, it's been shared now. Hi guys. So let's talk about this. We have a couple of names, few names on this. As an example, you've got Clifton Brown, Jeffrey Clifton Brown. You've got Jeffrey Cox. You've got David Davis. You've got Mark Francois. We've got David Jones. Got Andrew Letson. So David Davis was
listen to these reports. Mark is quite cross and saying he will only agree to vote on the determined to vote this. It's cut off a little bit. Sorry. I like that it says he's quite cross though. It made me laugh.
From the government webs, they said David Davis is just refusing the calls. He's ignoring us.
Yes.
We've had a number of others. For example, let's go to the first one, and the two Jeffreys at the top, and then we're going to talk about Mark Francois, David Jones.
Real quick, Gary Thomas or 5 in the chat asks Aiden, how much of the deficiency in the black community is due to family loving? Dad was a Rolling Stone and left kids all over the place, and well, I would say that honestly, if the black community was intact and they were fathers, we would not see the disparity to the same. Now, there's going to be a disparity because there is an IQ difference, but the white admixture within the black community in the United States makes them very different from black Africans, right? I think you would find that black Americans would do extremely well comparatively to how they're doing now if they did not have the 70% loss plus 70% plus loss of father 70% plus fatherlessness rates. The lack of a father is extremely deleterious and harmful towards the family. So I think that's a big issue.
No wonder they don't want men to be men.
Cute, right?
And Andrea Letson. So the two Jeffreys, one of them said no, he will vote against or maybe abstain. Feels like there is lack of parliamentary scrutiny on the tier system. And then you have Jeffrey Cox saying, well, cannot support this bill at present. We'll need more transparency and a dashboard for each area so local authorities can measure where they are at and plot an escape. Obviously, David Davis is ignoring the calls. Mark Francois is quite cross and saying that he only agreed to vote the once, but is determined to vote against us on this next week. He also says that he wants not calls or briefings as the science has been discredited and the cure is now worse than the disease.
Yep.
Right.
Wowee.
One of them had sense.
The cure is now worse than the disease. They said that openly.
Yeah,
dang.
Right.
Because it wasn't a cure. It didn't stop you from getting COVID. Didn't stop you from getting sick. It wasn't. I've talked about this last year openly. I've talked about it before that, even before we started the podcast, which is that the protocols that were observed for the development of the COVID vaccine do not even reach the protocols that would be used for me as a social scientist to conduct research. That is what really blew the whistle for me. You what? You did what? I was flabbergasted. I am to this day flabbergasted. What I cannot comprehend. I'm flabbergasted that they pretend that this is properly conducted research, because it was not. That's what I'm flabbergasted by. I'm just like, it was not, it didn't apply to social science standards. What are you doing? And that's what drove me mad. So like, wait a minute, like, it would take me longer to get the approval to poke somebody with a stick. And yet you have now moved from the IRB, the Institutional Review Board, into full out rolling out, giving people a vaccine in the time it would take me to get approval to poke somebody with a stick. I don't fucking think so. This is insanity. Now, I know that for people who have never experienced the scientific process, and this is not, I'm not trying to like suck my dick or whatever. Just saying that I've been through it. Like, no, it's just I've been through the process.
I like trolling
I've
you.
published scientific data. This is insanity. It was always insanity. It never made any sense. Complete lunacy.
Yes, Mark Ronson was absolutely spot on. David Jones says he will vote against, but wants more information. Andrew Leadsom also said she wants to see more proper impact assessment. She cannot support at present. So each one of them, they had this list, and they approached each MP either by bribing them, by convincing them, or scaring them. And this is where James Daly came in. They basically just went robust against people like James Daly because he's a nice, lovely MP. And you can't really just bribe him. So, 22nd of November 2020. Special Advisor Alan Nixon said, I think we need to dangle our top asks over some of these 2019 intake MPs who are going off the boil this coming week. Thoughts on me on suggesting to chief spats, the actual chief whips, special advisors, that they give us a list of all the 2019 intakes, the new MPs thinking of rebelling. For example, James Daly wants his learning disability hub in Bury. So we get the whips to call him up and say that the health team want to work with him to deliver this. But that will be off the table if he rebels.
You basically
These guys
you held to ransom, you fucking
held
cunts.
Precisely, Spoon. Ransomed these people. All of them. It was at ransom.
This is how fucking evil government people, and these are their own fucking colleagues.
Yes. They held you at ransom. They lied. They didn't care they lied. In fact, they wanted to scare the pants off of you so you would take an untested vaccine.
How's that one world government looking now?
To show your fucking compliance. That's what I know that we're gonna get in so much trouble for this, but that's what this was all about. It was to show your damn compliance. Yeah. It was in my opinion, it was a sociological test to find out how much the population is able to be so easily manipulated that they can get you to do anything.
Oh yeah, that much is all.
To do anything. To deject and deny your own parents and friends and family because the media tells you to do so over a flu. This was a perfect test for them to test obedience. It was a perfect sociological test of obedience. And guess what? They found out. The answer is about 70 to 80% of people are completely compliant and will do anything. Will do anything that the government tells them to do.
A lot of instances.
Under very minor, very, very minor issues of inconvenience.
And we know what they want. We should seriously considering it, in my opinion. And Matt Hancock said, yes, 100%. Let's threaten the vulnerable, disabled children and put their lives at risk just because we want to vote. One vote.
Oh, take care, Rob Walker. Have fun at Bible study.
Yeah, it's on, Rob.
Are you kidding me? This is one of the most immoral things that came out of these lockdown files. This is completely... This should be almost illegal. It's so...
Not almost. It should be illegal.
It should be illegal,
It's one of the most illegal fucking things I've ever... I'm sorry. I'm trying so hard not to scream constantly. Because as a scientist, and I hate when people say that kind of stuff, but I'm going to say it for me. As a scientist, this is utterly incomprehensible to our entire paradigm of what we're taught as to how to conduct research. This is, they flaunted every single thing that you are taught as a scientist as to not do. They flaunted it. To me, it is irreconcilable. I will never ever forgive these people because no. First of all, they hurt a ton of people. That in and of itself is its own thing that is, of course, evil beyond comprehension. But you also did it under the name of science. And as a scientist, no, and this is always where it really hits me. You were taught better. Not just you. I know you were. I know you didn't miss this course. You were taught. You were forced. But these are scientists who did this. They were forced to take multiple courses to not do this, and they did it anyway. That is what is irreconcilable to me more than anyone. The politicians should be punished, yes. The scientists should be punished as well. They created it, and I will never, ever forget, nor will I ever forgive #anonymous meme, but you know what I mean? I'm not gonna ever fucking forgive or forget this. They want you to forgive and forget this stuff. I made a video about it my most recent video was about how they want you to fucking forget and forgive about this shit. Do not let them erase this from your mind. That's what they have now. That's all they have left. Is please, oh, I'm sorry, we fucked up. They won't even say they fucked up. Oh, sorry, we made a little bit of oopsie poopsie. No, I'm sorry. No, that you did not make an oopsie poopsie in science. You did not make an oopsie poopsie in science. You did not. Shut the fuck up. Dreadnought for 5 says a king might do something like this, but not for long. Yeah, exactly. Wouldn't be within his best interest.
Yeah.
Also, the smugness of this construction worker over rejecting the vaccine continues to increase. Yeah, I know. I have so much anger over this.
What, the smugness of rejecting it? Oh,
all of it. You know what? I wasn't going to play this towards the end, but I'm going to play it now.
I think in my case, the reason I rejected it is very simple. I saw the whole world doing the exact same thing.
Well,
that was like a giant fucking red flag. Everyone on Earth is doing the same thing. From the so-called Free West, which is a fucking joke of a phrase, all the way to authoritarian fucking China. Like, dude, when the so-called free liberal West is doing the exact same fucking thing as authoritarian commie China, fuck you, I am not doing what you tell me to do.
Well, I've explained many times why I didn't take it, which is that, one, I have an autoimmune disease.
I have sense,
two,
and I'm a guy. And also, I'm a white South African, and if I look at the vaccination rates, ours is quite low compared to the rest of the world. Like, yes, baseness runs in the fucking nationality.
So, the January 6th narrative has collapsed. This narrative about the lockdowns is also collapsing. And if you want to know why I will never fucking forget, okay, hang on, guys. Like, gird yourselves, because I'm gonna cry, and I think I'm giving you all men who are watching. You have permission to cry as well. This is something that I'm saying for men in the audience. If you want to have a little if a tear falls out of your eye, it's okay. It is okay, because this is the kind of thing. Look at what the fuck they did to us. Look what they did. Yeah, sorry. Fuck off. You fuck yourselves forever. For doing that shit.
No, that just makes me rage. It doesn't make me teary.
Oh, it makes me very upset.
Oh.
Okay, I have to ask you a question. Do you think Matt Hancock is being used as a fall guy in this?
Fuck yeah. Absolutely.
I think that's correct. Yeah.
I don't give a fuck either. Fuck him. I hope he rots in jail or ends up getting killed. I don't fucking care.
I hope all people involved get what they fucking deserve. They will. They will. They will in the next life. Boris Johnson, of course, kind of like had like a.
I want to know what the fuck went up with him.
This is
because
well, he's
Boris
a cuck. He's a fucking cuck, is what it is.
No. Okay, here's the thing. I'm slightly skeptical of Boris, because if they were able to fucking do that shit with that other fucking guy, what did they have on him?
Mm-hmm.
That's why, like, I'm slightly skeptical, because if they could fucking hold that shit over the other MP's head, it makes me think, like, Boris, what did they have over you? Because you had sense. You had data in front of you, and you said this is fucking dumb. So either you sold out, or someone had some shit on you. I want to know what the fuck. Honestly, I'm leaning more towards the former. Yeah. I don't think Boris is that evil. I think someone had something on him.
I think Boris is an idiot. Here we can see him though saying, which is the argument against that. He says, Matt, as I just read this chart, an 80-year-old COVID patient has 6% chance of dying. If you're under 35, your chances are negligible. If I were an 80-year-old and I was told that the choice between destroying the economy and risking my exposure to a disease that I had 94% chance of surviving, I know what I prefer. And yet Boris went out in public and supported this shit. I just played you guys a video of 2 elderly people who had not been able to see each other in over a year. I realized that I didn't really set that video up that well.
Yeah.
That was a married elderly couple who had not seen each other in over a year. That was their first time seeing each other. If someone tried to take me away from Bill, and I'm weak as fuck, but I would do.
Okay, that explains a lot more now, because when you showed the clip, I'm like, that's not really that bad. Like, that doesn't.
They hadn't seen each other in over a year because they had been held apart from each other. Oh, sorry. Just to I should have explained that. Dang.
Yeah, because now just like, because when you showed, I'm like, what's so bad about this? They just look like 2 people hugging.
They hadn't seen each other in over a year because of the COVID lockdowns. Oh, I'm gonna play it again. I really want people to see this, to show you what the hell. And I know that it's really depressing and sad, but I know, no, we need to look at this. These are people who were kept apart.
Oh, fuck.
They were reunited at the same care home after a year apart. This person says, you may see this as joyful. I see it as the greatest shame of our lives, and I agree.
Can you give us a white pill?
No, I just want to see them. Yes, this is a white pill. I've seen these 2
That's not a white pill. That makes
me
want to fucking go on a rampage. You get all fiffy, girly feeling shit. I just get fucking angry. I don't have feelings of polite and empathy. I have feelings of fucking aggression and rage.
Well, I hope when Bill and I are that old, we'll be able to have kisses like that. I'm not kept apart like that. This is insane. It drives me insane.
Yeah, I just don't have that kind of feeling in me.
It doesn't drive you nuts?
No.
Doesn't make you want to...
No, it doesn't.
Okay, a couple more things.
Again, I don't have that level of emotion in me.
Empathy.
Yeah, I just don't. I'm kind of dead inside.
Oh, what's this? Error has occurred because you're unable to send cookies. Can I
could do rage really well, though.
I do rage. Let's see if this works.
No, that's not the white
Here we go.
Yeah, if Aiden, that's your white pill, you need a better white pill. That's a shitty white pill.
This is a massive meta-analysis on the efficacy of masks. I'm gonna go down here into the main result.
They do fuck all.
They do nothing.
Yep, of course.
They do nothing.
Yep. They fucking even boast about that in the fucking sorry, I'm swearing so much. In the WhatsApp thing where they just said, "Oh, we should have more of it, a very visible marker." So I'm like, that was the reason for it. It was a symbol of your fucking compliance. That was it. Yes. It didn't do anything.
This is a massive meta-analysis. A massive meta-analysis that was conducted between the years of 2003 and 2020. Okay.
Oh, that's 17 years.
Yeah. There were no clear differences between the use of medical surgical masks compared to the N95 P2 respirators in healthcare workers when used in routine care to reduce respiratory viral infection. Hand hygiene is likely to modestly reduce the burden of respiratory illness, and although this effect was also present in the ILI and laboratory-confirmed influenza were analyzed separately, it was not found to be a significant difference in the latter 2 outcomes. Harms associated with physical interventions were under-investigated. There is a need for they're saying they need more research at the end, but the reality is that they say masks do fucking nothing. Just saying that this is in, excuse me, Susan, if you're mad, it's the Cochrane Library. It's Tom Jefferson, Liz Dooley, Eliana Ferroni, one of the most massive meta-analyses that have been conducted in the medical industry ever. You can't get on me on that, Newsen. I'm sorry. Oh, I always feel like, oh no, it's Aiden. She actually reads fucking medical fucking goddamn research and all research. I am the fucking bane of their fucking nightmares. Get out of my I'm so after that watching that video with the old people. It's I'm so angry. I love old people. I love seeing cute old people things. Like I love when old people you see like an old couple and they're together after like 60 years or whatever, it really, really, really brings me a lot of positive feelings. And then when I see that they did that,
Are you good?
no, I'm really angry. Lucifer the Doberman for $5 Canadian says, imagine sending someone to prison for a crime they didn't commit and trying to gain sympathy from them seeing their family when they're released. That's what they're doing right now with the January 6th stuff. Yeah, it's insane. Thank you, Lucifer. Well, that's a really weird thing.
No, he means
just say
the
thank you,
two
Lucifer.
older people.
Well, that's how the left is currently feeling. Thank you, Lucifer. Thank you, Satan. I love Satan. Listen to this.
And by science, not presidential.
This is from a year ago. Okay.
Oh, this bitch.
This clip. Yeah, this clip is from a year ago. This is what they now. When I'm talking about earlier about how they're like trying to like reframe everything in terms of the Jan 6 stuff, they're also doing it right now as it relays to the COVID stuff. This is what they said a year ago.
Traditionally driven by science,
not
presidential politics. And the scientists aren't the only ones rankled today by Trump's effort at reputation.
2 years ago. 3 years ago now. Yeah.
Repair. The New York Times also advances recent reporting on U.S. intelligence agencies, which we learned this week provided intel in the president's PDB as early as January about the lethal spread of COVID. Those same agencies now have been tapped with investigating one of Trump world's most favorite conspiracy theories. New York Times reports this, quote, senior Trump administration officials have pushed American spy agencies to hunt for evidence to support an unsubstantiated theory.
Is the Wuhan lab leak an unsubstantiated theory?
Shouldn't be.
Oh, guess what? It got proven as being accurate. Listen, conspiracy theory just means that you're latent on your accuracy.
Yeah, that's basically what it means right now.
Yep.
That a government lab in Wuhan, China was the origin of the coronavirus outbreak. That's according to current and former American officials. The effort comes as President Trump escalates a campaign to blame China for the pandemic.
Well, they were to blame.
They were to blame, actually.
Some intel analysts are concerned that the pressure from the administration officials will distort assessments about the virus and that they could be used as a political weapon in an intensifying battle with China.
Well, the Democrats never do that because they're on the Chinese payroll.
Yeah.
Now, I wanted to show you this. So here's 11 days ago. Now, we talked about this last week, or either yesterday or the day before, the week before, that the lab leak had been confirmed by the Energy Department, right? I want to show you this.
Weird department to confirm it.
It is weird. It's just one department. The FBI also confirmed it. I wanted to go to this page because I think it's fucking curious. So this is our coronavirus on Reddit, right?
Okay.
Now, as you can see, the post itself, the information has been removed. You can't see it on Reddit. Reddit is a hot box of leftist nonsense.
Yep.
So they have removed the information because who knows why. I want to go down and look at the comments.
It's gayness.
Why the Department of Energy? What's the connection? I confess I haven't read the article, but I heard about the news all this weekend.
I've noticed no one has spoken about that. Why was it the Department of Energy?
Because they would have been involved in some degree, yeah.
It's very weird.
You can see how these people respond, though. They are losing their minds. This is with low confidence, according to people who read the classified report. These people
need to go touch grass.
They don't believe any of it. These are people who walk around with COVID stickers about how many vaccines they've had, how many boosters they've had.
Those are the kind of people that get Pfizer tattoos.
They get tattoos. They're still doing it.
Do you not think that was fucking weird?
Low confidence.
To see like the left, who were always just people of, oh, we're against big pharma and big corporations. the
And
moment this shit happens,
they
did this crap. It's like, what?
I know.
How the hell did you go from we are Occupy Wall Street to we are sucking Big Pharma's cock harder than the members of fucking Congress?
Fascinating, right?
Like, what in the shit?
Peter for 20 says, we need to endlessly connect their lack of understanding of both science and collateral harm with the left that the left caused with COVID to what they will cause regarding transgenderism.
That's a good point, actually.
It's actually kind of a good segue. Because I think I'm kind of... Am I done with the COVID stuff?
I hope so.
Oh, only a couple... only one more, or two more things, and we're getting into the tranny stuff that I really want to get into.
Oh, God.
The FBI has admitted that it did come from China. The lab leak came from China.
Or at the very least, they said that they knew about it.
Yeah.
That's
and
what
also,
I found fucking weird. Is that Christopher Wray came out and said, "Oh, we knew about this for a while." Like, just Christopher, how long is a while?
You're fucking
Was it when Trump was in office? Maybe.
Yeah, your countryman got accused of also doing fakies.
Based.
I know. Elon Musk.
He's a West African.
CCP threatens the CCP threatens Elon Musk.
Good.
Warns against promoting Wuhan lab leak. I don't want to go through this article. You can read it, but yeah, whatever.
China,
okay,
you're good in my book.
Yeah, exactly. Based.
Very boy.
Based. And I'm gonna move into now. We did not talk about any of the. Spoon, hang out with me for a little bit.
You better expect it. Okay, no. When you say that, I get worried.
Women's Month is a thing.
Does it have to be?
No, it shouldn't be.
Okay. Good.
However, it's really funny because what Women's Month now is, or Women's Day. Yesterday was International Women's Day.
And nobody cares.
No, they shouldn't care. But trannies do. And I'm real tired of saying that it's anything other than trannies because they hate. By the way,
the
trannies,
squad?
They hate me. They hate me. They wish I was dead. And any other woman who will not just fellate their nonsense. You are AGP.
And parts beyond.
You are autogynephiles. And by the way, I have been extremely accepting of transgender people. But autogynephiles, get the fuck out. No, because I like Blair White and I have friends who are transgender. But these people are autogynephiles. They don't want to just like fit in. They want to absorb and control women's faces. And they're men who hate women, largely. And this is why they're so angry about this. This is where Women Plus comes in. So, Women's History Month is officially the month of March. Taking a clue from International Women's Day, which is March 8th. It's still early, but already instead of honoring the incredible women who spearheaded change in the country, the United States, I don't really care. Well, you know how I feel about it, guys. Like, I know there are women also in the audience here, but I think that most women who watch understand where I'm coming from. That this is disgusting what's happening. I know also we often also get super chats and stuff from people who also don't like the way that Black people were treated like angels, which is insanity as well. Social media is full of nods to Women Plus, a term created for women and non-binary people, as well as transgender men and biological males who live as women. So we have some tweets here from James Lindsay. Women Plus at the University of North Dakota. The University Council for Women, UCW Plus, promotes equity for women and other people with traditionally marginalized gender identities. Women Plus.
Hold on a second. Say that
I
last
know.
Say that last sentence again.
Promotes equity for women and other people with traditionally marginalized gender identities. Women
Traditionally. Like,
yeah,
it's traditionally like encompassing the last, 3 years?
Yeah. Yeah. Of your fake nonsense that doesn't exist.
What the fuck?
But it gets worse.
I have to laugh at that just because it's so absurdly dumb.
I know. It's real, Lindsay continues. This is from the Division of Plasma Physics. Women Plus in Plasma Physics.
Oh.
Yeah. Here we have Pramila J. Paul. Women's History Month must include trans women.
feel like you would like this.
What?
Oh,
You
fuck,
say
you can't
something?
hear the fucking thing.
Hang on.
No, it's on my end, so...
On the first day of Women's History Month, let us just be clear. Trans women are women.
No, they're not.
Translators like Marsha P. Johnson and Miss Major Griffin Gracie should be honored as women activists this month just as much as white suffragettes like Elizabeth Cady Stanton. Now, I don't really care because I hate women and feminism. But I don't hate women. I like women a lot, but I hate feminism. I like women a whole lot. I want women to be women. It's why I hate feminism.
You like women as a gender. You don't like women as a politic.
Yes, exactly.
You're welcome.
I like. Thank you. You're completely correct. I like. First of all, I'm bisexual, so I find women attractive, but I also like women.
So do I. I'm a male lesbian.
and as a woman though, which I'm not allowed to say, I don't want women to be allowed to vote. I've said this multiple times in the stream, but I don't want anyone to be able to vote, so it's not like it's, I think, actually discriminatory. Like, if I'm saying, like, nobody should be allowed to vote, I don't think me saying that repeal 19 is actually that
controversial,
revolutionary, or controversial in terms of my overall position.
It says your politics. It's right up there.
Yeah, I don't care. I don't think anyone should be allowed to vote. Voting is cringe and gay, in my opinion. But this is insane. Like, this is so insulting to me, though, as a woman. This is so fucking insulting. All this shit. You are not a woman, and you want to know. I'm not gonna get into this too much.
Oh, also, Michael, I agree. It is totally cringe, but I can't think of any other way to describe it.
Look, we gotta get through this. I'll just say this stuff. Okay, so I'm just gonna say it real quick. I've talked about it before. Talked about it many times before. I'm just gonna go through it real quick. I have the most extreme form of a disease called endometriosis. Endometriosis is a disease that only affects biological females. I'm sorry, Troons, but you can't get this disease. You don't have the parts that are necessary to have the disease that I have. I know that you're probably crying about that right now, but I'm sorry that you don't. Now, I think actually you can cry about it all you want, but you should be very, very happy that you do not have the disease that I have. The disease that I have, it took me 10 years to be able to diagnose with, because doctors just were like, "Oh, you have you have cramps. Get over it." That's how all women feel, until they realize, actually, you know what? If you're vomiting and losing consciousness and all that kind of stuff, that maybe is not how normal cramps work with women. So with endometriosis, which is the disease that I have, in a normal woman's body, you have these cells that are called endometrial cells. They form on the inside of the uterus, and when a woman has a period, they slough off. They fall off they hurt no matter what. Of course, it's called a cramp. That's what creates cramps. It's because there's cells inside the uterus that fall off. Now, if you have the disease that I have, those cells that are supposed to be inside the uterus form on other parts of the body. In my case, it's the spine and the lungs and the liver. All parts of my body develop those cells, and when I would get my period, they would slough off, which causes incomprehensible, first of all, internal bleeding, and also extreme pain. Trannies are never going to experience that, so fuck off talking about how, like, oh, I'm having my period right now. It took me 15 fucking years to get anyone to even notice that I had this disease. 15 years. Now, when I found out that I had the disease, what I did was I signed myself up for every single fucking capacity to be an experimental subject, to make sure that other women who have the disease will be better served by the medical industry. I have been a guinea pig, or I was, not anymore, but I was a guinea pig my entire young adult life, to make sure that other women would not go through what I went through. And now there's fucking troons who are claiming, oh, my period hurts so much.
Basically, what Aiden is saying, she would like to put her foot up someone's asses.
I cannot even describe how infuriated it makes me feel. Like, it is just 15 years ago.
Hashtag
there was no recognition of this disease that affects, by the way, a quarter of women. And there still is no recognition of this disease that affects a quarter of women. It's on a 5-point scale from 1 to 5. I had the most extreme level, 1 to 4, excuse me. Not 1 to 5, 1 to 4. I had the 4th level. I have 4th at the most extreme level of endometriosis, and I have fought my entire fucking life to make sure that other women did not have to experience the pain that I did. I went through experimental, extreme. I took anything. If they said like, "Hey, we need to test this drug on you so that we can help other women," I took it. I did it Dang, man. And these fucking men now want to come in and be like, "Ooh, I have periods too." No, you don't. You really fucking don't. If people don't understand, also, I don't want to like get too explicit on this because it's really gross, but like, what endometriosis does is you're gonna vomit. For me, you're gonna throw up. You're gonna lose consciousness. You're gonna pass out. You're gonna lose control of the lower part of your body as well, which is really shitty, literally. That's what it's like. Because it's one of the worst. It's just shit, literally. It's shit. And trannies want to pretend like they have it? Get the fuck out. I have been fighting. I was in the Violet study. I was in a Violet experiment to try and get a new drug. The drug is out now. I'm sorry, what's the drug called now? I was in the study to get the to get this drug made to treat endometriosis. Called the Violet study. Randomized control, which was for yeah, I was in the study. No. It's not it. Hang on. New drug to reduce pain. I was a participant in the study. Weird. Why is it taking so long? Elagolix. So I was a participant in the Elagolix study. I have been doing this my entire life, fighting for, to the best of my capacity, fighting for women who have this disease, because we are totally ignored. And now, the only way that we can get any kind of attention because of fucking goddamn troons like Dylan Mulvaney being like, "Oh, my period hurts." You don't get a period, you fucking lunatic. You don't. And you have no... And I'm so fucking angry. You don't get a period, my dude. You don't. You have no idea. And by the way, for most women, yeah, it hurts. If you get a cramp, it sucks. But 1/4 of women have this disease. Most of them, of that 4th, are fine. But like 1/8 of women have this serious disease that needs to be treated. And the way that it was treated my entire life was, I'm not joking, shove a dirty old sock up your vagina. I'm not kidding. I was told that by a fucking goddamn gynecologist in the 2000s, okay? Shove a dirty old sock into your cooter, okay? I hate that word. It's the grossest word ever. I was told that, though. Cooch. I was told to shove a dirty old sock up there, and that would fix the crippling pain that I was experiencing. No, I had a disorder. A lot of women, like, it's about, when you actually get into the, really get into the data, women who actually really suffer from this, it's like 1/10. Okay, at 1 in 10 women have this disorder. It's really serious. And it sucks. It's awful. It's not lethal. You're not gonna die. You're not gonna die. But it is extremely painful because the cells are in the wrong place. Anywho, let's look at this. Kick off Women's History Month by looking at key gender debates and their roots. Who cares? Who gives a shit? This Women Plus thing is hilarious. They basically were like, we are also women. We're women too because we claim to be. You're not. Get out. You're not a woman. You will never be a woman. You will never have a vagina. You'll never have a uterus. Sorry. I say that as a woman who has struggled my entire life by trying to get anybody to pay attention to my fucking goddamn disease. I've struggled my entire fucking life to get anybody to look at my fucking disease that is experienced by 1 in 8 women, and I cannot get anyone to look at it. Do you know how fucking infuriating that is? When now we spend all this fucking billions of dollars on troons? Absolutely. 1 in 8 women has this disease. Get the fuck, and I'm not saying it like minor, because like 1 in 4 has it, but 1 in 8 has it to the degree that I do. Get the fuck out. Get the fuck out. I'm so incredibly infuriated. I'm sorry, I'm really mad. I hate it. I hate it. Well, how am I supposed to feel, Spoon? How am I supposed to feel? That nobody's doing medical research on my disease that affects 1 in 8 women, but yet we're doing all this research and all this medical knowledge on men who are like, I would like you to cut my dick off. Why?
So they can't reproduce.
Obviously, that's what it's about. That's what it's about. The far right are coming for us, but I'm not going anywhere. Trans woman who sparked outrage by being face of Hershey's International Women's Day says she'll never shut up. Did you see this thing?
Yes, I did.
Let's watch it.
My name is Faye Johnstone. I'm the executive director of Wisdom to Action. We can create a world where everyone is able to live in public space as their honest and authentic selves. See the women changing how we.
Yeah, so this is
except maybe deranged and insane.
Yeah, so this is the He for She campaign. Hershey's decides to come out in favor of trans. I don't really care. I mean, of course they're doing it. Faye says, the reaction to my inclusion as a trans woman in Hershey's Canada, whatever campaign shows us how far we still have to go in the fight for feminist liberation and trans rights. You are not a feminist. You're not a woman. You don't have a vagina. You don't have a uterus. You don't have any of the female parts. I'm tired of it. I'm tired. I'm not doing it anymore. I think I'm allowed to, by the way. I'm not a feminist, but I'm tired of playing pretend with you. I'm tired of playing pretend with you. It also demonstrates exactly how much the far right is zeroing in on trans people and trans women in particular. They're coming for us. We need allies more than ever. No, you are coming for women. I mean, literally, you're coming for women, but you're also, because you're an AGP, you're an autogonophile who thinks it's hot to pretend to be a woman. No, get the fuck out. You are not a woman. You will never be a woman. You will never have a uterus. You will never have a vagina. You will never know what it's like to experience what it's like to be a woman. And I'm saying this as a woman, you will never know. You will never experience a period. Be like, oh, I'm having I'm being a little bit cranky right now. They do this shit. They're like, I'm being cranky. I must be having my trans period. No. No. I refuse. I fucking refuse. You know Spoon, how insane is it that I have a disease that is suffered by 1 in 4 women, and I had to be a experimental subject on a disease that women have suffered for the entirety of human history in the 2000s. And now people like this, men, are claiming like, oh, I'm a girl too.
Sorry,
do you understand why I'm in?
Is there more to the question?
Do you think that's what do you think about that?
I think a load of people should get some golf clubs and swing away.
No, you're not. You can't claim to be me. What I had to go through to be a lab rat.
That is
for
an
other
ugly
women,
motherfucker, I'll say that.
It's a man.
Of course it is. Like, fucking jaw's more square than mine.
What I did
It's not,
to
by
be a
the way.
lab rat, what I did to be a lab rat, so that other women would not have to suffer, is the least I could ever have possibly fucking done in my life.
Bulldog looking bitch.
But I will. This is insane. You're out of your fucking mind. Oh fuck! Hang on, I clicked on the wrong thing. Dang, I'm so mad. I'm so mad. I'm actually fucking angry. So anyway, Hershey's is getting boycott because they made this he/she ad. It's lame and literally gay, and
Cringe
who
and gay.
cares?
And the Daily Wire didn't boycott them.
Now, this is what I'm going to go into, is that Daily Wire went like, oh, wow. By the way, I'd like to point out, like, I'm going to show you the ad. I will also tell you the recourse of this ad. The Daily Wire has made more than $1 million in the last 10 days for doing this. Just for being like, hey, you don't want to say that women are real? We'll do a chocolate bar.
International Women's Day is upon us again. and I love an international woman. But our friends over at Hershey's, they don't even know what a woman is. They've hired a biological male to be the spokesperson for their Women's Day campaign. And they're calling that campaign, and I swear I'm not making this up, Her-She. Her-She. It's humiliating. And it's the reason that I'm launching.
It is humiliating. I feel humiliated by it.
You know what I find the most impressive thing about this ad? That Michael Knowles is
Michael
trying
Knowles,
so
look at Michael
fucking
Knowles.
hard not
Look
to
how
laugh
happy
his
he
ass
looks
off.
so. I know he's trying so
He's
hard.
trying so hard not to laugh at this because it's ridiculous.
It's great. I love it.
Jeremy's chocolate. We have two kinds. She, her, and he, him. One of them's got nuts. If you need me to tell you which one it is, keep giving your money to Hershey.
I love Michael Knowles' little face.
He looks such a boy.
He looks so cute. It looks like a little boy. It's adorable.
But if you're tired of giving your money to woke corporations that hate you, and you're looking for a delicious chocolate bar from a company that actually wants your business, head over to IHateHershey's.com and order Jeremy's chocolate today.
Based. Go over to IHateHershey's.com. I'm gonna post this in the chat. Now, I don't make a single penny off of this.
Can I be a real downer?
Yeah.
I can respect the hustle.
Yeah.
From the thing, but this is fucking cringe.
It is. I don't think it's cringe.
No, I'll tell you why. I was watching Molbach and Boys recently, and he said something very good. He said,
on Boys?
Yes. And he said, create greatness as if your enemies do not even exist at all. The way to beat the fucking hell out of these people is not to use this shit. It's to completely make stuff that doesn't even acknowledge they exist.
Wow. Of course. Of course. But I'm joking, but obviously,
again,
Molbach knows the truth. Molbach knows the real way. I think Molbach's correct. We need to parodying them is funny.
Yes, but fucking ignore them. Nothing drives these people more insane than their ideas being flat out fucking ignored. It drives them nuts. If you, I said this in a video that I'm making tomorrow that I'm putting on Rumble. If all you have to do is just look at them and do the exact fucking opposite, because everything these fucking dumb cunts do is hated by the vast majority of fucking people.
Yep.
If they have diversity, make all the whites.
Evil, yeah.
If they have sexual orientation, make it straight only. If it's community-based, make it strong family. If it's not religious, make it religious. That's fucking it. All you have to do is the exact fucking opposite of these cunts. Ignore them and make a fucking good product.
That's
for the love of fucking God.
Why I love Curtis Yarvin. I think he is completely correct. However, I am going to talk a little bit about some of the other shit that's been happening. Now, we have covered some of this, but not all of it. And I want to cover a little bit of it here as we end the stream. We did not cover this. Is that is the tranny
this story was quite fucking funny.
It's been going on for weeks, but I want to go over it because we have not covered it.
Dude, the VTuber thing is fucking weird to me.
The VTuber thing is weird. So I have been playing the Hogwarts Legacy game. Alternative Alt-Hype says Yarvin's entire existence is the exact opposite of greatness.
No, that's ridiculous. His entire fucking thing is like...
No, hey, Alt-Hype, would you be interested in coming on and talking to us? Because I know for a fact that you disagree with, that we're both like Moldbug stands, I guess, or whatever you want to call it. We're monarchists. I know that I would, based on everything I've seen of your work, I would imagine that you don't agree. If you'd like to come on at some point and talk to us about it, that would be awesome. I don't want to sound like a fangirl, but I'm a little fangirling about Alt-Hype being in the chat.
The guy who just says, "Hey, look, I'm a monarchist and I completely disregard everything."
Yeah, I know.
To say that guy is not that is absurd to me.
I know. I'm a little bit fangirl about Alt-Hype being in the chat because Ryan Folk, I think, is one of the most intelligent people in the entire right-leaning sphere. Call me a simp or whatever. It's probably not incorrect. But Ryan, if you'd like to was it Ryan, isn't it? Yeah. Sorry, if I didn't mean to doctor something, but
also Molbug wasn't like our anchor. Molbug has been kind of like our gateway drug. I think Ledden and probably Hopper is our anchors.
Yeah, right. Yes. In that, Molbug is the gateway drug to reading Eric von Kunetlin. That's where you get into the real shit.
That's you need to smoke the heavy shit.
And it sounds like alt hype's down, which is awesome. I'll try to think that we have each other in our DMs open alt hype, but let's look into it because I would love for you to come on and I don't know if you'd like to just debate monarchy. That would be probably what I would suggest that we discuss because I can't think of anybody who honestly I'd be really hard pressed to think of anybody who is besides like an academic agent who would be more well equipped. And I think that you'd be more well equipped to discuss this than anybody else who's really involved in kind of internet discourse.
Scrump
Scrump would be, but we've talked to Scrump about this.
Yeah.
So
Scrump's good people.
Anywho, so I wanted to talk a little bit about the VTuber stuff because this has been. I think that the reason I wanted to put this all together in yesterday's show, but why it's now coming out in today is that the left is. Oh, never mind. Alt hype is pro monarchy. Never mind.
Wait, hype.
It would be a great debate.
You're pro monarchy?
I didn't know that alt hype. Cool.
Generally. I mean, I can understand where the argument against the monarchy begins to deteriorate to people, but I think it's because people
get confused about
monarchy and a dictator. Yes.
Yeah, people always think that monarchy will inherently be dictatorial. However, I think the dictatorial nature only comes out of a quote democratic system or a perceived democratic system. That's my perception on that.
They need to be above politics. That's
yeah,
the thing.
of course, I agree. I want to play a little bit of what's happened here because what I wanted to say though in the entire course of today and yesterday's stream is that the Jan 6 narrative has fallen apart. The COVID narrative has fallen apart, and the Troon narrative has fallen apart. And I think that
what's next to
so
fall?
one thing that happened, I didn't talk about. I didn't get a chance to last night because we were talking about other shit. But I made a post on Michael Knowles' tweet, and I said directly. I said, Michael, I disagree with you vehemently. I could find the tweet, but I'm just gonna reiterate what I said.
Is this the apparently he's advocating for genocide thing?
So it was that tweet that we talked about yesterday or the day last week even. And I said, Michael, I disagree with you vehemently about him talking about. We did watch the full video yesterday. He didn't actually call for trans people to be genocided. He said that transgenderism as an ideology is a problem. Now, I had not seen the whole clip. But I said to him, I want to be clear. I said to him on Twitter, just based on what I saw on Twitter, I said, I disagree with you vehemently. And I think transgender people are valid. And however, I think that woke ideology is a problem. Now, I said that, and for 5 fucking days, I was getting spammed on Twitter to the point where I couldn't even use Twitter. Like, it was just constant spam of trannies telling me to kill myself. I agreed with them. I went back against Michael Knowles. I said Michael Knowles was wrong. And their response was, kill yourself. And we're,
Shut up, Patricia, you German.
But how fascinating is that, right? That's why you end up in this position. I supported you. No more. It's done. It's over.
Do you remember how I said to you, I'm waiting for the day you snap? It's because the moments like this.
I'm done with the trans.
Yeah, little moments like this make me go like, nah, little Aiden's
No, I'm over it. I'm done with the transgender shit. I'm not going to support them anymore. Now, individual transgender people, of course, but not the insanity people, because they have no desire. They are in a position of power, and they are using that power to control other people. They don't care unless you capitulate to them entirely. They don't even. I literally said that I thought that Michael Knowles was saying crazy shit. I didn't agree with it, and I said, but the woke ideology is going a little crazy, and they went, "You're conducting a transgender genocide." I'm like, whoa, wait a minute, what the fuck? I got death threats. These people are lunatics, and they will. And I want to say this in the most kind way possible. I have friends who are transgender. Okay, I would consider I'm not friends with Blair White, but I do know Blair White. I don't have any problem with Blair White whatsoever. I've been really, really clear about this. You're gonna destroy all goodwill you have. And they did it towards me. So I'm done now. Thank you.
Based.
Trans lobby. I am now done. I'm never gonna say anything nice anymore because you want me to kill myself. I saw it openly when I was actively trying to defend you against Michael Knowles. I was actively saying Michael Knowles is wrong, and they went, nope, you should kill yourself too. The tranny army, nope, there is absolutely no way to be nice to these people because they're lunatics. So I'm done. And I want to show you other things that they've done.
Welcome to the real world.
Yep. Here's this VTuber Silvervale. I know, and this has been gone over, but I want to go over it now because I was trying to be kind and not kind. Let's be honest. I was trying to be human towards them.
You're trying to be courteous.
Yes. Well, because I believe in God, I believe in Christ, and I believe it's important to be kind towards our fellow man.
You believe in God and Bible.
Woman.
You should be freezing a Bible and beating these people with it.
Yes, but it doesn't. But they maybe they don't know about. But maybe they don't
holy
know.
Water at them and saying the power of Christ compels you.
Spoon. Maybe they don't know about God's love. So you want to
and they should learn it by force.
But no, not just to proselytize them. Fuck that. No, not just to proselytize them. Maybe they don't know about God's love.
I'm hoping the chat finds this funny because it makes me laugh.
I want to show you what they did to this innocent VTuber. Right? This is over the fucking Harry Potter game. It's gonna get worse.
By the way, did you see the Pipkin called Vorsha Horsefucker?
I'm getting there. I'm getting through it. Don't bury the lead.
It's been really hard, and I try not to talk about this kind of stuff because my stream is not a place for negativity or bad feelings, and I try not to let you guys see this side of me.
I cannot take it seriously with the bouncing tits. Like
I know it's really frustrating because the avatar makes her look like she's happy. She's clearly crying though.
Yeah, and like that.
This was the best way to talk to my community directly because you guys are the people that I care about.
I can't take it seriously.
Out of everything.
I can't.
I care about you guys, not the random people jumping on a hate mob for clout and attention. And
no, okay, it's enough. She did later come out onto Twitter and say that they were a hate mob and that they were freaks, and then that made them more mad. Here,
Based, correct?
Yeah, here's the clip there. Yeah. Silverware returns to Stream Hogwarts.
Game. And I will preface this that I do not condone the ideals of this author. I just want to be a fucking wizard. And I want to play my wizard game that made my childhood.
I just love the way that she said that. I just want to be a fucking wizard.
I want to play my fucking... Honestly, though, I would say one thing that I don't like about VTubers is that they have this very nasally voice. And they do that to uptalk to avoid sounding too uptalky. However, it's not that difficult to talk in the same voice.
You would make so much money if you fucking did that. It's not even funny.
So this one,
it's creepy how well you can do that. It gives me the willies.
Yeah, so the show. I learned Japanese when I was fucking 11 years old, dude. Not hard.
It's like I'm talking to a different human being altogether. It's just. Oh God. V is gonna get you to do some shit, by the way.
Yeah, I told V I'd do any voice work for him I wanted. Is it weird to you guys that I can do that?
Yes.
But I'm telling you, if I can do that, guess what? All these women can do that. It's not that difficult.
Also, no. I have to make a point in the chat. I will never, ever come to this fucking side. Ever. Like, no. I am a fucking weightlifting, sport-loving, fucking beer drinking, whiskey drinking, fucking outdoorsman. Like, fuck no. Like, this is like... This is a part of the right that I will never fucking go to as long as I live. Never. No. Fuck that. Like, this is like where I draw the line.
What do you think about that?
Although Asian women are the most attractive women on the face of the earth. Fuck off.
So
I'll straight up say that. Not if Ada keeps doing that fucking voice.
It's only scary because, like, I know it's weird, right? It's
really creepy. Yes. It's weird.
Why is it weird?
Because it's like a completely different person altogether. It's not even like it's an impression. It's like you step inside and be a different human being.
私の声も同じじゃないだろ。でも、もういいかね
わかる? Is it really that weird?
That's a little bit, yeah.
It's been a while.
I'll be honest, Neon, it's been a while
since
like
half the chat likes it, half the chat is sickened, and I understand.
Yeah,
I also think it's, by the way, I also think it's weird and creepy.
Yes,
I personally think it's
really
weird and creepy. It Bill told me to die. But it is quite simple if you're someone who speaks a basic level of Japanese or any kind of level of Japanese to be able to do it, I guess.
Bill?
It's how Japanese women speak, sort of, not really. I've said this before, like, if I was to speak in Japanese, my normal way of speaking in Japanese, it does not sound like that. I don't do that up talk. It's like, you know,
you do speak in the same, in the
yeah. If I'm asking, like, if I was in Japan, I was asking, like, you know, where is the shop? Where's the shop? Like, that's how I would speak, right? Do you understand, like, the difference? Like, where's it? Like, it's, I don't know. It makes you sick, right?
It just makes, like, it's weird. It's like an entire different persona. It's like if I would it's like if I were to speak like the Joker or like Mo from The Simpsons. It would sound nothing like I know. Okay, well, it sounds gruffier like my normal voice, but it would sound completely different in the case.
But you get what I'm saying. Like,
yes.
Like, the way that I speak Japanese, if I'm speaking Japanese, is again, hei wa doku ni arimasu ka? Like, toire wa doku de doko de ni, Ramu Grey Wolf. Toire wa doku de ni arimasu ka? The way you phrased it is a little bit grammatically incorrect, but he's asking where's the toilet. It's not complicated. It's just women have a particular.
I am the Joker. I do the best Joker.
As I was saying in the beginning of the stream, women have this particular power over men. You know.
Southern spoon and up talk Japanese said.
Yeah. So anywho, we covered this before, but basically that woman got bullied. Her name's Silvervale. She got bullied. This woman who's a little and actually what's really sad about this woman in particular is that she is half Japanese.
Happens when you try to cater to these little.
She is half Japanese, half American, and so she has always been bullied.
By the sounds of it, young lady.
No, she's been bullied her entire life for being American, growing up in Japan, right? She's been bullied her entire life, and the way her name is Pikami, Pikami. The way that she found, I guess, kind of acceptance was through VTubing, and they bullied the shit out of her.
おむすプロジェクト所属の天野ピカミーです。本日はいつも応援してくださっている皆様に大切なお知らせがあります。私、天野ピカミーは今月末の
I didn't notice that. Oh, kawaii ne. Watakushi. She uses the most feminine version of me. The watakushi. What watakushi. It's the most feminine version. She's very, very cute, very, very feminine. There's no way I can explain in a short form as to why watakushi is the most. It is old school feminine in Japanese. Old school, like 100 years ago, feminine.
3月31日をもちまして活動終了することとなりました。
I also use watakushi when I talk in Japanese, but it's whatever. Because I don't give a fuck.
これまで楽しく活動ができたのは応援してくれたファンの皆さん。
Anyway, the point is that this poor little kettle was forced to retire from being a VTuber because she played the fucking wizard game.
I hated if I'm in the mood.
What?
This
What?
Patricia in the chat is being funny.
Let me see. Who? Just?
Yeah, look.
Oh yeah. This poor little kettle though did nothing but play the wizard game. The Troons bullied this girl who was bullied her entire life for not fitting in because she was half Japanese, half American, out of her job because she played fucking Harry Potter. Now, I think that this is a big mistake on the part of the Troons because people are getting actively really, really angry.
And sick of these fucking creatures.
Yeah, they're tired of it. We're all tired of it. It's not just her though. It's becoming more and more.
It's almost like if you give minority people a massive amount of power they've never had it, they don't know how to be responsible with it, and then they act like a bunch of fucking cunts.
And they abuse it. Yeah, how weird they abuse it. Look at this one though. This one's funny.
It's almost like it's a pattern we've seen over and fucking over again. And also they're hormonally imbalanced and fucking insane.
Yeah, of course, because they're on all kinds of drugs and stuff. Yeah.
Yes. I've seen them being harassed on Twitter.
Look at this one. This one's funny though.
I woke up today to like 150 quote retweets on my latest tweet, and I was like, "Whoa, what is this?" And there were a bunch of non-binary 12-year-olds with pronouns in their bio and K-pop profile pictures telling me to kill myself. It's so good. The cancellation arc is real. I made a funny joke tweet last night with a picture of my tank top version, and I said, I know it might be like almost impossible to resist, but please don't stare at my huge booba. It makes me so self-conscious. Like, my face is up here today, so tired of being objectified, and then I posted like 100 eye-rolling emojis. I was just being silly, and there's hundreds of transgender 12-year-olds.
They're not 12. They're not 12, by the way.
Yeah, I just said there's one thing I do.
They're like 30. They're 30.
One thing I do find funny is if you get that voice to say something incredibly base, it is funny as fuck.
It is funny as fuck.
Like getting Pipkin to say like the old days where you could like beat children. I'm like, God damn, Pipkin.
Yeah, we're gonna get into that. It's my next clip, but it is hilarious. Like these people are not 12. I know she thinks they're 12. No, they're not. They're like 30 or 40 years old. Okay, and they're pretending to be 12 because they're pedophiles.
So they're basically defective units.
Yeah, they're pedophiles.
Telling me to kill myself now. No, I shouldn't call them like transgender 12-year-olds. I've drawn myself.
How we've never used that phrase,
I've drawn myself.
We should really use that fucking phrase.
In all kinds.
You never heard transgender before?
No.
Really? Yeah, transgender is what these people are. Like, I don't know about the slate stuff, but like, I'm gonna draw my character. Her character looks like she's 8, so I don't really agree with that. But, however, our girl, Pippa, did say this about Vosh, which is hilarious.
Dolores, did you hear about what Vosh said about you? Yeah, I think he said I'm a Nazi. That's interesting.
Oh yeah, V posted that.
Looking good. I think it does look good. Mr. Beast candy bar. Mr. Beast candy bar is an F tier.
This is part of the thing that I brought up. I wanted to bring up, like, with the candy bar thing.
That is interesting. Yeah, it is interesting.
And just I don't have time to bring it all up. Mr. Beast launched a candy bar, and all he asks is that for people to like go into stores. It's like, hey, if you happen to be there and the display is destroyed, can you please fix it? That's all he asked for. And then they're claiming that like that this is like extreme capitalism. You know, it's not. He's just asking to clean it up because other people are actively trying to destroy his displays because they're insane commie nut jobs.
I just want to ratio the shit out of.
Wait, really? Yeah. Showed up late. How was the chocolate bar? It tasted like shit. The Mr. Beast bar tasted like shit. He thinks everyone's a Nazi. That is true.
Talking about Vosh, by the way.
I'm not really concerned if a horse fucker thinks I'm a Nazi, though. I don't really, I don't take life advice.
You know,
from people who are fixated on horse cock. Sorry. You microdosing right now? Nice.
I don't.
That's the kind of thing I hear like, God damn it, V, you're making me like Pipkin.
I love Peppa. I didn't like.
I don't want to be part of this fucking scene, and V is like aggressively pushing this shit on me.
Vosh has weird shit he said about horses. Hang on. I'll just hang on. I have to.
Oh wait, that was like a real thing?
You don't know about this?
I don't follow Vosh. He's a fucking retard.
You really don't know. Hang on. Okay. Someone sent it to me earlier, which is really funny. Actually, I think I liked it.
All I know
so.
about this guy is he comes from like Santa Monica, I think.
Yeah, he's like, a Californian lunatic.
He's a trust fund baby.
Yeah.
Right. He's got good oratory prowess because his audience is like 15 fucking years old.
Yeah.
Right.
Dang, where is it?
Right.
Did I not
And
like it?
Other
What the
than
fuck?
that,
Fuck this
Vosh
up?
is basically he's just someone who can speak well, but his ideas are fucking insane.
Yeah, that's all he has.
Yes,
wow,
he has a good voice to make things sound plausible. That's fucking it. There's nothing particularly special about him other than that. He's a fucking idiot.
Oh my god, I don't. Hang on. I will find it. Just give me a second.
If anyone in the chat wants to link us, then yeah, feel free.
No, I'll be able to find it.
He's both a pedophile and a horse.
He's a pedophile.
Horse cinema.
So
basically, Vosh will fuck anything. Is what you're trying to say.
What I really found, and I'll post this first, is that
oh god, that's fucked.
I was using my my stock footage website, and I found this. What the fuck? This looks exactly like Vosh.
To be fair, that is a very common look these days. That's not.
I guess so. That's what people said, but I didn't think that's true. Hang on, but somebody in this
a beard
thread.
and the fucking bun. That's a lot of people.
Who posted the video? Here it is. Here it is.
Oh my god, the Greta one is fucking
Hang on.
great.
The Greta one's good. Hang on. Now we're getting in trouble. I don't care. We're quite late.
Oh, hold on a second. I'm in that server.
Nice.
Let me see.
Oh. Look at all his talk about horse dicks.
Yeah, I'm gonna take my horse to the old town road. I'm gonna ride till I can't no more. I'm gonna take my horse to the old town road. I'm gonna ride till I can't no more.
I got the horses in the bag, horse stock is attached. Head is matted black, got the boots is black to match. Riding on a horse. I've been in the valley, you ain't been up off that porch now. Can't nobody tell me nothing. You can't tell me nothing. Can't nobody tell me nothing. You can't tell me nothing.
You're a fucking weirdo, Vosh. There you go.
I didn't know that was actually.
Oh no, Bill woke up and got mad at me. Sorry.
Next time I come out here, I'm screaming a racial slur and I'm not.
Okay.
Base.
Bill's is gonna scream a racial slur. I'm sorry.
I want him to do that, but I don't want him to annoy him to get him to do it.
Yeah, I know. Anywho.
Get him to shout the F and N word.
No, I think
Yes.
we're almost done. I think we're almost done. We have anything else?
Base Bill.
He is always based.
He needs
Oh,
to say
okay.
the F
I've
and
like
N word.
we talked about the Michael Knowles thing. Okay, so
Give me like 10 minutes, by the way. Like I'm fucking amazing.
yeah, I'm about to go sleep. Okay. So curiously, we talked about Michael Knowles.
By the
talking
way,
about
is this why Jank and
transgenderism
Vosh
thing.
was like they do crossover sometimes? Because I've
Obviously.
heard Vosh being
They
spoken for on PYT.
they both like having sex with large animals. Yeah.
I mean, that's kind of mean to call Jank that.
I'm not calling Anna that. Anna's a very small animal. That's why Chank's not interested in her. So, CPAC speaker calls for transgender people to be eradicated was the original headline on Rolling Stone.
Oh my god, that fucking
And-
smile is
I know, look,
so
look at
perfect
Michael
for that
Knowles.
fucking picture. Like I'm trolling the fuck out
And
of
now,
you.
CPAC speaker calls for transgenderism to be eradicated.
Okay,
Rolling
and-
Stone was forced to change their headline because they misrepresented it. How
He said
cute.
transgenders.
How cute.
Yeah, because I thought the transgender was like that's an unusually accurate statement. That is what he said.
Yeah, well, he said transgenderism as in a political belief. Knowles did elaborate. I'll play this real
Is
quick.
having a
It's
porn
very short.
addiction progressive? Yes, if you want to get progressively bigger forearms.
Yeah. Here's how
The
Knowles
Conservative
elaborated.
Political Action Conference, probably the biggest in-person conservative event of the year.
I like
was
him.
6 minutes.
He's my favorite person in the Daily Wire.
I like Michael Knowles a lot as well.
Yeah, he's grown on me a lot.
Yeah, me too. Although I did talk yesterday and last week about how I thought that he was ineloquent in what he was saying. But being ineloquent does not make you wrong.
Yes, but
right?
I think there is an element of that people like. People like the unrefined character. Because I mean, take me for example. Like I sound very pretentious for the most part, and yet, as far as when I do content that isn't, me memeing the shit out of people, the thing that got me the most views is when I was just fucking aggressive.
Yeah.
People like it when I'm just like unfiltered and I just say, and I don't start spit. I just fucking blast.
I mean, trust me, I've experienced the same thing. Like, I really like to show you guys what I have what I have to show for the Eliza Blue documentary that I've been working on. It will be out within the next 5 days, I would say. I will show it before I go live with it, because it's one of the reasons why if you pay me money to be part of my Discord, it's part of the reason for that. Or pay to be part of this Discord. I will do it for both Discords. That being said, this video is I feel a little bit ashamed that this is one of the biggest projects I've ever worked on. It has taken me an enormous amount of time, to the point where it got so big that my software couldn't handle it. I had to break it down into like 3 different parts and save them and push. I'm not joking.
Oh god, there's like computer sex jokes I want to make now.
But I had to save the project into 3 different parts to put them together, because otherwise it won't work. It's just too much stuff. And
why is the chat arguing?
Don't argue with each other. Love is love.
Do argue so that I can beat some of you.
Let's
I
finish
will
Michael
exercise
Knowles.
my monarchical power and
I don't know how
abuse
you want to watch. Do you want to watch Michael Knowles' thing, or do you want to just like? I have a couple. Like they're all really minor.
It's fucking almost 1 o'clock in the morning, and I've been up since 6 a.m.
That's true. It is almost 1 o'clock. Okay, so Michael Knowles.
I need my beauty sleep because I'm pretty, Aiden.
I know. So resumes including they/them pronouns are more likely to be overlooked. New report finds. Let me tell you why this is happening. And by the way, I went back and looked at the data on this. It's an 8% reduction.
Oh yeah, me and
8% less interest. Now, what I would like to say about this is that the 8% less interest is only barely over random error. 5% is random error. So this is just barely over random error. Now, why do businesses not want to hire non-binary people? Because you are a walking lawsuit. That's why.
Happen, yeah.
You're a walking lawsuit. They know that you're going to complain. They know that you're going to cry because you're a fucking lunatic. You're a psychopath. You're going to complain about something or the other, and they're going to have to deal with that shit.
This is the epitome of. You know the phrase "prevention is better than cure."
Yeah.
Yes. What's the best way of preventing a lawsuit from happening? Don't fucking hire the person that look like they might fucking start one.
But even so, like the fact that like the non-binary people are crying about this is barely over statistical non-significance.
You're not even there.
It's barely over statistical non-significant. This is what drives me nuts.
People that I don't know are getting jobs that I don't know about. Bitch, like, go outside and touch grass. Jesus fucking Christ. Eat your phone.
I know. Yes, eat your phone. The thing that actually, like I said, drives me insane about this is that, like, I'm a statistician. 8% is barely over statistical significance. Just barely.
By the way, if my channel ever makes merch, I will
3%.
I will put that slogan on a shirt.
3% over the possibility of complete statistical non-significance. Now, I do think the reason why that they're denying you is because they know that you're a legal liability. However, it is such a minor insignificance that I would say, actually, you could really. What's the effect of height discrimination?
You feel short.
I'm not sure, but if you look into people who actually get interviewed, I bet it would probably be about 8%. I bet it probably would be. 8% is such a completely
bar you could never reach.
Non-significant point of data that it's hilarious to me that they would put out a fucking article on this. It's nonsense data. It doesn't make any sense.
Not even the sky's the limit.
Tennessee becomes the first state to restrict drag performances, and they're crying about this. They're crying about this. Of course, I don't really care. Good. Look. I actually have enjoyed drag shows in my life. I don't have a problem with drag shows, but those drag shows were for me as an adult. They were not for 7-year-olds. This is the problem. I don't care if you can do whatever the fuck you want with adults. I'm actually starting to change my opinion on that. But whatever.
I realize there's nothing that stops them from escalating the children.
So USA Powerlifting must let transgender athletes compete in women's division after losing discrimination case. So now men are allowed to compete against women in powerlifting.
Yeah, there's no way in hell women are ever going to get anywhere. Men will just fucking murder you.
Do you know anything about the history of this stupid fucking argument? Is that right now Zuby is herself still a woman, I believe. Zuby won a powerlifting competition back in 2019. So
you did it to prove a point.
3 years ago. And they still went ahead with this nonsense after Zuby beat every single, quote, woman, including the transgender women, in a powerlifting competition. And they still went ahead with it. Base Zuby. But they don't care, do they? They don't care. Of course they don't care. It's my last one for the night. A New York teacher forced and manipulated 5th grader into becoming transgender, causing suicidal ideation. Lawsuit. We're going to see more of these. New York teacher was accused of manipulating a 5th grade.
It's women. An inspiration to women.
I did you not hear my massive rant against why I hate women earlier?
Yes, I was there for it.
Yeah.
Clapping silently.
New York teacher was accused of manipulating a 5th grade girl into changing her gender without parents' knowledge or consent, causing suicidal ideation. A lawsuit filed against the school district alleged. Teacher Deborah Rosenquist, who works at the Terryville Road Elementary School. Elementary school. I keep being told, like, it's never happened. It's never happened. It's no such thing.
Like a fucking 13-year-old.
What the fuck is this? You're 50. Or you're in your. What are you doing, lady?
You're 50 pounds
I know.
by the fucking looks of it.
Suit claims a student who was assigned female at birth, identifies as female, was targeted by her teacher, Rosenquist, throughout the 2021-22 school year. Rosenquist began to use male names and pronouns for the student. The suit says the plaintiff, student, and parents' anonymity were maintained in the lawsuit. As a result, the student became confused as to her gender. Despite knowing about Rosenquist's conduct, it took the district superintendent Quinn and principal months to inform her parents about it, the suit said. Rosenquist pursued her own agenda outside of curriculum, which included persuading her 5th grade students to try being gay. I felt that it wasn't a choice. But you can just try it, of course. Or being another gender.
How old is that?
I know. Even when they were not. To further her agenda, Rosenquist read and provided her students with graphic books about gender and sexuality, which are not part of the curriculum, the suit said. The district admitted in a meeting with the parents they had no idea Rosenquist taught from a book about LGBTQ plus individuals that was not part of the curriculum, and how detailed the book was about transitioning, surgery, and hormones. One of the books Rosenquist used was When Aiden Became a Brother. It's not me. Not me. It's this book. It's not me. In the book, Aiden's mother admits that she made a mistake misgendering her son, saying, when you were born, we didn't know you were going to be our son. We made some mistakes, but you helped us fix them. I hate that I shouldn't have picked Aiden. Dang it. Because I knew Aiden was a popular name. I picked Aiden when I was 11 years old in 2001. I didn't have a choice. I didn't have a choice. But like, that's how it worked. I picked it in 2001, you know? That was the name I chose. And parents were supportive of their child discovering that identity. Whatever. I don't care anymore. This is disgusting. It's sickening. They're trying to fuck with kids. I'm done with it. I'm done. Like I told you earlier, I'm tired of these people. I'm tired. I'm done. All my empathy and sympathy is gone. I had all this sympathy towards you, and then you go and fucking spam me for 6 days in a row, telling me to kill myself. For me saying specifically that I don't agree with Michael Knowles. Why do you think I feel the way I feel now? I said I don't agree with Michael Knowles, and then they told me to kill myself about 1,000 times over. Well, how do you think I feel now? My empathy is gone. Sorry. I had a whole bunch of empathy towards the trans community, but I still do, by the way. But in terms of these people, nope, no more. Nope, no more. It's gone. You managed to eliminate it. And it's just like one person. If it's like one person, it would be nothing. It was thousands of responses. The point where I couldn't even look at my own Twitter page because it was so just clumped up with this nonsense. No. Sorry. You took an ally and you destroyed me. No more an ally. Sorry. Not happening anymore. I'm done. I'm done playing pretend with you. Done playing pretend with you. Now realistic real transgender people I will of course always support. But you're not. You're weirdo freaks and I will not. Look, when you tell me to kill myself 1,000 times over, I got ratioed for literally agreeing that Michael Knowles was wrong. I said Michael Knowles was wrong and he was being transphobic. And when I agreed that he was being transphobic, the trannies came at me to the point where I couldn't even use Twitter. Sorry, it's it. I know they'll come, oh, they weren't really us. They were actually right-wing trolls. Nope, it was you. It was you. Because you've gone too far. You've had too much power for too long. And sorry, no more sympathy for me. No more sympathy for me. You've squeezed all the sympathy you can try to get out of me. I would have continued to support you, by the way. Not anymore. Bye. Bye, Felicia. Bye, bitch. Get out. Cite the tweet. I had to. I muted the tweet because it got so awful. I literally couldn't use Twitter because it was just. Let me. Hang on. I don't know if I can. Can I find my muted tweet? Oh, well, if you look through my Twitter, you'll be able to find it. It was literally me. Hang on. Literally me. Okay. No. Let me read it. I want to be clear. I want to be very clear. Let me be clear. I did not say something rude or transphobic. I said something I think that was fairly honest. And they freaked the fuck out. Hang on, go to tweets and replies. Give me one moment. Or is it? Oh, something really funny. Because it was days of this. Okay, here we go. Oh, here it is. Okay. Where is it? Hang on. Sorry, guys. One sec. Nope, that's not it. Sorry. This is really fun, I know. Oh, I didn't want to post stuff about Destiny. Destiny went on a weird inshallah jihad on Twitter, which is hilarious. Just no reason to show it. Just Destiny got really funny on Twitter and people were mad at him now. It was really funny. He started supporting Muslim extremism. It was hilarious. I said, okay, here it is. Hang on. Oh, right, I have to put it in the right. Yeah, here we go. Okay, here's my tweet. I said, I vehemently, okay, so here's the Michael Knowles tweet. He said, if you disagree, you're more than welcome to come on the show and discuss it. And I said, I vehemently disagree with this position. I don't want burlesque being shown to kids. I don't want books with explicit sex acts in elementary schools. I don't want preteens fast-tracked for HRT surgeries. But why care what adults do in private so long as they aren't hurting anyone? This is the tweet. This is the tweet that pissed off the troons. What do you think, Spoon? Did I say something insane? Did I say something? This is the tweet that drove them nuts. You cannot slightly even agree with these people. Because if you slightly agree with these people, they will go nuts. Now, most of the comments here are very positive because this is what I got in terms of the comments, but you can see some of it here. I'm a conspiracy theorist. As it goes down further, the stuff I got out of this was kind of not jobby. They got really, really mad at me and whatever. Anywho, Spoon. I think he went to sleep. Anywho, guys, sounds like, oh, there you are. Let's go to sleep. You disavow Eden. And that's okay. You're allowed to. You're allowed to disavow me for me saying, well, I'm done. I'll put it this way. I am done being polite to the trans people. Because guess what? When you show them any amount of sympathy or empathy, they attack you. Because it's never enough for them. And outside of utter superiority over you. That's what they're looking at now. I'm not talking about all trans people, but the trans politic is complete political
Spoon to Betty, but
domination. So no, not doing it.
World domination.
Not doing it.
Whoa,
Not
where's
doing
that
it.
from? It's fucking SpongeBob, isn't it?
Yeah.
They're basically that. They're cockroaches.
They will never be nice back to you. They hate you. They only want your attention.
Do you know why? It's because you're happier than they are.
Oh no shit. They're furious that I'm a natural woman. And I don't have to like take estrogen or do all kinds of weird
And you're
shit to be a
unnaturally
woman.
nice.
Well,
Whereas
maybe.
I am a natural man and I am naturally aggressive and hate anyone who disagrees with me.
I try to be nice to everybody.
Yeah, that's the
But-
weakness.
Yeah, I know
No,
it's weak. It's
like,
not,
in no
did you miss
sane
that woman
person does
part?
that.
Do you miss that woman? Yeah, no same person. Do you miss that woman part? No same person. However,
You
I
think too much
that-
like a guy to be this swayed by your emotions.
no, because God tells us to forget people,
Yeah, God also tells you to learn from your mistakes.
but God also tells us to forget people.
Yes, and you know
And
the phrase. You know the phrase "turn the other cheek."
Yes, I sure do.
Yes.
Do
and
you know?
what-
Do you know?
what that
Do you know
means?
exactly? I know exactly what it means.
It means get smacked by the other one.
No, it does not.
Yes, it does.
No, it does not.
Yes,
It-
it does. Oh shit! It's
No,
snowing.
it doesn't. You have to read it. You have to reread your scripture.
Aiden,
Yeah.
if you ever take that fucking snappy tone with me, me and Bill are gonna beat you.
You have to reread your scripture. The idea of turning the other cheek does not mean to like allow yourself to be abused. It's to
No, it means
show.
when someone abuses you, you turn around and smack the shit out of them. There's no
No,
force
to-
called
no,
cosmic justice or
no,
karma.
to turn-
I prefer to be the comic force of, hey, look,
N-
you decided to be
no,
an asshole. I'm gonna be
no,
the one
you're-
that smacks the shit out of you.
Stop. In terms of the Roman context,
I'm at my window.
if you look at this nerd, I'll just tell him. I'll just explain what he's not saying. In the Roman context, if you slapped, you would only slap a slave with the left hand side of your hand. You slapped a fellow Roman with the open palm part of your hand.
Snowing outside. Woo!
Nice.
It's pretty cool.
So,
It's so fucking cold.
so
Sorry, I don't have my headphones
spoon
in
to
right now, so I'm just yelling.
spoon to explain it to
Into the
you.
ethers.
The term hit, take both sides, is that the Romans they slapped slaves with the backhand. They slapped Romans with the palm side. So to be slapped with both sides of the hand meant that in that context you were being treated as an equal under the Roman context. Does that make more sense? That to allow yourself to be slapped on both sides of the cheek was to be slapped as an equal. You didn't know that, did you? Oh, he walked away, this little... He walked away, look at this. I have a song stuck in my head, so you're gonna watch it all now.
I got snow on my forearm.
Oh, what happened to you?
Sorry, wait, hold on.
Mhm.
Sorry, I was outside.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not outside.
Yeah, I tried to explain something to you and you were away.
That's because there was snow. I'm upstairs and I can see snow in my windows. I'm South African. We don't see snow very often.
You've lived in fucking Ireland since you were like 11.
So?
All right.
Do you know how many times I've seen snow since I've lived here?
How many times? Because we see snow all the
3.
time in the United States. Oh God. Okay. Anyway, what I was trying to say to you is that the way the Romans worked, is that they slapped people who were below them and beneath them with the backhand of their. They slapped them with the backhand, right?
Posh.
And then they slapped people who were their equals with their palm. So to smack people on both sides of the face is to treat the person as an equal.
So does that mean I can smack you on both sides of your face?
If you want to treat me as an equal.
Oh, okay.
However, we're going to hang up now, I think. I gotta go pee. Are you ready to go?
Okay.
I'm gonna play this music as a kind of. Let's go.
Just like if somebody grew up in Compton.
Alright, see you guys next week. Bye bye.